conditional, so please go to safety. My Lord is willing, have you talked to him lately? I know we fall down and get up, yeah, we be tripping. Perking your ear until the Lord, can you please just listen? So much evil everywhere you look and turn. Watch you fight and pray, I'm gonna need you to learn. We won't win if we stay stagnant and won't rise above in a world filled with hate. Show more love. Show more love. In a world filled with hate, show more love. This ain't a game, y'all. Enemy out here stealing lives, y'all. Playing our face and we distracted when we see them take they fall, y'all. Wake up, we out here sleeping and the enemy steady creeping. Can you hear me? Wake up or stay stuck. We need the light, and that's some more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more love. Don't really care what they doing over there. Doing my own thing, staying in my own lane. I'm not judging. You go ahead, baby girl, do you? Is it cool? It's cool. But I don't wanna be nobody else. I wanna be myself. I'm not a blending. I'm not a blending kind of girl. Telling how you could see the pain these people living in, all while trying to fit in. No true purpose, just paying off a temporary gain. Gaining the whole world, but losing your soul. I really hate watching y'all fold. Everything is conditional, so please go to safety. My Lord is willing, have you talked to him lately? I know we fall down and get up, yeah, we be tripping. Perking your ear until the Lord, can you please just listen? So much evil everywhere you look and turn. Watch you fight and pray, I'm gonna need you to learn. We won't win if we stay stagnant and won't rise above in a world filled with hate. Show more love. Show more love. In a world filled with hate, show more love. This ain't a game, y'all. Enemy out here stealing lives, y'all. Playing our face and we distracted when we see them take they fall, y'all. Wake up, we out here sleeping and the enemy steady creeping. Can you hear me? Wake up or stay stuck. We need the light, and that's some more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more love. Don't really care what they doing over there. Doing my own thing, staying in my own lane. I'm not judging. You go ahead, baby girl, do you? Is it cool? It's cool. But I don't wanna be nobody else. I wanna be myself. I'm not a blending. I'm not a blending kind of girl. Telling how you could see the pain these people living in, all while trying to fit in. No true purpose, just paying off a temporary gain. Gaining the whole world, but losing your soul. I really hate watching y'all fold. Everything is conditional, so please go to safety. My Lord is willing, have you talked to him lately? I know we fall down and get up, yeah, we be tripping. Perking your ear until the Lord, can you please just listen? So much evil everywhere you look and turn. Watch you fight and pray, I'm gonna need you to learn. stay stagnant and won't rise above in a world filled with hate. Show more love. Show more love in a world filled with hate. Show more love. This ain't a game, y'all. Enemy out here stealing lives, y'all. Playing our face and we distracted when we see them take they fall, y'all. Wake up, we out here sleeping and the enemy steady creeping. Can you hear me? Wake up or stay stuck. We need the light, and that's more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more Don't really care what they doing over there. Doing my own thing, staying in my own lane. I'm not judging. You go ahead, baby girl, do you? Is it cool? It's cool. But I don't wanna be nobody else. I wanna be myself. I'm not a blending. I'm not a blended kind of girl. Telling how you could see the pain these people living in, all while trying to fit in. No true purpose, just paying off a temporary gain. Gaining the whole world, but losing your soul. I really hate watching y'all fold. Everything is conditional, so please go choose safety. My Lord is willing, have you talked to him lately? I know we fall down and get up, yeah, we be tripping. Perking your ear until the Lord, can you please just listen? So much evil everywhere you look and turn. Watch you fight and pray, I'm gonna need you to learn. We won't win if we stay stagnant and won't rise above in a world filled with hate. Show more love. Show more love in a world filled with hate. Show more love. This ain't a game, y'all. Enemy out here stealing lives, y'all. Playing our face and we distracted when we see them take they fall, y'all. Wake up, we out here sleeping and the enemy steady creeping. Can you hear me? Wake up or stay stuck. We need the light, and that's more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more love.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I appreciate your patience. Tonight's topic is why the heart was never meant to be self-led. Let me see who's in the chat. Shout out to Irby. Hey, thank you so much for always supporting. Hey, Joshua, good to see you. Please hit the like as you guys come in. If you have not subscribed, please subscribe. You can support the show by hitting the Cash App, MoLove8686, or the Super Chat. You can also support by sharing the stream. Hey D, good to see you. I really enjoyed you on the panel. I think that was last week or the week before. Shout out to you. I think it would. Yeah, it was last week. Speaking of, I'm gonna drop the link early because I'm doing the stream by myself tonight. So you guys feel free to come up at any time. Hey, Willing to Win, good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning in. Please remember to hit the like. Good to see you, Mr. Center of the World. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. Yeah, so tonight's topic, why the heart was never meant to be self-led. So what do we hear in today's society? People often say things like, oh, just follow your heart, listen to your heart knows, as if the heart is always some pure and trustworthy compass? We know that it's not. What does the Bible say about this? So, the Bible does not speak about the heart that casually as the world does. The scripture treats the heart as something very powerful, influential, also dangerous if it's unchecked, and absolutely in need of God's direction. And that does matter because so many of us are in pain right now, right? Hard to admit, but we are in pain because of what um we went through. And why? Like, what's the root of that issue? It's because the heart kept leading us back into what wounded us, and that's not healthy. Some people, it could be a situation where you stay too long in something, or you excuse things and turn a blind eye to it, ignoring too many signs, which falls under the same thing. So yeah. And a good heart, right? It's not a bad thing, but a good heart that's unguarded, that's when it becomes an issue. And a loving heart, as loving as it may be, it can still be undiscerning. And even if you have a sincere heart, that's when a lot of people can easily become deceived. So tonight is not about becoming cold. That's not what I'm saying, like have a cold heart. No, it's about becoming governed. So, this is about understanding that if your heart is not submitted to God, it can keep you attached to things that feel deep, but at the same time, they start to destroy you slowly. And it can keep you in cycles of pain, repeated confusion, and you start to stay loyal to the wrong people, and you don't really get anywhere. Yeah, it just leads to more pain and destruction. So we have to be mindful with our hearts. And I do want to pray before I go into each of the points. So, dear Lord, I thank you for tonight. Lord, I ask sincerely that you search us and that you show us where our hearts have been leading us more than your voice. And Lord, I ask that you show us where emotion has been louder than your wisdom, because so many times we're led by the way that we feel. And Lord, I ask that you also teach us how to guard our hearts with your word. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Hey, Stigma. Good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hey, Irby. I appreciate you. Yeah, feel free to support the show. So, I do want to give context pertaining to the scripture. So, well, I'm actually I use Jeremiah 17 and 9, but I'm gonna read verses 5 through 10 so that it'll make more sense. And it says, thus saith the Lord, cursed be the man that trusteth in man and maketh flesh his arm, and whose heart departeth from the Lord. For he shall be like the heath in the desert, and shall not see when good cometh, but shall inhabit the parched places in the wilderness and in a salt land, and not inhabited. Blessed is the man that trusteth in the Lord, in whose hope the Lord is. For he shall be as the tree planted by the waters, and that spreadeth out her roots by the river, and shall not see when heat cometh. But her leaf shall be green, and shall not be careful in the year of drought, neither shall cease from yielding fruit. This is the part. The heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can know it? I, the Lord, search the heart. I try the reins, even to give every man according to his ways and according to the fruit of his doings. Okay, that was a lot. So this is one of those scriptures on the that talks about the heart, because it just straight up destroys the modern lie that the heart is automatically trustworthy. So notice the setup. Before Jeremiah says the heart is deceitful, he first talks about a person who trusts in man and whose heart departs from the Lord. That means the deceitfulness of the heart is connected to what happens when the heart is no longer grounded in God. No longer. You put all your trust in people, and that's a setup from the enemy to give your heart over to people and not to God, because when the Lord is not governing, it's so easy to be fooled by so many things. And that's when the heart becomes dangerous, when it becomes independent from divine truth. And again, the part where it says the heart is deceitful above all things, that means the heart can mislead you at the deepest level, and it can persuade you that what is wrong is right for you. It can also persuade you that what is breaking you is a blessing. I mean, it could blind you. It's such a slippery slope, and it can persuade you to hold on to people, hold on to places and patterns that God has already exposed. Sometimes it's not that we're waiting on the Lord, we're afraid. We're moving in fear. We trust those things and those people above God. And, that's a dangerous thing. So, again, pertaining to the heart can rationalize the things that hurt you. Has anybody ever been in that situation where something is wrong and you're like, well, it's not that bad, it's going to get better, and the Lord has exposed that thing and made it clear? And we still rationalize it. Another one, we crave what our heart can start to crave what is toxic. That's a trick too. Like, we become so focused on that thing that we're only focusing on the way that it makes us feel in the moment, and then we never think towards how that thing will affect us long term. So yeah, um again, this is why listening to the heart is not always wise, because the heart is not neutral. Nope. As much as we may want it to be sometimes, it's not. And this is also another thing: the heart is affected by wounds, it's affected by desires, loneliness. It could be ego, as I stated before, fear, fantasy. Also, memory is a big one. So, a wounded heart does not always choose what is holy. Sometimes it chooses what is familiar. Well, I would say majority of the time, if it's not governed by the Lord. And that is how people stay in unnecessary battles. The heart will tell you to keep trying, keep waiting, keep hoping, keep excusing. But at the same time, God may be telling you that battle is not your assignment anymore. Your heart just does not want to release it. How many times do we go through that? We stay stuck because it's not that the Lord has not made himself clear. We want what we want. No. And then when you get to verse 10 where it says, I, the Lord, search the heart. That means only God. But I don't care how much you think you may be familiar with the thing, or how you may think that you know something or somebody. That's why this verse is so important. I, the Lord, search the heart. That means only God fully knows what is really going on inside of us. And that right there is very humbling, because it means we cannot make our feelings our God. And so many times we do. My God, have I been guilty? Being led by my feelings. And it's just such an unsafe thing, because we need God to search the motives under that emotion. We need God to search that wound deeply under whatever that attachment is, and the fear under the loyalty, because a lot of times we stay loyal to things and people out of fear, you know? Yeah. Hey, Speak, good to see you. Hey, Mom, good to see you. Love you. I think I spoke to Sigma. Thank y'all so much. Thank you so much for tuning in, Vaughn. Hey, Speak. Shout out to you. I appreciate you. So yeah, that was actually that was my first point. The heart can be deceitful. I was so excited and in tune with what I was saying. But that was the first point. Um, how our hearts can deceive us. The second point is guard our hearts. And I'm gonna read Proverbs 4:20 through 27. My son, attend to my words, incline thine ear unto my sayings. Let them not depart from thine eyes. Keep them in the midst of thine heart, for they are life unto those that find them, and health to all their flesh. Keep thy heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. That's the part. Keep thy heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. Put away from thee a froward mouth and perverse lips. Put far from thee. Let thine eyes look right on, and let thine eyelids look straight before thee. Ponder the path of thy feet, and let all thy ways be established. Turn not to the right hand, nor to the left. Remove thy foot from evil. So, context of this, when it says the part of keep thy heart with all diligence, that means guard it carefully, watch it closely, protect it intentionally. And why does the Lord tell us that? Because out of it are the issues of life. In other words, that means the heart is the source point. You know, our life flows outward from what is living inwardly in our hearts. And if our hearts are full of fear, then what happens? Our choices will reflect that very thing, fear. If our heart is full of unresolved longing, then that's where attachments will reflect that as well. And just say if you have a heart full of confusion, then that will make the path ahead, of course, unstable. And then notice the part around the verse where it says, where it starts with attend to my words and keep them in the midst of thine heart. That means the way to guard the heart is with the word of God, because the heart is not guarded by wishful thinking. It's just not. It's guarded by truth being planted inside of us. So yeah, it takes work. Yeah, feel free to chime in. You guys can hit the link. I be feeling so weird being live by myself. But hey, this is a part of facing my fears. Um, what other part? Where was I? Oh yeah, then the verse after it talks about guarding your heart. Um, hold on. Yeah, then the part about guarding your heart, it also leads into talking about our mouth, our eyes, our feet, and our path. And that is because the heart affects all of these things. It's going to affect what we say, what we focus on, where we go, and what direction our lives start to take us. So an unguarded heart does not just create emotional damage, it creates life damage. And that is why the heart can keep you in a battlefield. Because if the heart is unguarded, everything else follows into war. And your mouth starts speaking from that pain. And then your eyes keep looking back at what God said to leave, right? Pertaining to the part talking about feet, our feet will keep walking back into what wounded us. Your life has and the life path becomes shaped by an inner condition that was never submitted to God. So again, that's why Jeremiah 17:9, the heart is deceitful, who can know it? We trap up ourselves by following our heart. And again, that's what society teaches: follow your heart, do whatever the heart says. And it's a contradiction to what God's word actually says. So yeah, hey 84. Yes, I am. So my third point, the heart determines direction. I will tailor this to Proverbs 3, 5, and 6, where it says, trust in the Lord with all thine heart and lean not unto thine own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy path. That's one of my favorites. And this passage is so important because it tells us what to do with the heart. It does not say trust your heart. It says trust in the Lord with all your heart. And that is different. The heart was never meant to be self-led. And that was my title. It was meant to be surrendered, and it was meant to trust God, not replace him. So many times we replace God and we move off of what our heart is telling us, just basing everything off of what we feel. And that's why so many times we live in a space of regret, unfortunately. Yeah. And the part where it says, lean not unto thine own understanding. And that means do not make your perception your foundation. And so many times we do, because what, but why does the Lord tell us not to do that? It's because our understanding can be so limited, and our interpretation can be based off of how we feel in the moment. And a lot of times that interpretation is emotional, and our judgment can also be clouded by something that we strongly desire. So when people say things like, I'm just following my heart, a biblical response is your heart is not supposed to be the leader, no matter how right it feels. Um, it's just not wise, because our hearts are supposed to be submitted to the Lord, who rightfully directs our path. Um, hey, I thought about how people think they can fool God, but they can't, because He knows and sees the heart. He knows our every motive in our heart. Yep, that is 100% true. Because we can be fooled, and we can think, as I stated at the beginning of the live, we can think that we know a person so well and no. So it's just good to take people to God, and always put our hearts before the Lord too, so that He can rightfully examine us and expose the things that we need to change about ourselves. So yeah. Um and this is where discernment should come in, because that discernment is going to keep you from mistaking strong feelings for right direction. Because something can feel so deep and still be wrong. This is how we make so many mistakes and have so many regrets when it comes to these relationships, too. Something can stir your heart and still not be safe. Just think about it. A lot of our pain comes from us mistaking strong feelings for right direction. No, this is why the Lord says, come to me, seek my advice, because you tried it going off of how you feel at the moment. But so many times we do. My fourth point, the heart can become hardened or blinded. And I use Mark 7:20 through 23 for this point. Again, it says the heart can become hardened or blinded. So Mark 7:20 through 23 says, and he said, that which cometh out of the man, and he said, that which cometh out of the man, that defileth the man. For from within, out of the heart of man, proceed evil thoughts, adulterers, fornications, murders, thefts, covetousness, wickedness, deceit, an evil eye, blasphemy, pride, foolishness. So all these things come from within and defile the man. And so, just to bring context to this is when Christ is making it plain that the real issue is not just something that's external. The deeper issue is internal. And this is critical, because people often blame the outside for everything, because that's the easiest thing to do. But Christ is saying what comes out of a person starts in the heart. And that's where the deceit, the pride, the foolishness, evil thoughts, all of those things, it begins there. And this means the heart is not just soft and sentimental, it is spiritually consequential. So if the heart is unhealed, so many of our hearts are, if it's unexamined and unsubmitted, it can produce things that will pollute your life. Um so even when foolishness is listed here, that matters, because sometimes the heart can make foolish decisions look like it's you showing compassion or being loyal. So a person can keep choosing pain and call it faithfulness. That's why I said it's so important to you know, just rightfully discern. Hey, 84,
Mo, how I sound on here?
you sound good.
Oh, oh.
Silly.
Now I got a new
Yeah, you
device.
sound
That's why I
good.
got a new device. You know what I mean? Because this week was it was a let's just say I had a celebration of a lot of things. So yeah, Yeah.
Oh, congrats.
Yeah.
A celebration?
Uh-huh.
I think I know. Do I?
Man. Okay.
Hi, Smitty. Love you. Do I know? I think I do.
I'm pretty sure you do.
Well, I'm very if it's what I think it is, I thank God. I'm so proud of you. You're doing great.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. You know
You're
what I mean? I'm surprised to see you
welcome.
up in here solo, you know what I mean? With Bolo.
Oh, shout out to Bolo. He's traveling. He'll be back with us next Sunday.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know. See, you could do this by yourself. See, look at this. You could do it
This
by
how I
yourself.
started. I started doing streams by myself. I stopped I think 2022 was the first time I went live, and I used to do all my streams by myself. But I got so used to doing them, collabing. But yeah, that's
Mm.
true. Vaughn said, "It's out of the abundance of the heart that the mouth will speak. You may not have meant to say it, but you meant what you said."
Mm.
Yeah, that's true. Hold on. You may not have meant to say it, but you meant what you said. Uh, am I missing it?
Mo, it's not that deep.
Hold on. You may not have meant to say it, but you meant what you said.
It's kind of like if somebody is inebriated and they're saying things and then once you call them out on what they said when they was inebriated, they're like, "Oh no, I was
I
inebriated.
didn't
I didn't
mean
mean
it.
that." But nah, they really did mean
No,
that. Mm-hmm.
I got it. Oh, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so slow. I get it now.
Oh man.
Yes. So, uh, oh yeah, I was on the fourth point. I read Mark 7:20 through 23. Um, Oh yeah, I left off where it says a person can keep choosing pain and call it faithfulness. Have you seen that before? Have you ever been in that type of situation? Because you're being led by
um.
your heart and not really by God?
Well, you know my story that I've shared with you off air.
Mm-hmm.
Um. So of course, and then on top of that, if you have a lot of worldly vices or things that make it easy for you to go to your worldly vices, then it's just it's just easy for you just to do that even more.
It
You know what I
is.
mean? Because it's just like, and then you have other people. It's funny, man. When you wrapped up in those type of things, everybody like you. You know what I mean? I mean,
What you mean
everybody like you.
when you're doing what everybody else is doing?
Yeah, it just seemed like everybody like you.
Who
You know
was
what I
I
mean?
talking about
It
that
seemed
with?
like everybody is just on your side. Family acting right. Everybody acting cool. You know what I mean?
It's so weird. I was talking about that today. Like, and that'll be my topic for next week. It's gonna be I'm gonna cover the part where it says mother will be against daughter, father against son. Um because that's what the word does. And then the Lord says at the beginning, I don't know what it says verbatim, but do you think I come to bring peace? That's what Christ is saying. And it's not a contradiction to who he is, but it is the truth that's going to automatically cause division. You get what I'm saying? Like,
Mm,
either you're gonna abide by it or you're not. And then some people gonna fall by the wayside. And I think it's so unfortunate that sometimes the people closest to you will down you for changing. It's very unfortunate. Um, and people often think like they'll try to shame you, not knowing what you go through behind the scenes, giving God your
mm,
yes. This is not, you get what I'm saying? It's easy to do whatever you want to do in life. But sometimes when you are dedicated to the call, baby, this ain't
mm-hmm,
personal. It don't have nothing to do with you. It's just me
mm,
finally being obedient to what God has called me to do, still through my flaws, Nobody is perfect. You get what I'm saying? But it's amazing the
Uh-huh.
backlash you get when you try to live right, when you slowly change, and people feel upset by that transformation versus being happy for you and supporting you in it. I think that's so weird. Now it would be different if you know the person is just living a facade, but when you know that person on and offline is really dedicated to God and you try to shame them for that, that's weird. It really is.
The thing that what it is this. It's a simple fact of, you know, you ever see, I know I always call you a vampire or whatever, but you ever see in the
Mhm.
movies, or even like even when you sleeping, like, you know what I mean, like somebody, like you like in a good sleep, and then somebody open
Mhm.
the blinds and the light shine in, and you like, man, close them blinds, man. Like, you know what I mean? Because like that light hits you, and you're like, man, I don't want the light to hit me right now. Like I'm comfortable, you know what I mean, in the darkness. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So people are just comfortable in their darkness. So now that you are in a light, it makes them uncomfortable. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? You know, as the word says, the darkness hates the light. So
Mhm.
of course they're gonna feel away, or they're gonna act away because you in the light, and now they're gonna hate that light. You know what I mean? Because they're in the darkness.
Yeah,
You know what I
and
mean? They have an understanding of what the truth is. They may not know, you know, of everything when it comes to the truth, but they have a basic
mhm.
understanding. I think all humans, for the most part, you know what I mean? I can't speak for all mankind, but most people have a basic understanding of, I would say, somewhat right or wrong. You know what I mean? But
Mhm.
I know that there's different cultures, different ways of thinking. I always acknowledge those things because, I predominantly have lived here, and I know you have too.
Yeah.
So I don't know everything. I don't know how everybody else lives in other places. But I will say, for the people that I do know, or just seeing people, or just studying people, period, everybody has a basic understanding of right and wrong, or the truth, or whatever the
Right.
case may be. But it's
Mhm.
when they see your light shining, that's what annoys
Mhm.
them. You know what I mean? When they see that, yo, your light is shining and you ain't letting
I'm
nothing disturb
saying
you, you good.
yes,
What's good,
and you
Scam?
leave toxic environment.
Yep.
Um, you get what I'm saying, and it's just I don't know. Like one day you just get tired and you wake up and it's like I don't care how many times you say, "Oh, you think you better," or you, that has nothing to do with it. Anybody that knows me knows that I'm very humble, and I'm done being shamed and trying to explain myself to people for following the Lord. Those days are done, And I don't care who tries to paint a narrative or I get tired of stuff like that.
Or when they say, if they think you're better, a lot of times I say,
Hmm.
yeah, I am better. I'm not better than you, but I'm better. I'm a better person than I used to be. You know
Yeah,
what I
that's
mean?
good.
And I'm
But
glad I'm
I
better.
because I've heard some people actually say, like, I am better than you. I never have that mindset ever. I've actually heard people say that, but in the context that you put it, absolutely, I'm better than I was before. Hey, D, what's up?
Yo, what's up with y'all, man? What's
What's going
up,
on, D?
Mr. Bless? I don't think I've seen you on here yet. But what's up to you? What's up, Mo?
So with you,
I
bro?
think
Um,
he was up here last time with
okay,
84.
I'll be quiet in
okay.
the background though, Mo. I'll be eating my tacos and chilling. So yeah.
Oh, you do. You be
But yeah,
quiet.
I wanted to go along with the conversation. See, one thing I noticed about this world is it loves worldly people. It doesn't love godly people. So when you're
Hmm.
not doing everything that everybody else is doing, people look at you and they try to ostracize you. You become like a pariah. But that's okay because following the Lord is better than following the world. You know what I'm saying? And it's like this, man. See, I notice this, like when worldly people die, whether it's like we've seen it before, whether it's regular people or celebrities, right? When they
Hmm.
die, everybody shows up at their funeral. Everybody really just there just to cloud chase this bunch of fake people there, right?
Hmm.
But when the real people that died, the people that live for the Lord, they ain't gonna have a whole lot of people at their funeral. But I
Hmm.
guarantee you, it's gonna be real people that really love them and cared about them, not people that just trying to cloud chase. Because when people at them big funerals, like it's only gonna be only a handful of them are still gonna check up on they wife or they if they got young kids and stuff like that when it's over with, and they're still gonna and those there's gonna be a handful of people that's still gonna remember them, keep them their legacy or whatever alive. But but you know what I'm saying, like it's just the world loves just BS, and that's okay because it's okay to walk alone. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And you know what I've learned? The more that I dedicate myself to the Lord, you got to be okay with it not being popular. You got to be
Yeah,
okay with not getting as many clicks and views. You get what I'm
yeah.
saying? It's not gonna be the popular thing, but once you make up your mind that you saying, I'm okay with this. It's about pleasing the Lord over people. And then I'm gonna talk about that too, where it talks about men being lovers of men, people losing natural affection. I'm gonna go into those scriptures. I don't know if it's next week or the week after. Um, but yeah, it's just so many things that I want to talk about. Did you have
Yeah.
anything to say pertaining to the heart?
Um, yeah, I was gonna say, like, you're very correct with that. It's like, we kind of, whether people want to admit it, a lot of people live by the, was that phrase is do with thou will or something like that. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Have you ever
Yeah,
heard of
follow
that?
your heart.
Yeah, it's basically like do what you will. I forgot what the exact phrase was. It was
Randy.
basically, huh?
Oh, I was speaking to Randy. I know what you're talking about.
I
Yeah,
think,
do
oh
it.
brother, are you talking about to thyself be true?
Nah, I'm talking about it's a phrase that basically saying do what you want to do what you feel. It's called do it. It was made by like a satanist, a Satanist. Like I remember one time I seen Jay-Z wear a T-shirt with that phrase on his chest, and that's
Mm,
basically what a lot of people live
Do what
without
thou
even
will.
knowing. Yeah, do it thou will. And that's
Hmm.
basically what people live without even knowing it. But that's not how the Lord wants you to live. You know what I'm saying? He wants you to follow his word and follow his ways, and when you follow your flesh, yeah, it may feel good in the moment, but like you said, afterwards you'll feel regret.
Yeah. Hmm. It's true.
And
That's the world that we live in today. And I talked about how follow thy heart is basically a contradiction to what the Bible says, because Jeremiah 17:9 says, um, the heart is deceitful, who can know it? And then it goes into I, the Lord, where he talks about why we should bring our hearts to him, because being led by the heart can lead you down a path of destruction and pain, because so many times our hearts it makes decisions off of emotion, and our emotions change so often. So um, the wise thing is to allow the Lord to govern our hearts. And I talked about how we experience so much pain in relationships because we go off of how we feel in a moment versus taking everything to God, you know? And
hmm
that's the human part of us. I've been guilty plenty of times. Hey,
won't
Truth,
thug.
good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Truth, what's up, man?
Oh, Randy said he was a Satan
yeah, yeah, it was the
worshiper.
dude that came up with that phrase is Aleister Crowley. And like I was saying, like a lot of people follow that, but that probably don't even know who he is or know what that, don't even know that term. But when you do what you want to do and do when you do that, you're basically following what he says, and it's always a bad idea because and then when you do things like that, well, at least for me, I'm sure, well, yeah, I'm sure this happens to everybody. You always got that little voice in your head. It's like you don't need to do that, and it'll be like a whisper. It won't be like a
Yeah.
loud like. It won't be like, a loud voice. It'll be like a whisper.
Yep, that is so true. Truth said, yes, emotional decision making leads to death. Pretty much. I agree. So my fifth point was a heart can be led by desire instead of wisdom. Do y'all agree?
Wait, what did you say?
A heart can be led by desire instead of wisdom.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
Hmm.
Um, it's like a lot of times, when you're making just emotional decisions, you're not really using your brain, and you're really just fulfilling a fleshly, desire, like you just said, and that's not and it always turns bad every time you do that. So it's good
Right,
just to just relax and just think about it and pray on it before you make that decision.
right. That's so true.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that as well.
Hmm.
And the point that Brother D made, and I think we got to know the difference between when it's like a lustful desire and when we have like a desire that's based on love. When it's
Yes.
lustful, it's just kind of like your reasoning behind it is like very juvenile, immature, and it's just like very selfish, right?
Hmm.
But when you really love something or you love someone, your reasoning is not self-seeking, right? You
Hmm.
know what I mean? You know why you love this or love that, or you know why you love it, and it's coming from a place of you really wanting to be sacrificial. It's like Christ, like, you know what I mean? How Christ was like willing to
Yeah.
sacrifice himself, for us. You know what I mean? But when you really love something or you really love someone, you will have that, and then you actually will have reasoning of why you want to do that. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? When
Hmm.
somebody's lustful, the reasoning behind it, it won't make sense, and a lot of times ain't no reasoning behind it. You know what I mean? It's just
Hmm.
they just want to satisfy their carnal nature, and that's it.
Right. That's so true. So yeah, to go deeper into the fifth point, a heart can be led by desire instead of wisdom. Ecclesiastes 2:10 and 11, it says, "And whatsoever mine eyes desired, I kept not from them. I withheld not my heart from any joy, for my heart rejoiced in all my labor, and this was my portion of all my labor. Then I looked on all the works that my hands had wrought, and on the labor that had labored to do, and behold, all was vanity and vexation of spirit, and there was no profit under the sun." So this shows us another danger, right? When it comes to our hearts. So basically, our hearts can pursue what it wants in the moment, and only later it realizes, I pursued all of those things. And then you later realize that there's still emptiness there. The part where it says, I withheld not my heart from any joy, that sounds freeing, but the conclusion is vanity and vexation. Why did he say that? Because unrestricted desire does not automatically produce fulfillment. That's a trick of the enemy. Pursue this, do what feels good in the moment, and later it can lead you down a road of regret. Oh, Sigma said, let not your heart be troubled. The heart can deceive you. The Bible warns about following your heart completely. Yep, that's so true. I talked about that at the beginning. Um, yeah. So why the heart keeps people in unnecessary battles. So the heart can keep you in unnecessary battles because the heart forms attachments faster than discernment forms judgment. Do you agree?
Oh
84.
man, that brother bounced. Okay.
He
I was
did.
like, oh snap, he gone. But no, I definitely do agree. Like it can, and that's why you have to guard your heart. You know what I mean? So
Hmm.
that you're not okay. There you go. You go back. You got to guard your heart. Above all else. If you don't, then you're gonna end up in a lot of unnecessary things. Things
Yes.
that you was like, man, I don't know how I got in this, but I need to get a way out. Like I got to find a way to get up out of this.
Mm-hmm.
And trust me, you know, I've been there plenty of times, and trust me, people y'all don't want to be there.
You.
You don't want to
Me
be there
too.
for real. So
Yeah.
yeah,
But that's a true statement. The heart can keep you in unnecessary battles because the heart forms attachments faster than discernment forms judgment. So basically, the heart will bind, our hearts will start hoping in things and people. The heart will form longings, and the heart, so many times, will fear loss. That's a huge part of it. So, what does it do? It stays invested in potential. And sometimes, if you're moving off of how your heart feels, you can be stuck in fantasy land and in denial of what the truth really is. So, that's why we do need the Lord to rightfully govern our hearts. So, basically, if you're moving off of only your heart, sometimes you'll say in something and you'll think maybe this can work or maybe they'll change. And that's not to say that you give up on people. I'm saying when you know God has made it clear, all the red flags are there. Maybe this suffering means something deeper. Maybe if I keep loving, it will finally become right. That's how people end up exhausted because we have to understand not every battle in our lives comes from the devil attacking us. And so many times we think that it is, but some battles continue because our hearts keep consenting to what God is trying to free us from. Does that make sense? D is up here again.
yes, man.
Are you there, D? Hi,
Yeah,
family of
my
God.
internet
21
was
to see.
yeah, my
Hi, Meg.
internet was this one.
Oh, it was? Okay. Good to see y'all. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. Yeah, Randy said, remember, we are a fallen people in a fallen world, so we have to put God before things. Yes. Family of God, 21. Lust comes from the flesh desire. It's normal behavior against what the spirit desires. Intimacy within marriage. Is your spirit living or still dead? Mm, okay. Hey, Red Pill, good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning in. So, yeah, um, that really hit my spirit because the heart can keep you in battles and we keep blaming the enemy for it when we become our own enemy because we keep running to the same pain, you know. Um and that's why it's important to ground your heart and your decisions in the word because the word is going to tell your heart the truth, and to also pray because prayer is going to strengthen your will to obey whatever the truth is. If we don't put prayer on top of that thing, it is so hard for us to hear the word and just kind of dismiss it like, okay. But again, when you pray, that's where the Lord is going to start to give you strength to obey the truth, no matter how difficult it is, because it can be very challenging at times. Would you guys like to add anything? Or I don't know if 84
Yeah.
is tacos or
I'm not even doing that.
Yeah,
oh,
yeah, it is very challenging when trying to fight against lust, because we all desire to be with someone, but sometimes lusting after someone
you
is not
sound
good at
kind of
all.
muffled,
That's all.
D, a little bit
All right, hold on.
while we're waiting on D. So yeah, prayer is what's gonna strengthen our will to obey whatever the truth is, and also knowing the importance of discernment because discernment will help you apply the truth to your life. And without that, the heart becomes a battlefield. So every silence will start to wound you. Like inconsistency will destabilize you. Every mixed signal will pull you back into emotional war. Those are the things that take place when you are only, um, following your heart. It's just not wise. Did you want to
Yeah,
add?
yeah. I mean, it's not wise to do that at all. You know, whenever you have those fleshly desires, you just have to just sit back and just pray, and just also too like just stay busy. You know what I'm saying? Like doing something that gets your mind off of things like that. You know, that's why it's good to have hobbies, because I think what's that phrase? It's like the idle, what's it, idle
An
something.
idle mind is the devil's workshop.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know, you have to keep your mind, preoccupied on something else when you have those desires and you have those lustful thoughts, because
Mm-hmm.
it's very hard to overcome that type of stuff, especially as a man. I mean, I know, well it's hard for women too, but as a man, like whether you you follow a lot of like like I guess like you know where am I going with this? And like even as a man, like on my timeline, I don't follow a whole lot of like Instagram models and stuff like that, but they always show up on my like explore
Of
feed,
course.
and then like
Mm-hmm.
on Twitter as well. And even if it's not Instagram models, it's like these women that exercise, and they got these little ass shorts on. Excuse me, they got them little shorts on and stuff, and it's like it's just everywhere. It's like it's really hard to beat that spirit when it's just always just in your face all the time, whether
Right
you
there.
follow
Mm-hmm.
it or not.
Yeah, I get it. Family of God 21 said, if you listen to the spirit you, not the flesh you, life makes sense. The word spirit will teach you what you need to know at the time. I agree. Randy said, I was once smitten with women and I thought her and I thought something her with me. After praying about her, God gave me a dream that showed me what was really up. I'm telling you, prayer, God will reveal some things, and sometimes we don't like the answer. Has God ever showed you something and you will stay in it because you're not ready to let it go?
Yeah, all the time, especially like
Mm-hmm.
with my weed and cigarette addiction. I was showed all the time, like I was always getting um certain things from God that told me that I needed to stop, but I didn't want to. And it would, and then the same thing about, just certain women, I would
Mm-hmm.
have like dreams about certain women, and it would always just go bad. And, even just like,
Yeah.
it's like when it's not supposed to work, it really won't work. It's like, it was there's this one woman that I was trying to talk to, and it just didn't it just wouldn't work. It
Mm-hmm.
just couldn't happen. And then I remember like one time I was like on her page, and she was just talking about some wild stuff, and I was just like, yeah, that's why I shouldn't have been with her, because it
Mm-hmm.
she was just out of her mind. And she had like all these like just always would be talking all these having all these sicknesses all the time and stuff. And
Mm-hmm.
just she just like it was just always just something going on with her.
What
And
was it?
and
You said that she was, what did you say at first? Was she wild? Was she
yeah, like she was just very just she was just very wild, and very I mean she was just very just narcissistic, and all it took
mm,
all it took for this to happen, like even when I got to when I first like messaged her, I just got this feeling like maybe I shouldn't do this. And
Yeah.
but I was following my flesh and not following the Lord at the time.
Uh-huh.
And all it took was just one day me not calling her back or texting her or something, and she just went crazy on me. That's all it took. And then, I started
That
just
sound
seeing
about right.
things and just really just paying attention to, how she was moving and stuff. And then
Mhm.
I was just like, yeah, this is not it was crazy. Like that's literally all it took was just one day of me not calling her back or texting her back or whatever happened. And then she just completely just flipped on me.
Yeah,
And
one day is insane. Now,
yeah,
I could see if that was something that was like a pattern, like a continuation, then I can understand her frustration. But ma'am, one day, yeah,
yeah, like it was kind of crazy, but you know, and then like when I was talking to her, she was always just talking about somebody doing her wrong, and she never
mhm.
really like would admit to her wrongdoings. It's like it was
It's
always somebody else's
okay.
fault.
Yeah, I get it.
So
So she
yeah,
was the victim. Hey, Liberated Soul, good to see you. Appreciate y'all for tuning in. Please remember to hit the like. But yeah, that's so true. So many times we cause our own pain because we refuse to face what God has already revealed, you know, about certain things and people because we don't want to leave our comfort zone.
yeah, most definitely.
But yo,
Hmm.
once you leave them, you feel so free. Oh
There's
my
a relief
gosh.
that takes place.
Ah,
Absolutely. It's
man, it's
like,
like, yo, I should have been left you like mad long ago. Like I should have been did this
hmm
like mad long ago. And then when you
I
finally
can't even
do it,
hear him. Let me refresh. Is he talking?
yo,
hmm
man,
My
yeah,
bad. I
you
didn't mean to
feel mad
interrupt him.
refreshed.
I'll
Like,
refresh it.
yeah, man, it's like, dang, like it's like, it's like when you get that cool shower on and you get that, that little
it
good
could be
washing
with
up or whatever.
anything.
It's
Like,
like, man, I'm good. Like you just feel refreshed. You know what I
yeah, it
mean?
could be with
So,
a particular
hello,
relationship.
Mo, can you hear
Yeah,
me?
can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you
Uh
hear
oh,
me?
my sound went out. Oh no.
Is it my sound? Can you hear? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear both of y'all now.
Up, that's
84.
me. That's
Can
my
you hear
sound.
me? Yeah. So you can hear me, D? D.
Yo, you talking?
Yeah. What is going on? Can y'all hear me? Can the audience hear me? Can you guys hear me? Liberated said he can't hear you. Oh Lord. So the audience can hear me, but I don't think you can, D. Help, I'm alone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me, Mo?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, did my sound go out?
I don't know what the heck happened. Can y'all hear me?
Yep, I can
Yeah,
hear you.
yeah, I can hear you now.
Jesus. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, my internet has been going crazy. But
I think
yeah,
it's something with StreamYard going on too.
I think so
yeah,
too.
Yeah, it
But
gotta be.
but I was like
yeah,
like I was saying, like it's like when you finally get rid of them or create that distance or whatever, like you feel so refreshed. You know what I mean?
yeah,
God.
And it's like, dude, I don't care if it's family, I don't care who it is. Like when you make that move,
Don't
man,
play
it's
with
it's
me,
like,
Liberated. Right, that's true. It can be family that you have to release. It could be a certain
mm-hmm.
job that you have to release. It could be a relationship, somebody you love so deeply that the Lord is telling you, trust me more than you trust your heart in this situation. I got you. And once you actually choose God over that, whatever that is, because that's a form of idolatry, when you start to put these things ahead of God, but there is so much, like you said, relief.
Yep,
Because again, 9 times out of 10, the signs are there. Um,
yep.
yeah.
I'll tell you a brief little thing real quick. Um, it was somebody that like it was somebody I was real cool with, close to, I was following, but they was always like sharing something real negative on social media like all the time. It was like every single day, and I was like, you know what? Nah, I can't do this no more.
Mhm.
I can't do it no more. I can't. Like this is making me feel down, and I ain't even going through none of this stuff. So I
Mhm.
was like, nah, it's nah. We gotta part ways in this path. Like I'm
Do you
cool.
guys do you guys feel like the devil works through people to try to like bring you down?
What? Of
Yep,
course.
So like
absolutely.
so when I was smoking weed, there was a guy that, I used to smoke weed with, and he was kind of like what 84 said, he was just very negative all the time, but I was just so deep in my addiction that I would just overlook it just so I
Mhm.
get high. And it'd be crazy like, when I would try to quit, like it was like this nigga would just hit me up out of nowhere, and I would like, and then there'll be times where I like, man, like I ain't even got no weed, and he's just like, all right,
Mhm.
that's cool, bro. You can still come smoke, and I'm just like, damn, like why won't he just go away? Like, but I think that the devil was using him to like try to like bring me down, and
Absolutely.
same thing that 84 said. He was just very just negative and just always was just talking shit all the time and just always had something negative to say about me or, just
Mhm.
whoever, and then it's like now that I'm away from him, I feel just so much just better, like I just my mental state,
I'm
just
telling you. And
everything
it
has just
does
gotten better.
hurt. It depends on the connection, but sometimes it can hurt. But you
Yeah.
have to pick a struggle. Do I want
Yeah.
to hurt temporarily, distancing myself from this person or letting them go? Or do I want to stay in bondage
Yeah.
long term? So, and then also viewing it from a spiritual perspective, those are familiar spirits. When God has delivered you from something, and then people by any means necessary try to keep you in it, yeah, you that those spirits are familiar with you. And once you come out of that, um that's something I had to realize. Like, once God delivers you from something, that other person's demons hate you. It ain't nothing personal. That's what God told me. It's nothing personal. And it has nothing to do with self righteousness, none of those things. Do you understand that some people really do cry out to the Lord and do the work? This is not easy when you're really
Yeah.
serious about your relationship with God. It's work. And it's not like people try to paint this picture. Oh, I gave my life over to the Lord. Everything is peaches and cream. Baby, that's when the battle begins. The real battle is when you start to become really serious about your walk with the Lord, and unapologetically serious. That's
Yeah.
kind of where I am with it. That's where I am.
Yeah, I mean, you're exactly right. It seemed like once, excuse me. It seemed like once you really start to get serious about that, that's when
Mhm.
the demons just come at you even harder, and and it's, I mean, it's definitely hard. It's hard to, stay on that righteous. I mean, on that good path, but I mean, it's worth it in the end, and
Mhm.
it's like this one comment I seen one time. It was like the road to the road to heaven feels like hell, but the road to hell feels like heaven.
And let me say this about marijuana, weed, whatever. I know a lot of people won't agree. Okay, I don't believe that marijuana is a bad thing. I think that the way that it has been tampered with and contaminated is the issue, because its original design was meant to be a medicine. I knew that when I was doing it, I just wanted to be high as a kite. So that's when it becomes an issue, when you're not using it as a medication, because it's good for people who suffer with seizures. It's good for pain. It's good for neuropathy, all of those things. But I knew me, that wasn't my reason. So I asked the Lord to deliver me from that, because it became my guide, So just to make that clear. But
Yeah,
yeah.
Same thing with me, I definitely wasn't using it for no mess, and I was doing that because I just wanted to get high and also just um escape from, my problems, and it just it just grew into an addiction, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad I got rid of it. It's like now, like, I can't even, like it's like, I still hang out with one of my homies, like, and we're still cool, and he understood where I was coming from, and he ain't never tried to, like, force me to do it with him again, but now that I'm
Mm-hmm.
not doing it anymore and I look at him, it's like when he first come over or I go over there, he'll be like real, just, you know um he'll just be real upbeat and just talking and
Yeah.
stuff. And then once he starts smoking, it's like he just gets real quiet and just withdrawn and don't want to say nothing and just be ready to go to sleep. And I'm just looking at him like, man, I can't believe I used to be like that,
And
and
you know what? I kind of went through that. I was talking to my mom, I think it was a few weeks ago. I was like, I would smoke so much weed to where I would be paranoid. I didn't realize how paranoid I was, but it would be like a mental punishment. I would be sitting there like, what did I do wrong? Am I in trouble? Like, just it became weird. And I had to talk myself out of my own paranoia. I was like, I'm okay. I'm okay. Nothing's wrong. Everything is good. And I got tired of feeling like that. And then as soon as um the high would go down, I start rolling another blunt. I'm like, this is not leading me anywhere. It's making me tired. It's causing me to eat too much. Just a lot of things. Like, it was more of a hindrance than it was a benefit. So yeah.
yeah, same here. I was just very just anxious, and I would get like these crazy negative thoughts that I don't have when I'm sober,
Hmm.
eating all the time, and then like I said, like this new weed is like crack, so because
I
I'm all,
lost a friend.
huh?
Yeah, I lost a friend a long high school. Like, I've been knowing him since I was 14, and I think my mom or my brother called me last year. He went to work every day, took good care of his kids, and he would just go home and smoke. He did not wake up one of those days, and they said that his stuff was laced, I guess, and it just broke my heart. You don't know what they're putting in this marijuana today. You just don't know.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? Like whether you buy it off the street or you buy it in a dispensary, I mean it's really just not good for you in the long run. And
Mhm.
um I also started to notice that like my vocabulary was starting to like deteriorate too. Like I was starting to become like dumber in a way, like I just
Mhm.
like I was kind of like, it's like, I don't have those problems now, just
That's a
with
blessing.
just with
Mhm.
my speech and stuff. Like I was like, cause you remember how I was on here. I used to
Oh my god.
come on here
I
crazy,
remember.
just be
Yes.
swearing and just be saying just some wild shit, and I mean, shit, we ain't supposed to cuss. I'm sorry, but
Mhm.
be saying just
But
some wild.
I see the change. I'm so proud of you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm proud of you too.
Thank
I never
you.
thought like that you were, into that, but I'm glad you overcame.
Mhm.
But yeah, I used
That's
to.
what I'm saying. This is not a, oh, God is great. I never been through anything. Baby, the Lord has delivered me from some things. So I'm very grateful. Magnetar said fact, same with drinks. Absolutely. Um, from a health perspective, liquor is worse overall.
Yes, indeed.
Um, yeah, like the spirit of addiction, whether it falls under marijuana, drinks, pills, whatever, it's an issue. Yeah, but I know liquor does not bring out the best
It really
um
does bring out the best out of
in
anybody.
people. It doesn't. Yeah.
Is it like it you know, same person I was telling you about, he drinks a lot, and I've tried to say, try to mention, I've mentioned that before, but I can't. He's a grown man. I can't make him stop. You know what I'm saying? I wish he would.
Hmm.
And and I think eventually, he may come around to quitting, but um yeah,
And
like
again, it's nothing wrong with drink, but
nah, he be
once
getting
it
drunk.
gets to a point to where you're non-coherent, it's an issue.
Yeah,
And when you have to have liquor to say how you really feel, that's a problem.
yeah. It's just once you start doing that like every what's up, 12 man?
Hey, 12th
What's up,
man.
y'all? Good to
Hey,
see
how
you.
you been?
Pretty good. I hadn't been over here in a minute, so I thought I'd jump on and say hi. I kind of had a question if y'all
Okay,
got time.
of
Like, do you
course.
think, like, I think my worst addiction is cigarette. Like, I do smoke weed and drink, but
Hmm.
also still consider myself a Christian. Do y'all think you can still have addictions and be a Christian at the same time?
Yeah, you can.
Well, evidently, a lot of churches don't believe that.
You said that they don't.
Cause I mean, done the like done. I mean, the Lord says, "Come as you are." You don't have to, be perfect in order to get, I guess, the blessings from him. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like this pastor I know. He told me that when he used to do cocaine, and he said he would like do cocaine before like church, before he would go to church.
Hmm.
Um, and then but eventually, just listening to the word and being in the church, he eventually just let it go. But yeah, you can still be a Christian and still have addictions, you know.
And I also think that I believe that it's so important to understand that everything is a process, right? So
Yeah,
when you come to Christ, your spirit is made alive immediately because you dedicated your life to Him. But your habits, it could be certain thought processes, coping mechanisms, right? The Lord understands all of those things, and He understands that they don't just disappear overnight. And I think that's where people can get confused. So many people think if I struggle, then something must be wrong with my faith. No, it means that you are in the middle of deliverance and renewal at the same time. And then when you consider Romans 7:15, for that which I do, I allow not. For what I would, that do I not. But what I hate, that I do. So that's Paul literally saying, I don't even understand myself at times. The thing I don't want to do, I keep doing. And that's where, the tension can begin. You're in the middle of that process. I'm saying today the things that the Lord has delivered me from, but there was once upon a time where I wasn't here. I believed in the Lord, but I was still drinking, smoking, doing everything under the sun. So everything is a process, and I think so many times we can forget that. Nobody has arrived. As long as we live in this life, it is a fight to stay connected to the Lord, and it is a choice that you make daily, and I believe that if you continue to, or if you surrender that thing over to the Lord, I always say that God is a God that gives us free choice. So there first has to be a desire. I wanted to stop. I got tired of depending on those things. So when the Lord knows that you have a true desire to want to stop, He will give you the strength to overcome. So that's the first part. Like, do you want to quit, or are you comfortable where you are? And that's the beauty of God's grace. However, we don't know when his grace is going to run out. So, yeah.
Well, the COPD from cigarettes isn't very comfortable, but as far as my spirituality, I feel pretty comfortable. And like
Mm-hmm.
here in Alaska, you can, like, you're not going to get laced weed anymore. Like the legalizing the recreational route, the recreational use of marijuana has set up safe spaces where the weed is actually state inspected before it goes on the market. So no
Oh,
more
okay.
PCP laced weed and all that. So I see that as a good thing. But on the flip side, marijuana use has gone up quite a bit nationwide in states that legalized recreational marijuana. So there
Mm-hmm.
has to be a balance in between there somewhere, but I don't know
Yeah.
what it is.
Yeah, I know in Texas it's not legal.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, and
still
that's
throwing you in jail down there for it, and Florida,
Mm-hmm.
I think.
yeah, and that's another
Yeah.
thing.
Well, ain't nothing wrong with
When
that,
you
Randy. He said I still
when
have a,
you
of course, yeah.
and that's
And
another
He,
thing.
that's that laced weed too, that Mexican dirt weed. That's
mm-hmm.
the stuff that you'll find that's laced and stuff. So still buying it off the street, I don't think that's a good thing. Anyway, go ahead, y'all.
Right. Were you gonna say something, D?
Yeah, I was gonna say that's another thing. Like just I got tired of like going to get the sack, and then I'm leaving the plug's house. I'm looking around to see if anybody saw me, if
Oh
any
my God.
Right.
police are around,
Yeah.
and then car and I'm all nervous now because now I got weed on me and stuff. Well, but where I'm from,
Yeah.
they don't really be tripping like that, but I still don't want to
They
be
do
getting
in Texas.
yeah, I know in Texas, yeah, they don't be playing. Like if you got an ounce in Texas,
I
you go
remember those days.
Y'all, one day I was leaving work. I think this was 2019. And I was at the gas station. I drove off from the gas station, got back on the freeway. This police stopped me. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm smoking in my car. But the Lord has always showed me grace because they don't play in Texas. You can smell weed outside. As soon as I roll my window down, smoke is. He was like, "You killing me, girl." But he was so nice. Like God gave me a nice police. And he said, "You cannot do this. I'm going to give you a warning. You were speeding. Stop smoking marijuana in your
Wow.
car. Wait until you get
You were
home."
blessed.
Yes. I was like, oh my gosh, Lord, thank you. You know,
And
but
a
yeah, most
DUI.
cops are not going to do that.
Ooh, Mo, you was bad. No, I'm joking with
You
you.
could have got a DUI.
I would be so
Yeah,
stressed leaving work.
a
Mhm.
DUI and possession.
Well,
That would have
I
been
didn't have
bad.
any. I didn't have any liquor, but I was smoking.
Yeah, it's still a DUI. Can It's still a DUI. At least it is in Alaska. If you
Is it?
do any kind of drug, even if it's prescription drugs that
Oh, I
alternate
didn't know
your
that.
brain, it's a DUI.
I just learned something. Okay. Yes, Sigma. I agree. Because in Texas, they look at weed like, you tried it. But yeah, I'm very grateful. So I would say, 12th man, continue to pray, and is that something that you want to let go of? Like, you know,
Mainly the cigarette.
okay. I get it.
I mean, the like I do like weed, especially now that it's legal
hmm
and I don't have to look behind my back and everything like D was talking about.
Yeah.
Just go to the store and buy it. No big deal.
I
But
know my
I
dad, he smoked
think the
cigarettes.
cigarettes are the worst. Yeah.
Yeah, my dad smoked cigarettes for years. And he said one day here for the team looked at him and she was like, Daddy, I really want you to stop smoking. And he said, I know it don't happen like that for everybody, but she was so sincere and she was so bothered by it. And he said he never touched another cigarette. I was like, wow, that's amazing. I know majority of the time it takes people time because I know with me, I went from smoking all day every day to maybe like twice a day. Then before I knew it, it was like once a day, then every other day, then once a week. Then eventually I stopped. Well, God's grace. Because there were moments where I wanted to pick it back up and I would ask God to just give me the strength, to not go back. And He did. Then it
Well, I
got
thought
easier.
about trying these nicotine patches, Mola,
Mm-hmm.
or not patches, but pouches. It's like nicotine powder. Then you just put it in your lip, and you get your nicotine fixed that way instead of smoking. But there's still the habitual habit part of bringing the hand to the mouth like that
I heard that
with
those
the
give you bad dreams, or no?
I
I
thought
don't
it
know.
was worth the shot to save my lungs.
Yeah. Okay.
Tried the patches, I tried those pills, none of that worked. So,
Mm-hmm.
oh crap, where'd D go?
D is still up here. I don't know if he's
Yeah, I'm here.
okay.
Oh,
Sigma said, "Yep, everybody can't go cold turkey. Sometimes you got to do it in steps." Yes.
Yeah, you know, I just as far as like me, weed and cigarettes, I kind of stopped this shit stuff cold turkey, you know,
Did
cause
you? Oh, that's
yeah,
good.
yeah,
wow.
I just went like when I smoked that last blunt, I smoked that last cigarette, I was like, this is it. I ain't gonna keep doing this no more. I can't keep doing this anymore. You know,
Mm-hmm.
this got to stop. You know, and cause I just got tired of, like you said, like you said, Mo, I just got tired of how it made me feel. You know,
Right,
I just
depending
wasn't.
on it.
Yeah, I was
Mad
just
at the world
depending
if I
on it.
didn't have
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Oh man, I remember like when like when I remember one time like I was like, all right, I'm gonna stop smoking, and the first day I almost got into a fight in the gym because
Uh,
I was because you know I was having some
detoxing.
yeah I was having them withdrawals and I was just when y'all know how it is when you stop smoking you just quick to just snap at everything and just get so mad
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
that first I remember like when
Same thing with weed. I've seen people that couldn't get any weed snap out like that. They got so freaked out because
Yeah.
yeah like
they didn't have any weed.
this was last year though when I was trying when I tried to make an attempt to stop and I went right back to it. But yeah, I remember that like that first day, like I was just very just just on edge and I almost got into a fight with somebody in the gym and and I still had that when I stopped now and also too like my dreams have gotten very vivid, like I have
Mhm.
like some crazy vivid dreams now. It's like
Hmm.
all these dreams were just backed up until I stopped smoking, and now they just come in like crazy now, which is fine. It's not nothing, not like I'm having nightmares or nothing, but yeah, like that was the thing. That's the thing too. Like your dreams will be very vivid once you stop, and I just feel like my also too, like I was saying earlier, like my vocabulary, I feel like my vocabulary is getting better now because I stopped smoking
Yeah.
because like I would always be like drawing a blank for words and stuff that I No,
Mhm.
but my brain is like in a haze right now. And that was another thing too. I just got tired of just being in a haze all the time.
In
You know?
La La Land.
Yeah, just in la la land all the time.
Right. Hey, King Pete. He said, I saw the title and I know it's a cry out for help. Your heart doesn't have to be self-led. I'm here, my love. Really? Thank you, King Pete, but I'm okay. This topic was
I,
just, on my heart. Sigma said, can you stop your vices nearly on having self-control, or do you have to pray for guidance? Um, I believe that it varies from person to person. I've seen people because my dad stopped smoking before he got saved. So I guess that would answer that
not
question. I believe personally, majority of the time, you don't break addiction by self control alone, and you don't break addiction also by prayer alone without participation, because addiction is broken through the power of God plus your cooperation and discipline. So I believe that it's a layered thing, majority of the time. Hey, Lady Nicole, love you. Yes. He's traveling. Hmm. We will be back Sunday night. Shout out to Bolo and his family. Hey, Jasmine, good to see you. She said, good evening, Mo and everyone. I'm proud of you for trusting God to prune and refine you through the purification process. Your fruit of self control doesn't go unnoticed and adds to your beauty. I appreciate that so much. Thank you, Jasmine. Long day? Yes, for me too. I started not to go live, y'all, but I was like, nope, that's how I get in my little loop. I miss one Sunday, then it turns into two, then it turns into a month, then 3 months, 6 months, voila, a year. That's what happened to me last time. I don't think I went live. I stopped going live for like 2 years. So I was like, I have to push through.
That's kind of how I am with the gym. If I miss a day, then it goes into a week, then a month, and then oh man, I ain't been in the gym in like 3 months now.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm staying consistent. You just gotta
Thank you, Jen.
stay consistent. So I'm glad that you went live tonight. I was gonna message you and tell you that, but yeah,
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate y'all for the support because I'm so used to going live with Bolo. So it's kind of different being up here by myself, but at the same time, I'm grateful. It was just a reminder that I can
yeah,
do it with the Lord. And I was
yeah,
noticed how when I was just so in tune with what God had downloaded, and I was just able to flow. Before I knew it, I wasn't as nervous once I really got into the topic.
yeah. You're a very great host. Like
Thank
you're very
you.
good at this. So yeah, you don't have nothing to worry about.
I appreciate that so much because
You're
I
welcome.
get discouraged sometimes too. Today was one of those days. I had to pray. I had to remind myself in God's word. I forgot the Psalms I read. But the Psalms is so great. Like if you just open Psalms and speak that over your spirit, it's so powerful.
What's your favorite scripture from that?
From Psalms, it's so many. I like Psalms 100 where it talks about make a joyful noise, and it goes into know ye that the Lord He is God. It is He that hath made us and not we ourselves. I think that is so powerful. I say that because I remember um, when I had my second son, all the odds that were against me pertaining to health. And I was just stuck in this mindset of fear and anxiety. And then I had been hearing that scripture all my life. And you know how sometimes it doesn't resonate until later. I was like, You are God. You made me, not me. I have to trust you with my whole heart, with my whole life. So that Psalms is very powerful. Then I love Psalms 23. I just feel like everything is wrapped up in Psalms 23, you know? But there are so many. What's yours?
Well, I'll be honest, I don't have a favorite because I'm just starting to read the Bible. I'm starting from the beginning.
Okay.
So,
Mm-hmm.
I've just really just decided that that's something that, I need to do because that's the guide on how to, live your life and stuff. And so, my mom has always told me that I should read the Bible, and I always just be like, all right, and then I wouldn't do it. But now, I'm being
Hmm.
serious about it.
Yeah, and I used to just read, but now context is everything. Like, okay, who's talking? Why was that being said? Who were they talking to? Those things matter versus just pointing
So
out one little scripture. Even though sometimes on the shorts I upload, I may like point out one particular verse, but I make sure that I've read, the entire scripture, the entire chapter.
Hmm.
do y'all go to church, and how often? Or did you go to church today?
Oh, that's a whole nother subject. I actually just left my church a few days ago. But yeah,
Lefton,
I've been active majority of my life in church.
why'd you leave your church, my love?
Things were just out of order, and I was just following what the Lord told me to do. It's something that I had been in prayer about for quite
What
some
happened?
time. Oh, it's a long story. But I feel
We
at
got
peace.
time.
I mean, things were just out of order, and I couldn't be under that type of leadership. And I always say I would be okay if I never stepped foot in another church. But I also understand that the Lord has called me to serve there.
Yeah,
Um,
it seems like, pastors these days, it seems like they want to be the stars, and it seems like so I kind of understand what you're coming from, because a lot of these pastors, they're not really being honest. It's kind of like they just be saying whatever's gonna get them the most money,
mhm.
you know, especially like mega churches and stuff. But I don't think
Yeah, that's a lot, but
Yeah.
there are still a lot of good churches, and I
yeah,
think it's unfortunate that the dysfunction gets more so broadcasted. But I do agree that so many people do turn a blind eye to the foolishness in the church, and that's a problem.
like for example, my mom was telling me at her church, the same guy I was telling you about that used to do cocaine, and now he's a pastor. Um,
Hmm.
that it's like the
But
church
that's
is
a
full of,
blessing that he got
yeah,
delivered from that.
yeah. But it's just like the church just be accepting stuff that God would not accept at all. Like she told me that I love my church, but I just don't like how he has a lesbian as his assistant pastor, and you got a woman
Hmm.
dressed as a man, and everybody's cool with that. And then she was
That's the
telling,
issue.
yeah,
Hmm.
she was telling me how there was like and like she was telling me like I think she said I think she said the choir director. She was just like she was just like he's very feminine acting. And it's like, no, and she was just kind of like, we like the church is too accepting of that stuff because they don't want to offend people. But
I agree with that. Hmm.
yeah, I see that a lot. Like I even see like with the younger generation, like young women, they be going to church wearing like crop tops and stuff, and it's like why? But it's like why is
That's
nobody
Hmm.
crazy.
that would never fly when
Like
we
a
was.
club. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like listen, yeah, that's what it is now. It's like I mean, there's still great churches out there. Not saying there isn't.
Hmm.
Now it's like the church is like the club now.
And then I agree, like one-sided accountability too sometimes and leadership. Um, that's an issue. There's not enough humility to me in a lot of the churches.
Yeah.
It's a lot of self-righteousness. Like more people would be open to hearing the word and talking about transformation. Sometimes if you lead with the things that the Lord has delivered you from, versus you coming from like a self-righteous standpoint, like you've always had it together. That's another issue.
Mm-hmm.
Wh- What kind of what kind of church did you grow up in?
Non-denominational is how I started, where it's just Bible based. It wasn't so much a particular, what is it called? Yeah, particular denomination. Um
I grew up in a Pentecostal church, and
did
you had
you?
all these people speaking in tongues and all
You
this
grew up in a
gibberish and
Pentecostal
all that,
church?
dancing all
Wow.
around and everything. I
Hmm.
thought that was kind of wild. I was just a little kid, so it kind of scared me a little bit. But
I can see that
then,
being a kid.
but then I went to this pretty much all black Baptist church, and I
Mhm.
thought they knew how to get down. Praise the Lord. You know what I mean? And but they all dressed nice. They
Mhm.
weren't dressed in like showing everything or nothing like that. Very conservatively dressed, but they weren't afraid to shake it and praise the Lord.
Shake it. Now hold on now. No. But I've learned that because growing up I didn't understand a lot of the shouting and running around, but as you go through life, you don't know how what praise is going to look like for another person, because some people have gone through so much. I'm laughing at the comments. Have gone through so much that sometimes it may look like screaming or running around, you know? I mean, I don't know. Me personally, like when I'm deep in my praise, I've never been led to like run around. Um, but I have like
Right.
felt myself crying and lifting my hands, saying, "Thank you, Lord." You know, but yeah, I've seen the running and all of those things.
Yeah, and running around. I seen this one time. This woman that
Laughing.
used to, you know how those Pentecostal women wear their hair in like a big tower over their head.
The
She's
hats.
Yeah, she started running around the church like that, and her hair came down, and a bunch of newspaper confetti fell out. So
Oh
she was
no.
stuffing her hair with confetti to make her hair bigger.
Oh no. Newspaper confetti is new. D, have you heard of that?
Nah, I ain't never heard of that, but I used to go to a church in the hood, and I grew up in like kind of like a middle class
Hmm.
household, middle class, and so I ain't really realized it was the hood until like I got like in fifth grade, and I'm just looking around, I'm just like, man, it's kind of messed up around here, but it was definitely some characters up in there. I seen a lot of see a lot of funny stuff in there. But yeah, it was cool though. It was cool.
Yeah,
But
I've
yeah,
seen some things too. Irby said, "Mo Love never caught the Holy Ghost." See, yes, I have. I just didn't run around and scream and jump all over everybody, but I still felt the presence of the Lord deeply.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
yeah,
Hmm.
hardly ever go to church anymore because I got in an argument with one of the deacons
Did
at my
you?
local church. Yeah,
Oh man.
then like I was honest with him about everything. about
Mm-hmm.
me and my past and all that. And then one day we got in an argument and he started throwing all that in my face. And I'm like, I'm done with this crap.
What he started throwing, like your struggles.
Yeah, and having been to prison and
Mm-hmm.
stuff like that, you know, like,
As the
why am I,
pastor,
like, the Lord forgave me of all that stuff. So
yeah.
why are you sitting there throwing it in my face? You're a
Mm-hmm.
hypocrite. The argument started about one day I was drunk up here, pretty drunk, and
Mm-hmm.
I was uh just chilling out and got in an argument with my neighbor, and so he called the cops and the troopers come over and they wanted to see the or one of them asked me, "Can I look around the inside of your house?" I'm like, "Sure."
Mm.
So they
Hey,
went
Black
in, looked
Lexicon.
around, came came out with my shotgun and
Oh
took
wow.
that, and then they just left. Didn't charge me with anything, nothing like that. So a year later, they want to give me my shotgun back. Of course, they wanted me to pass a background check to get it back, but
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't. But anyway, to make a long story short, I'm saying they're saying I was in the right by giving me my gun back, right? By
Yeah.
wanting to give it back. And he's like, no, no.
Good to see you, Black Lexicon. So my question is, how does this tie into the church, the pastor bringing up? You said that he brought up. I'm confused now, 12th
No,
man.
a deacon.
Okay.
We're still friends, but I just don't go to that church anymore because,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if the
I
Lord has
understand.
forgiven you for something, no one else has a right to throw it in your face, especially a person of the church.
Mm-hmm. So Randy said, "Yeah, I also never caught the ghost like that, but I'm introverted, so that can possibly play a part." Um,
Paul was a
if you're
prisoner.
holding back, yeah, it could, but I believe that the spirit can land on anybody, and once it hits, like it's something that's really beyond your control. So all the tears and the things that you're trying to hold back, once the Lord's spirit hits, yeah, it's different. But I do believe that if there is resistance, then that could be a reason. D, what about you?
What?
Have you ever cried in church?
Nah, I ain't never cried in church. I've never cried or shouted in church, but I
Oh,
have
okay.
had certain messages really, hit my heart and and it really meant something to me. But I ain't never cried or anything like that.
Oh, okay. Randy, are you the one who said last week that you were in the coma for years? You said you left work and you woke up out of a coma. I think you said that last week, but I was like, wow, God is so good. Okay, yeah, that is Randy. Yep. Um, 12th man, did you want to add anything as far as matters of the heart? We talked about the theme scripture was Jeremiah 17 and 9, where it talks about the heart is deceitful, who can know it, and how if we're led by our hearts, we end up going through so much unnecessary pain. Um, because God is the only
Mm.
one who can look at your heart and say, tell you like what's really going on in it. Like, yeah. So, what are your thoughts?
That's pretty. Those are pretty deep verses.
Mm-hmm. It says specifically, the heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can know it? So that's basically
I
God
think
saying, like, your heart is not just off sometimes. He's actually saying that our heart can convince us of a lie and make it basically feel like it's the truth.
I guess your heart is like your mind, and it's lustful and deceitful and stuff like that. And
Mm-hmm.
people say follow your heart, and maybe that's not the case.
That's
Like
pretty much what I said earlier. Yeah, that's true. Following your heart is not always wisdom.
gotta follow God, or like or follow your stomach. Maybe I think your soul is maybe more in your stomach, because if it don't, just because it thinks right, don't make that decision. Like if
Hmm.
it don't feel right in your stomach, then maybe follow your stomach instead of your heart.
Yeah, God, I would say, let God lead. Hmm. Yep. And the part where it says it says the heart is deceitful above all things. So what does deceitful really mean? Like, what does that look like? It can mean that your heart doesn't just lie to you. It presents that lie in a way that you can actually accept it. Because 9 times out of 10, your heart is not going to say, this is wrong. Don't do it, you know?
Right.
It's going to convince you because so many times we're following our heart, which means we're following our emotions and we're allowing that to lead. So, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I definitely would always try to uh I would always try to make sense of, what I was doing when I was, doing things I wasn't supposed to be doing. I just be like, "Get
Me too.
so
Hey,
and so and
sorry.
this and that,
Tried
arguing
to
and all."
put it on mute.
Yes, if you can mute when you have to call. But it's
Yeah,
okay. What were you saying, D?
I was saying like I would definitely do that a lot. Like I always just trying to make sense of whatever it was I was doing because I wanted to do it. Like I was telling you about that woman that I was talking about earlier. I was just like I was just making excuses for her at first, and then I just was letting my lust for her kind of drive me, because she was definitely my type, physically,
Mm-hmm.
but just mentally she wasn't, but I was like, oh well, I can overlook that because everybody ain't perfect and blah blah blah, I could work with it and stuff. No, there was no working with that, and God let me know that every time, like, because ever since that day that I didn't get back with her, like it was just problems.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, so this is what Randy said last week. I went to work and woke up a few years later, not days, years later, towards the end of the pandemic. Mm, man, I think did you? I forgot what it was exactly, but thank God that you are still here. Yeah, so many times, like when our heart leads, we say stuck in vicious cycles that lead us nowhere. And you said it. Sometimes it can be lust. A lot of times it's attachment. So many times it's fear. I'm so comfortable with this, Lord. I refuse to let it go. The whole time it's breaking you, you know? Yep.
Yeah, you just have to let those things go if you really want to, be a better person. You know what I'm saying? Like it was a lot of things, I had to let go, and I feel a whole lot better because of that. And but it's hard. It's really hard
It's so
to to,
hard.
to do that because I mean, because I mean, shit. Like sometimes, I mean, it feels good in the moment, but it's not. It's just not good. Like as far as like
You
with
end up
myself.
regretting it.
Yeah,
Hmm.
like, with myself. Like I used to. Along with smoking weed and drinking and all that. I used to go out a lot and I used to sleep around a lot. And I mean, it felt good in the moment, but uh afterwards, I would always feel bad every time,
Hmm.
like anytime I make that drive home, I always just would just feel like I just felt nothing.
Right. That's true, Black Lexicon. That would be ideal. Yep. Randy said if you have same sex attraction and you know that God doesn't like or want that in your life, turn away. Mm-hmm. I agree.
What do you say?
He said if you have same sex attraction and you know that God doesn't want or doesn't like or want that in your life, turn away. And it
Yeah,
will be hard since it's easy. Pleasing God is hard.
yeah, it is. There's nothing
I
easy
don't think
about
that
that.
pleasing God is hard. I think that dying to the flesh is hard.
Yeah,
Well, I guess that
yeah,
goes that I get what he's saying.
yeah. I definitely get what he's saying because
Mhm.
it's just easy to go back. It's just easy to just go back into your old ways that are that old cycle, just bad habits and stuff. It's hard
Mhm.
to break those type of things, like even with me, I'm trying to get back in shape, it's hard to like, eat healthy.
Mhm.
It's to, you know, um sit down and read the Bible when I want to just be scrolling on TikTok or Instagram. You know what I'm saying? It's it's
Yeah.
is is hard to just after work
Discipline.
to just go home and just relax and chill when the what I used to just do is go to the plug and go get some weed and then I'd be able it's
Mhm.
hard to break the cycle of those things, but it is possible through the help of the Lord, and also make having that will to change.
Right. Yep. Black Lexicon said surrendering our heart to God is the greatest thing we can do in our lifetime. Yep. That's so true. And so many times we get distracted by giving in to the things that we want versus allowing the Lord to govern our lives, you know?
Hmm.
Yep. But that's true when it comes to the scriptures when God tells us guard our hearts for out of it flows the issues of life. And God didn't say follow our hearts like again the world tells us to. He tells us to guard it because it was never meant to lead. You know, it was meant to be led by him. Yep. Because
Yeah.
as you
I-
said,
I-
when we keep allowing our hearts to lead, we keep choosing what just feels good in a moment, you know.
yeah. And what feels good in the moment is not gonna feel good later on. You know, it
So
never
many times it doesn't.
it never does. You know, like anytime that I ever did something to fulfill my fleshly desires, it always turned out bad. Literally every time. You know,
Mm-hmm.
and it just sucks to give into those things because it's just like my mind just is always just going, and I'm constantly thinking about like, man, I shouldn't have did that. Like I really shouldn't have. I shouldn't have said that. You know, I shouldn't have. You know, it
Right.
just it's just like it's like you pay for it in the end. You know,
Mm-hmm. Every
and I
time.
and I would pay for it by just like my mind just going crazy, just rethinking it over and over and over again, thinking about what I could have did better, and then sometimes things would happen, bad things would happen to me when I would do that. But
Mm-hmm.
you know, it's it's possible to get out of that. It's possible to do that when you trust in the Lord and you pray to the Lord and ask Him to take you away from that stuff, and then you just have to put forth the effort as well.
That's key. Like the discipline part of it.
Yeah,
Black
this
Lexicon
point.
said that's huge. He said it was my mind that misled me, not my heart. The heart is made up of also the mind, but I agree with that. And again, the heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can know it? And when you really think about that scripture, God is exposing something about our nature, that most people don't majority of the time want to accept. Like what is in us is not pure enough to safely lead us without the Lord. No matter how many times we try to figure it out on our own, it's just not. And again, if we think that something is deeply felt, oh, it must be true. This must be meant to be. If it feels good and if it feels honest, then it must be trustworthy. No, absolutely not. If you're going off of feelings and emotions, that can change in the blink of an eye. Thank you. Thank you so much, King. Please hit the like and please subscribe if you have not. I appreciate you. Yeah. So, like you said, you was talking about the last girl that I guess you were dating because you were going off of your heart and your emotions, and your heart can be honest about how it feels, and it can still be completely wrong about where it is leading at the same time.
Yeah, it definitely can, but like I said, like deep down, like I knew that this I shouldn't do this. But like I said, I was ignoring, really just God talking to me and wanting to do what I wanted to do. And and before it really got uh deeper than, just us just talking, I'm just glad like I didn't like have sex with her because
Oh, thank God. Those soul ties, that's a whole
yeah,
nother thing.
yeah, that would have been bad because and that was another thing too. Like I was just overlooking like all these red flags just so I could be next up.
Was it because you were attached to like her outer
Yeah,
appearance?
yeah,
Mm. Mhm.
that's exactly what it was. I mean, she was a cool person. I mean, we had definitely similarities like in our personality and stuff. But I knew like in the long run it wasn't gonna work out. I knew that deep down, but I didn't care because I was lusting over her face, her body, and all that. You know what I'm saying? She was,
Yeah.
li- she was literally like my type, like how she was built and everything, and
Mhm.
how she looked and stuff. But I'm just glad I didn't have sex with her because like you said, those soul ties, like the stuff that she had attached to her would have been on me, and
Oh.
that would have been bad,
Mhm.
you
Right.
know,
And some people don't believe in the whole soul tie thing, but it's real.
because I just think that if we would have did anything physical, I just think that like my life would have just went down the drain. Because that's
Mm-hmm.
what she just had like a dark cloud around her.
Wow.
Like, if you ever just been around somebody like that, or like they just got like this like
Everything
this
is
dark.
sad.
Yeah, they just like got kind of like got a dark spirit,
Mm-hmm.
But like I was saying, like I was ignoring all that just so I could be with, just so I could sleep with her, But I'm glad that
So
it
you
didn't.
didn't even really care about her like that?
Yeah, I
No?
cared about her. She was cool. Like I definitely cared about her, but she was, like I said, like she just had just certain it was just certain things about her. I just couldn't keep overlooking.
Mm-hmm. So
Like
did
with
you tell her or did you kind of just disappear?
I disappeared, and then I came back around and told her what was up, but why I did that. But being her, how she was, like she was very hard headed and very just very prideful, so she didn't think anything was wrong with her. And I'm just like, this is why I'm thinking to myself, like, I didn't say this to her, but I was just thinking to myself, this is why your family does. I see why your family doesn't rock with you, because if you like this with me,
Mm-hmm.
you definitely like this with them, and I see why they don't talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
Then I remember, some time had passed, like a year had passed, and then I get a phone call from her out of nowhere, and you know what she said to me? She was just
What?
like, look, she was just like, look, I'm I think she was, how old was she at the time? She was like 38, 39, something like that. She was like, look, I'm finna be 39 or whatever it was. And she was like, look, I want to have a baby. So I was just thinking,
Mm.
I was just thinking, we can get married, because I don't want to do this. I want to do this the right way. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why she thought this was the right way, but she was like, yeah, I want to do this the right way. I want us to get married, and then we can have sex. We can have a baby, and then as soon as the baby is born, we can get the marriage annulled, and
What?
you could just sign off some papers and just let me just raise the baby, because I just really want a baby.
Wow.
And I was just like, I am so glad that I did not do anything with you. Like, I'm so glad we did. Like, oh my gosh, like you really thought that I was gonna, you really thought that was a good idea. And I was just like, are you serious right now? Like, why would you think that? And then she just cut me off and was just like, you know what? Never mind, because so and so, and she was just
Yeah,
going off
something
on me.
was wrong
Yeah, and she was just going off on me, and then just hung up the phone.
because you didn't want to get married and have a baby and then get a divorce.
Yeah, because
That is
bi-
insane.
her biological clock was up, and she was just, she just wanted to have a baby, and didn't want me a part of the baby's life.
She didn't. That is so dysfunctional.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me put the banner. Who do you know? Zone 864 TV.
Nah, I never heard of him.
Uh, let me see. Mm, Zone.
Yo,
Hey.
what up?
Um. How did you? I guess the question is, how did you find my channel? I just want to make sure you're not a, T bomber.
Nah, nah, I'm none of that. I think you subscribe to my channel actually.
Can you name some of the channels that you go to?
Yeah, 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 yeah. My homie JD 1975. Izzy
Oh,
Bands.
okay. Of course. Got it.
Yeah, I'm not really, I guess you could say I don't really I'm not a known person in the chat like that, I guess you could say, but those are my guys.
Got it. I think I've seen you on JD's channel before.
Yeah, yeah, it's been a minute. It's been a minute.
Okay, well, good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Indeed,
Did you want
indeed.
to add anything? So, D is talking about how we're talking about matters of the heart, how our hearts were not meant to be self led. They're supposed to be governed by God because so many times we move off of emotion when we allow the heart to lead. He was talking about a woman basically wanting to have a baby, get married, and then get a divorce. That's insane.
Nah, she want yeah, like you gotta say it right though. She wanted to have a baby. Well, she wanted to get married so she could have a baby, and then 9 months after the baby was born, she wanted to get the marriage annulled, and me sign what's the papers called? Sign some papers over, I guess my guardianship over, so she can be the sole guardian and me not be a part of the baby's life because her biological clock was ticking because she
That's
was so
so
young.
extreme though. Like, why wouldn't she want you to be a part of the baby's life?
Because she's nuts. That's why.
That is
That's
insane.
because yeah, and and it was yeah, it just like somebody said in the chat, somebody said in the chat was like she's an energy vampire. She definitely was because when I would talk
Hmm.
after, and we've all felt this before from people, like you ever just talk to somebody and then after that conversation's done you just feel drained, like you gotta go sleep.
Yes, I'm guilty of putting my mom through that. But she does it to me too because I don't have people to vent to like that.
Yeah.
So I do it to my mom. But we have an understanding, and then we'll pray over things and we'll be all right after that. But there are some people where it's just always negative and nothing good has happened, like at all. I get it.
Yeah, it was always negative with her, and like even the person I was telling you about earlier, like that I used to smoke with, like it was the same thing. Like I was overlooking, what God was trying to tell me just so I can get high, and
Mhm,
um, he was just very, and it was like I would have to put up with just dumb shit. I mean, dumb
mhm.
stuff. Just so I get high. What I mean by the dumb stuff is, him just always being negative, always got something negative to say. Always judging me about something. Um, you know, uh, uh, it's just it's the same thing with him. I was just like, I see why nobody wants to be around you because see me, I'm a
Hey,
I'm
Riaz.
I've always been a loner. All right, but I'm a loner by choice. He's a
Mhm,
loner by force. Nobody wants to be around him, and he always would be like name dropping. These certain people like that we know in the city or we know from like high school, and and I still see
mhm.
these guys around sometime, and I be thinking to myself, these dudes don't even want nothing to do with you. Like I ain't never heard about you say anything about these dudes currently. You know what I'm saying? Every
Mhm.
time you talk about these dudes, always some stuff that happened in the past. Like I ain't never heard you talk about, oh, I was
I
hanging with.
you know what? I realize when I look back over my life, I'm pretty much an introvert too. Like even when I was younger and I was going out, a lot of times it was a dread. Like I'd rather be at home.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I started feeling
I
that
had
way too.
fun, but
Yeah, I had fun too, but I started feeling that way too. Like I was just like, especially nowadays, like when what I'm saying, it's just like, I just be looking around and stuff, and I just be like, man, like I'd rather be at home playing the game than being here. Like I'd rather be at home reading than being here
mhm,
right now. Like this is whack. Especially once like you stop, indulging. Like once I stop like, getting high and just getting drunk like that, and just sobering up and stuff, I started to realize like this sucks. Because and then people look at you funny when you tell them like, "Oh, I don't drink or smoke." They just kind of look at you like, "Then why are you here?"
Yeah. Mhm.
It's just but I did have my fun, but when I look, even when but I admit it, like I admit it,
I would
like
just say moderation, like even with
yeah.
drinking, like wine, that's my thing. At times. It's just when you know that you can't handle it. That's when it becomes an issue when you overdo it, you know?
Yeah, and I was overdoing it because my whole thing was if I'm a do something, I'm a go hard, and like whether that with the partying, the smoking, the drinking, whatever that may be, like I'm going to go hard, like I'm finna get toe up. So, and I couldn't handle it, and I was just lying to myself for many years about that, and
Yeah.
I was just always trying to like rationalize, my addictions all the time, and it just became a problem to the point where I was just always I was spending way too much money, trying to chase that high, or chase that buzz, and
Mhm.
it was just getting out of control, and I just got tired of always just like my hands just always just rolling up all the time, and I gotta dump the cigar guts somewhere, and I got and I just got tired of. I remember this one time. This was many years ago. I remember this one time. I was talking to this girl, and we met up with we kind of had like a double date, and we all like drove in a car together, and we all was smoking. Like we had like, man, it was so many blunts in rotation when we got to. Okay, we was going to Texas Roadhouse, and I
Mhm.
when we went in there, and just the looks on people's faces when they saw us, like they like I can imagine. I never forget that because like I was really just wilding at that time, man.
Mhm.
And I remember how everybody was looking at us, and I was just like, dang, like I was like, man, I'm really out here. Like, I'm really doing this dumb shit. Like,
Mhm.
I can never do that now. I would
Yeah,
never.
it's growth, you know?
Yeah.
That's a good thing. Zone, did you want to add anything? Or are you hanging out?
Um, well, I was just listening. I mean, I like what the homie's saying. It's definitely and I'm sorry, is the volume okay? Is my volume okay?
Yeah, you sound good.
Okay. Um, a lot of the I guess you could say the whole reason why I even started a YouTube page or I became on YouTube was to talk about trending topics and stuff like that, but
Mhm.
was to provide information for men and younger men because a lot of younger men today, um, in my opinion, they don't really have a lot of solid examples to follow. So,
Mhm.
and D, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
I'm 36.
Okay. So we're the same. I'm 37. Okay.
I'm
So,
36.
oh, okay, 36. Okay. So I like what he's saying because
Mhm.
a lot of dudes aren't really able to articulate um a lot of the issues that he's going through, and he's taking his time, and I like when I hear growth, from men.
Yes,
I
me
like,
too.
you know, and it's just refreshing, and
Mhm.
just my thing is uh I'm a little bit different because, and I like what he's saying because for me, I never been addicted to anything. I never been
Oh,
addicted
that's
to,
good.
weed, alcohol, cigarettes. Um,
Mhm.
and I was taught that early on because I was taught that it cripples your ability to, be able to just function in general.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And So I think that's really important. Um, I like what he was saying when he kicked the addictions, and how he realized it was just playing a part in, just, I guess you could say, keeping him like
The
restricted.
cycle. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. So just like, for example, I don't understand like how dudes can get addicted to corn. You know what I mean?
Oh
Uh,
yeah.
to me, that is funny. Like, I understand like it's a serious issue, like, because a lot of people, not even just men, women too, but when I
Mm-hmm.
hear that, I'm just like, how how are you, like, what's so, but obviously there's something deeper psychological that happens that leads them into that.
Yeah.
Um so it's just, what I mean, like, I just like when I hear, because we be in these spaces and everybody got excuse, nobody want to be real, you know what I'm saying, like,
I get it.
everybody got
Yeah.
excuses about this, that, and the third, but I just like what I'm hearing, because um it's not a lot of just realness, you know what I'm saying, it's not a lot of reality. So yeah,
Mhm.
I just like what I hear, man. You know what I'm saying?
Do you go live? Are you subscribed to my channel?
Yeah. Wait.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm definitely subscribed. It I man, I'm busy, so I try to
Mm-hmm.
catch who I can when I can, and I do go live. I was on a strike. I had a strike on my channel, so I haven't,
Oh, okay.
and that fell off on March 19th, so I haven't been live in like months.
Got
Um
it.
but yeah, man, yeah, I just, it's just positive. Um, what I'm hearing, and and I just want to go back a little bit. So like, so what was the situation with the young lady that she wanted to get pregnant or something like that? Like,
Yeah, like, so look, all right, so look. This is like after a year of not speaking to each other. She came out the blue. She had just had her, I think it was her 39th and 38th birthday, whatever it was, and she was just like, look. And she knew she was on some BS because she started laughing. She was just like, I cannot believe I'm about to ask you this. I can't believe I'm about to ask you this. And I was just like, what's
Mhm.
up? She was just like, look, I just turned 39 and I really want to have a baby, so but I want to do it the right way, and I want us to get married and have sex, and then 9 months later, after the baby's here, we can get it annulled, and yeah, you can just sign over your guardianship, so I can be the sole guardian. You don't even have to be in the baby's life, but I just really want to have a baby.
Wow.
Yeah,
man, that is insane to me. Like,
yeah,
It
wow.
is. And
and
then
I
to say, I
overlooked.
want to do it the right way, not if your mindset is divorce.
Like I was just laughing because I was just like I haven't spoke to you in like in a year, and you really think that I'm gonna be dumb enough to do that? Like I'm gonna have my seed
Hmm.
with you? With you? No. Like I'm not.
Right.
I'm not about to do that. I'm not gonna do that. No. And I was just and she's somebody that's like she was also one of those like how can I like how can I word this? Like I mean, she knew the Lord, and she grew up in the church and stuff, and she would always be quoting Bible scriptures and stuff like that. But she was like, she really didn't like what? How can I word this? Like she was
It didn't take
I
root.
was
Or-
yeah, like she would say one thing and then like do the other. Like she would be quoting all these Bible verses and talking about um like yeah. I mean, I guess I can't say nothing else. She was just a hypocrite. Like she would be quoting Bible verses and stuff like that, and then get mad at me if I would be cussing, and be always be like asking me, "Do you fast? Do you do this? Do you do that?" And blah blah blah. Just like, are you doing it? I didn't ask you that. I said, are you? Like she was just like just all over the place, right? And I overlooked a lot of
Yeah.
stuff. I overlooked a lot of stuff because, I wanted to be with her, and I wanted to sleep with her. Like, she had been with women before. She told me that
Mhm.
she told me how she used to sleep with the dude that used to play the piano playing at church. She told me how, like, after church they would always just have sex afterwards, and then she would kick him out. Like, she told me,
Mhm.
like, she admitted that, she was a hoe in her younger days, and how that
Mhm.
kind of, like, caught up with her and stuff. And I was willing to overlook all that because she looked good. But I'm
See, but
glad.
Yeah.
it has to be something deeper than just the outer beauty.
But
And
she had a
and
good
then
person, though. She did have a good, but despite all that,
okay.
when she was acting right, we did have, similarities and stuff. We did agree on some things, but
Mhm.
she was just very, yeah, she was just all over the place. And, it just, like, I was just like, this is why you by yourself, like. But she'll never
Mhm.
get. I hope she does, though.
And for a woman to say like they want the baby, but then to tell the man he doesn't have to be there, that's coming from something deeper internally to me. You know?
For sure.
What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, in America, I wouldn't even do that, man. Like,
Yeah.
in
No.
America is just like the worst place in the world to do something like that. You would really have to have your I's dotted and your T's crossed,
Mhm.
and really understand what you're doing, really understand the paperwork, and you got to have the bread to make sure that whatever filings need to happen. You know what I'm saying? And
Mhm.
whatever lawyers need to oversee everything, they oversee it. So I definitely I can't say that I'm the most Christian person in the
Mhm.
world, or religious person.
Mhm.
But I was definitely raised in the church. And I was raised by my grandparents the first half of my life as well. And
Okay.
um, one of the things that they always taught me was, regardless of whether you go to church or not, or,
It's so much
always,
deeper than church. Yeah.
yeah, always have that Bible near close
Mhm.
by. Always, whenever in doubt, crack that open. That's something that they've always taught me. And I would definitely say this, man. I don't, just to kind of answer the question of that you have on the stream. I don't think the heart was was meant to be self-led,
Right.
because if you know you get in a situation like what D was saying, well, if you have a strong attraction to the woman, you're gonna end up giving in. Is it? What I mean, like,
Yeah.
that's how I feel. Especially if you have an attraction, if you have a bond, you're gonna end up giving in. But if you were given wisdom, you know,
Exactly.
to either turn to a higher power or consult with others who have wisdom, your elders,
Yes.
um, then that's gonna put you at a higher percentage to end up making the right decision. Um,
Mhm.
and so I could definitely agree that I don't think the heart was meant to be self-led, because um, you're having a human experience on earth.
Mhm.
And there's just way too many temptations
Right.
to get to, that we're all faced with on a
Definitely.
daily basis.
Facts.
Daily. Yes.
So I think that when you when you have those confrontations, you have to have an offset to balance that against.
Right.
So for instance, like, if you're an atheist, if you're a non-believer,
Mhm.
well, then you have, I guess you could say, righteousness to weigh that against. However, what if you're not a righteous person?
Right.
So, I could definitely, just speaking in my own, for me, I could definitely say that uh, it's solid advice that my grandparents gave me. Um, as far as always keeping the Bible close by, or always consulting with someone who has wisdom, and who has a strong connection with God, because
Mm-hmm.
it sometimes all you need is just 5 minutes to make the right decision. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
it makes a difference. Thank you for stopping by, Randy. I appreciate you. Yeah, that's so true.
Yeah.
Yep, I
So
agree. And then I was talking about Jeremiah 17:9, where it says, "The heart is deceitful, who can know it?" And then when he goes into verses 17, and I mean, Jeremiah 17:10, "I, the Lord, search the heart, I try the reins." And that's God saying, basically, he fully knows the heart correctly. Only God can search it without being deceived by it. Because so many times we can think that we understand or we can comprehend a situation or we know people. Um, and there are things that people can leave hidden,
mhm.
that only God will know.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Hmm.
And just me personally, like, I just, for me, um, I'm more of a like colder type person.
Hmm.
Um, I I have faith in humanity. I just don't have a lot of faith in people.
That's
Uh,
smart.
you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
because I know people are capable of doing great things and not so great things. Um, and so I oftentimes, I try. I guess you could say, like, I know it's gonna sound like crazy and cheesy, but when women be talking about, like, I got boundaries and I got standards and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Hmm.
they know what they talking about. Like, cause here's my thing. When it comes to the heart, man, like, women can get heartbroken or whatever,
Hmm.
and they can be all right. Like, it's kind of in their DNA, like, because women are more emotional, more attached, if you will, to the heart,
Hmm.
in my personal opinion. But when dudes be getting heartbroken and all this kind of stuff, man, we be writing number one songs that go to the top of the charts. Like, we
Yeah,
be
he
ready
sweat
to,
make.
you know what I'm saying? Like, we be ready to just do something
Y'all can't
different.
take it. I
Yeah,
would say
Something,
man.
the same
something,
for women too,
something, something just ain't right.
though.
Yeah, man. So for me, I learned that a while ago. That like, for a person like me, like, I know I'm gonna feel something,
Yeah.
depending on what relationship I have with a person. And I know for a fact that, like, I have to be tapped into something that's higher than me, because like, I just know how men are, just in general. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? Like, so
So do you believe that women so you think that men deal with heart, it hits the man harder, heartbreak.
yeah.
Really?
I say that, and I say that because, right?
Mhm.
Just going off of a traditional model, because we got a lot of, oh, I got 10 girlfriends and all. We got a lot of that nowadays, you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Just going off of a traditional model, and I was raised in a traditional family.
Mhm.
Um, Men tend to, and this is not a this what I'm about to say is not an answer, one size fits all. But if you're serious about something, especially a woman, you're gonna put a lot into it.
Thank you.
You're gonna
Simple.
put and
Mhm.
and so typically if you're into a woman for marriage, or uh long-term relationship, whatever, you're gonna you're gonna put more into it because you got to protect and provide.
Mhm.
And if the situation, if you're giving it your all and the situation doesn't go the way that you hope it would go, then you might crash out over that.
Mm.
A woman that, because there's no shortage of men that are willing to provide or do things for a woman. But
Really?
no, there's no shortage of that.
I
But
can't tell from. So you're saying there's no shortage of men that are willing to cover women?
exactly,
Okay.
because you have men that are, you have men that are in your church. You have
Mhm.
men that are in your workplace. Then you have men that are in the friend zone. Then you have men that you might meet as a woman, when you go out for a night on the town. There's always going to be a man that is willing to try to step up to the plate.
Mhm.
But on the other side, if we are running into a shortage of men who are willing to, you know, be in that situation where you two are the end goal,
Yeah.
the man, woman, and the children. This is why the birth rate is falling. This is why you have other ridiculous movements happening. And so I think it's a reflection of, you know, I think it's a reflection of the heart.
Yeah,
So yeah.
that's a good point. But as far as there's no shortage of men that are willing to protect take care of women, I don't know if I agree with that.
Well,
Yeah, of
that's why I
course not.
said
You're a woman.
that's why I'm saying do something for a woman. Like, not
Okay.
necessarily like be the knight in shining armor. I mean, like, he's gonna stick in there until he strikes out. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? Like, he's gonna put up a good front until he's like, uh, this chick actually has a brain. I'm out. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mm.
yeah, so there's no shortage. There's no shortage of men that's willing to step out of their marriage or relationship. There's no shortage of it.
Hold on. I don't, can you be more detailed or specific with that comment? I mean, with that explanation, can you explain what you mean by that?
By which comment?
The last one, there's no shortage of men willing to step out of their, you said, relationship, marriage.
Yeah, yeah. There's no shortage of that. And what I'm I'm not leaving the women out of the equation, but when I speak geared more towards men because everybody's like, oh, if you're a man and you're giving your criticisms, on women, they're like, oh, you shouldn't be. So I speak more geared towards the men,
Got it.
because I'm a man, and I know how men think, and and I'm out in public and I see the actions of other men, and so I could I think I could do a pretty good job of speaking as a man.
Mhm.
Um, but yeah, there's no shortage of it, and the reason I say there's no shortage of it is because there are a lot of our divorce rate is pretty high,
Absolutely.
um, and the masculinity is to me today is at an all-time low.
Oh, yes, it is.
And
Mhm.
a lot of men today are they they might be in a good marriage or they have a good woman, but that doesn't necessarily mean everything is perfect at home or in the relationship.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't want to address it because they feel like the woman will walk away, and they feel like they might not be able to get a woman that is better or of the same woman's caliber that they have.
So they're fearful.
Yes.
Interesting. Hmm. I think that's a major concern, though. Don't you think?
I definitely think so. I definitely think it's a major concern.
But I don't think that that's the majority of men. Do you?
I I will say it's an overwhelming amount. I'll say that
Okay.
because I can't
Hmm.
speak. I can't speak for everybody. Because the people, they always say, "Oh, when you say, oh, that doesn't." But I will just say, just being a man, just over my 37 years of life on Earth,
Mm-hmm.
and just analyzing men and analyzing women. Um, so I would just say, not the majority, but overwhelmingly, it's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
What men are, the situation that a lot of men are in today.
Wow. So you make it sound like it's a bad thing to be married.
No, no,
Or
no.
am
Oh,
I
no, no,
missing it?
no. I'm not against marriage at all.
Oh,
What I'm
okay.
saying, yeah, because I was raised by my grandparents. They was married for they got married in 1956,
Mm-hmm.
and my grandfather passed away 2025 last year. So they was married, from 56 until 2025. My father, was married to my stepmother, my aunt, uncle, like, so I come from a very traditional family.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, um, when it comes to being, led by the heart, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is why oftentimes, like when it comes to divorce or when it comes to relationships that could be saved, in my personal opinion, because people talk to you, or sometimes you hit these panels and people are giving their stories or whatever, but you never really hear them talk about, you know God. you,
Never.
you never really hear them talk about like the spiritual part of it. And again, I am no you know I'm not holier than thou. I have
Mm-hmm.
my flaws.
Of
I'm not
course. We all
perfect.
do. Mm-hmm.
uh you know uh
And then I don't hear them talk about the Bible, but they will reference it when speaking about submission. That's the only time I hear it.
right.
Yeah. Hi, Jason. He said it's not worth it financially for a high earning man to get married.
I disagree.
I disagree.
And just to go in a little bit more on that statement, right?
Mm-hmm.
um and this is just my perspective. I mean, Jeff Bezos is married.
Mm-hmm.
um Jay-Z's married. uh
Right.
Kanye's married. And so I and I'm quite frankly, when I hear stuff like that, so there's two components to a marriage in America, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're gonna have the human spiritual side. That, to me, that's first. That's first before the marriage certificate and whatever legal paperwork comes with that. And I think
Mm-hmm.
oftentimes people see marriage in America as the contract first, and then the relationship with God second.
Yeah.
And so if you get your paperwork right, you know, first of all, let's get that first step right. You got to be in accordance with that first step.
Right.
If you submit as a man, if you're submitting to God first, it should be no problem taking care of your woman and your family.
Mm-hmm.
That's number one. Now the worldly part, the American part, get your paperwork right, so that, you know, as humans, we're not perfect. If y'all are married 20 years, you know, and what's the word they use? Irreconcilable differences, or you grow apart
Right.
or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
If you
Yeah,
take
that's
care of that
basic.
up front, you don't have to worry about that on the back end.
Yeah,
Yeah.
true. See, you know, marriage, let's be honest, marriage in America is a joke. People don't take it seriously anymore. People just get married just because I think a lot of women, you know, and there's no diss to women, but I think a lot of women get married just because they want security, not because they really want to be a wife or really love this person. You know, just because they want to get some security. And then men get married
Hold
just
on, I'll be
because
right back. I'm sorry, I'll be right back.
Okay.
and men get married just because, oh well, she done twisted my arm. You know, she keep mentioning it.
You
Let me
gotta
just go ahead.
stop.
Let me
D,
just
don't
go ahead and do
start
it.
this.
Don't start
Don't
what?
start
What? I
this.
I diss both genders.
No. Okay. Well, that may be partially true. Some women do get married. You said for the security, but I mean, there should be a component of marriage, but if that's your only reason, then that's absolutely an issue. Um, and as far as the comment that Jason said, he said it's not worth it financially for a high earning man to get married. I disagree with that because it's all about your choices. So the right woman multiplies and not drains your finances, you know.
Yeah,
So you
yeah,
have
you're
to just
definitely
make
right.
sure you get with a woman where anything that she touches, again, she's gonna add to you.
You
But
know, like I mean, like I said, like marriage, people don't take their vows seriously anymore. So check this out. So check this out. And this is just one example, all right? So I'll be going to the gas station, you know, near my house, and there's been this girl in there. She be flirting with me all the time, you know. And so one day and then I remember one time, like she was like doing something, and like she was like talking to me, and she like touching on me and stuff. And so I was just like, you know what, finna go ahead and shoot my shot. So I shot my shot, and then she come at me with some. You do realize I'm married, right? And I was like, "What?" And she was like, "Yes, I'm married. I've been married for 15
God,
years." And by the way, she don't wear a ring either. I've been noticing that a lot too. It's a lot of women out here that are married, men and women are married. They don't even wear
they
rings
don't wear
anymore.
rings. Yeah. Hey, True Bleed, good to
That's
see you.
crazy to me. But yeah, she's like, "Yeah,
So
I've been married 15 years." And I was just like, "Wow, like you in here really throwing it at me."
that's
And then you come in
crazy.
with and then acting like you single and stuff. Like
Hmm.
I wish you could just see the way that she be. Like if you had saw me, if you had saw the way she be interacting with me, even you probably be like, yeah, Deontay, you should go and get her number. She like you,
And
but
I was talking to my brother the other day. I said, I remember going inside and it was this guy, he was like, "Can I get your number?" And I'm thinking across the street, I see you taking pictures with your wife and kids every weekend. I said, "Aren't you married?" And then he just kind of held his head down and walked away.
yeah, see
You should have gave
that
you should have gave the number. I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
yeah, yeah, that be
I
happening a
was
lot.
like, "What? Are you serious, sir? I just saw y'all taking family photos."
Yeah, that be happening a lot. You know, like in today's
Hmm.
time. You know, when I was out in the club, you know, doing my thing, I used to see a lot of married women in the club, a lot
Hmm.
of married women, you know, and with their wedding bands on and
I will
stuff. You know,
say
some of
this:
them without
when
them.
when I was married, I did go to the club, but it
But
was
see,
with my
you
husband.
different. You
We went
different.
at the same time, like he was with me.
Okay, but you're
And a
different
lot of
though. I'm
my
not.
friends now, like, why is your husband going? Why? The question is, why can't he go?
Yeah,
That's my husband.
Exactly.
yeah. Like,
I'm
Why
not
why
but
looking
my
for
not?
thing is
anybody
this.
else.
My thing is this though.
Yeah.
It's like these women, they be in there just doing the most. Like they single, totally disrespecting they marriage, they vows,
I've
and all
seen
that
it.
stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I see it all. I see it now more than I seen it back when I was younger. You know what I'm saying? And it's very crazy to me that that people would do that type of stuff. That's why I be saying marriage is a joke. Like I mean, like you said, like it's plenty of guys on Facebook right now. They got their family photo as their profile picture, scheming in girls'
And it's
DMs.
something completely different. Yeah.
But I'll say this, right?
Like I
First,
never forget. Let me say this too. I
yeah,
remember
yeah,
this
my
one
bad, my
time
bad.
too. I was in the club once again, and this dude. I was watching the game, and this dude came up to me. He was just small talking me, and we were just talking about the game and stuff. And then all of a sudden, this beautiful blazing lady just walked up on him, and she would start
Mm-hmm.
rubbing on his chest and whispering in his ear and saying stuff. And then she walked off, and I was just like, "Oh yeah," I was like, "That's what's up, bro." Like I was like, "I see you, man." He was just like, "Oh man, don't even worry about that, bro. You can have it if you want to. That's just my little
What?
thing. That's just my little thing on the side." He was like, and then he pulled up. He held up his left hand and showed me his ring on. So he's like, "I got a whole wife at home, bro."
I can't.
But yeah, go ahead, bro.
Damn. Yeah, now
Right.
I was gonna say, man, first of all, if you're single, if you are a husband or a wife, in my personal opinion, you should not be in a club by yourself.
Thank
If
you.
if you
Facts.
if your wife wants to go with her girlfriends or whatever, to me, right? Because every man has their own stipulations on what they will what they're cool with in their marriage or relationship. For
Mm-hmm.
me, like if my wife wants to go to the club, lounge, whatever with her girlfriends, to
Mm-hmm.
me, that's perfectly fine. Just like when I was growing up, it would be a big thing that the dudes would go to a bar and watch football with the homies. It's the same thing, but you should not be a married woman or man in a place like that by yourself. I think that's when it becomes a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like when you're with a group of people, you can they can kind of police you or help you not get in situations you should not be in if they're a good group of people. um Secondly, like I would agree with D. I think definitely in America marriage is a joke because you know us Americans, we're definitely all spoiled. However, right, I believe somewhere in the Bible, right? Because I don't got all the scriptures memorized. It tells
Mm-hmm.
you to be in the world, not of it.
Oh, exactly.
So I think, just when you take that example, um, you know, people might say, "Oh, get married is, this, that, and the third." But again, who, just speaking for the men,
Mm-hmm.
who like you have to lead that situation.
Thank you.
You have to. For me, I'm in a relationship right now,
Mm-hmm.
and I was in a relationship previously with my daughter's mother for well over a decade. That we weren't married or anything like that. Um, and I'm in a relationship now. We're not married, but
Mm-hmm.
who knows what the future holds, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, we before if we ever took that step, we would have that conversation, you know, take the proper steps, proper precautions, both on my end, on her end, and then we would make that step. And to
Mm-hmm.
be honest, like when you hear a lot of these dudes, you know what I'm saying, and what I'm about to say is not popular, but a lot of these so-called red pill content creators and
Oh God.
stuff
Mm.
like that it's one thing to to give your to talk about the mistakes that you've made, right?
Mhm.
To put your information out there and talk about what you would have done differently. But at the end of the day, you have to take accountability for the mistakes that you made.
Right.
And that doesn't mean coming on the internet, calling women out of their names or creating this weird type of vitriol to where people can't have normal conversations, if that makes sense.
It does. And it becomes very strange, like conversing with some of these men who automatically is just in um just defense mode. I'm like, I don't even know you. You don't even know my name, but yet I'm put in the same box of every evil demonic woman. I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Because
be honest with you. See, a lot of them red pill guys were simps. They got their heart broken, and
I was
now they
trying not
hate
to
all
say that,
women.
but you know what I'm
Yeah, but they're,
saying?
they're simps that got their heart broken one time, and now they hate all women because of something that happened to them back in 2004 or something like that. Now they just hate all women. I mean, it's all
Mhm.
about manipulation. They be and being misogynistic and just being just an overall just being a bitch
And
ass nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like it's
hold
just
on now, D.
like that's what basically most of these
Layman,
red pill.
sir.
All right, excuse me. That's most of
Mhm.
what these red pill guys are. They just really just hurt and they don't really know how to deal with it, so they just deal with it by getting online and it's crazy when you be seeing these guys. They be uh, calling like Kevin Samuel's Godfather. It's like go find your real father. Like it's just a bunch of guys just trauma
Oh.
bonding.
Uh-huh.
Like and I used to watch some of that stuff, back in the day, and it used to be funny to me, but it ain't funny no more. It's really just sad at
It
how
is.
guys really just be acting. And I mean, now I will admit some of the things that they say is true, but a lot of it comes from just a lot of just comes from a very
Anger,
hurtful place,
rejection,
angry place, huh?
rejection, like maybe trying to pursue a woman that you know is not into you, and then you label all women as trifling because you maybe could not get the woman that you wanted.
Yeah, yeah, that's what it really is. Like, see, like this is one guy I used to follow. I ain't gonna say his name, but he always starts the videos off like, "Yo, what's up? This is so and so," and then as he's going along in the video, he gets louder and louder and louder and starts screaming, and it's really crazy to see because he can't. And this dude is like he always talks about when he was younger and he was real skinny and didn't know girls want him. Now he got all the muscles and the abs and stuff, but he reverts back into that little boy every time in these videos when he starts screaming and yelling and stuff. Like he still hasn't let go of that trauma, and it's just really
Mhm.
just stupid because, like you said, who cares if that girl rejected you? That was like when you was like 10th grade, nigga. Like get over it. You know what I'm
Mhm.
Man,
saying? Like, and not all women. I mean, yeah, just because there are some very whorish women out here, but not all of
Mhm.
them are like that.
Right.
Not all women are out to get your money. Not all women are out to do you dirty. There are some good women out here. You just have to, well, first of all, you have to get connected with the Lord, and then He'll guide you to the right woman.
And then when I hear some of these men talk about well, I make this much money and I spend, some things are just transactional, I pay for the things that I want, and in the same sentence they'll talk about how trifling women are and how they're gold diggers, and it's such a contradiction. Are you holding yourself accountable to the type of women that you choose, and vice versa with the women too, choosing the men?
Yeah, those guys, they
You
be
get on my nerves,
anti-tricking.
84.
They be, oh, my bad.
Oh no, I was looking at 84 comment.
Oh, see, they be anti tricks, right? But they be the biggest tricks in the world. See, this
Mhm.
one guy, He went. I used to follow him, but I unfollowed him. And he's an older guy. I think he's pushing 50 now. And he went a video of him going viral, him going to all these different places across the world and having all these young women, and they going on these extravagant like outings, and he has all this money and stuff, and he's just basically just showing the young guys like, oh, this is how you should live. And I'm just like, bro, that's an empty life to be
Mm-hmm.
doing that. And it's like these women don't even like you for you. Like like to be honest, like if I wanted to, I could probably crack for free, but I don't want to. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Like, but you gotta pay. You know what I'm saying? Like, how does that make you happy? And then it's just like just dealing with women like that over and over again. Like, you should be married like that. But he's one of the
When
guys
does
I'm
that
talking
get
about.
old? Right.
But
What's
he's
up,
one of the guys
Artie? Hey,
huh?
Construct.
But he's one
Yeah,
of
it's
he
like when does that lifestyle ever get old?
Yeah, it's like like but he's one of those guys I'm talking about. He was in a marriage, didn't work out for him. He ended up homeless, but because
Mm-hmm.
of the marriage and he built himself back up, and now he's basically like F all women. I'm just here for a good time, not a long time. You
Okay,
know.
I will say this right there because I think I know the content creator you talking
They
about.
said
Yeah, I'm
it's with
talking about
CGA.
CGA.
Yeah,
Okay.
so yeah, exactly. So I will say this, right? I will say because I just had this conversation with another one of my guys that's a content creator, like literally last week. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I will say what makes CGA, different than a lot of these other ones, right? We're seeing where he is right now at his point of life of, his children are grown, his son is in college, he's
Mm-hmm.
he's going to live his life the way that he wants to, right?
Right.
I will I
Hey,
will say this.
Poppy.
I will say this. He spent at least the last 5 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um Making regular content. So his whole philosophy is the free agent lifestyle, right? He makes these commercials and he does this online stuff with the women to draw you into his content with the
Mm-hmm.
hopes that you will understand what the free agent lifestyle is about. Now, I will say this, when I first came into that dude, I had just got out of the relationship with my daughter's mother, right? And I,
Mm-hmm.
I had stumbled into him when he was talking about living in his car and being homeless. So a lot of what he was saying was resonating with me because it was very powerful. And it had nothing to do with women. It had everything to do with men. It had everything to do with building yourself up as a man and
Mm-hmm.
this, that, and the third. So I will say that, yeah, what he's doing right now um, is, you know, that's where he is right now. But at the free agent lifestyle as a philosophy, I think I think every young man should follow that blueprint. And
What
what that
his?
yeah, the free agent lifestyle. What that in a nutshell, what that blueprint is, right? Is if you're a young man, take your studies serious.
Mm-hmm.
Take your martial arts serious. Take your computer programming serious. Get
Mm-hmm.
your degree. Get yourself an internship with Samsung or Motorola. Basically, in a nutshell, accomplish everything you want to accomplish first. Put yourself in a position to be able to take care of a woman and a family.
That's
And then after you've done that, because that's what the basis of the free agent lifestyle is. After you've done that, if you still want to get married or if you still want to be in a relationship, go for it. Basically, what he's saying is, as a man, build yourself up as greatly as you can at a young age first. Get your
mm-hmm.
chips in order first, and then pursue that afterwards. He's basically saying, come
I
back
agree.
and revisit that afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of young men today they miss that part of the message. All they see now is him in different countries and with different women. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to make any excuses for him, But I'm just saying like that, that gets skipped over a lot.
How old is he?
He's like 52, 53.
Mm.
But he talks about how, how how he came from a broken home when he was young. He single mother raised his dad was there, but they lived in two separate houses, right? He talks about how, when he became of age, he wanted to do things the right way, get married, have children, this, that, and the third. And then he talks about when he became a college, he was a university, because that's what he did. He coached college basketball for like 10, 15 years before even coming to YouTube. So
Okay.
his wife wanted him to basically retire and stay home, like do something where he wasn't traveling, right? But
Mhm.
but he was making a lot of money at that particular time.
Mm.
And the marriage just went bad. They got a divorce. She used his children against him to try to hurt him. The only reason he started doing content was to show men how to navigate around the family court system. And then from there, that's when the free agent lifestyle was created. And it's a
Was he
whole thing.
bitter?
Is he bitter?
Was he bitter? Mm-hmm.
I will say this: he can come across as bitter.
Mm-hmm.
Look,
Papa
Like
he's
if
very
said,
bitter.
I know
I
like
remember
his
he had this.
backstory,
I
and
remember he had.
I've been knowing that man since 2015.
Look,
Wow.
I remember one time. I remember one time he had he was just like, yeah, he on one of his videos I seen, this was years ago, he was like, yeah, I could yeah, I get a lot of comments from people saying, oh, you never say anything nice about women. Okay, well, I'm gonna start saying something nice about women. And then he started miming his words.
yeah, I know what you're talking
Mm.
about. I,
That's
but
Now if
crazy.
he
that
but
ain't
he
bitter, I don't know
no no no
what else what it is.
but you have to see the show to see this is why I kind of hate like that's why I try to like just give like the Reader's Digest version, because like it's a whole, basically in a nutshell, like during his live streams, he'll say, like, he'll read the comments and say, somebody said comment said, you never say anything nice about women, right? And then what he'll do is he'll say, here's three things nice about women. Women are
Mm.
and then but when he's doing it right, he hits the mute button so that he's talking, but you don't hear it. And then when he's done, but it's a joke though. Like you really have to you really you really have to understand like his background and his story to understand him. He didn't just become what he is just overnight. Like it's a whole thing. And he doesn't shame marriage. He doesn't tell
Oh,
dudes not to get
good.
married. Get married. He
Okay.
just promotes the free agent lifestyle. And at the
Okay.
end of the free agent lifestyle is, hey, if you get your degrees, you get that high paying job, you want to have a family, get married, do that. If you don't want to do that, then you can do what I'm doing, which is traveling, and you know what I mean. So I give him that much. Like he doesn't really what I mean. Like he's still I guess you could say like open minded when it comes to marriage and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Not with him,
So
but
hey,
to the people that watch him.
got it. I don't think I like the sound of him, but hey, I've never watched him. Dark Lake
Yeah, I
said,
used
"I'm
to watch it.
sorry."
It was funny for a minute. You know what I mean? But after a while, it just got old. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
Mhm.
Like that type of content. And then I used to watch him. Uh, but the funniest guy was Alpha Male Strategies. Have you ever heard of him?
I
I've
have
heard of him, but
not.
I've never watched his content.
Oh my God! Just imagine Charles Barkley talking about giving you dating advice, and that's
Mm.
basically what he is. He's very blunt. He sounds just like Charles Barkley. I think they're both
What's
from
his
Alabama.
name?
Alpha Male Strategies, and he's about 50 now. And his whole thing is just about manipulation. Trying to manipulate a woman so you can get her to do
I don't like that
what you
either.
want her to do. And it's like it's like, I mean, I just look at these guys. It's like, when does the game stop? Like, y'all
When
dudes,
do they stop?
yeah,
Yeah,
y'all
so
guys are old.
Dark Lake said, I'm sorry to say get over it is insensitive to any issue a man has. Also, things are transactional because that's how modern women dictated the dating market should be today. I don't know if I agree with that. Maybe so, but there has to be two willing participants.
Yeah,
So if
exactly.
the men stop choosing
If you
the
leave
women
with your wallet,
who make everything transactional, then some of these issues would stop.
But
see,
I'll say this to that point.
that's why I say, look,
Coffee said yes, he's still bitter.
when you with a when you meet a woman for the first time, you know, you want to go on a date with her. Ask her well, tell her, look, we're gonna go to the coffee shop, and if that ain't good
Mhm.
enough for her, then you should just leave her alone, bruh. Like, you know what I'm saying? Why I gotta break the bank? Just we just met. I don't know you.
I agree with that.
Like,
I
like,
agree.
let's go to let's go in a walk in the park. If
Mhm.
that ain't good enough, then leave her alone. You feel me? Like, you ain't got to see these dudes be leaving with their wallet, and then be getting mad when they get played, and the girl always wants to use it for their wallet.
That's why I say, what are the motives? Are you going, like, are you entertaining this guy because you are just looking for how he can add to you financially, or are you intentional? Okay, I'm cool with a coffee date because the goal is to learn you. You get what I'm saying? So motives are everything. And unfortunately, we live in hookup culture and majority of people are not intentional.
I
Yeah,
will say
for
this
real.
And
as
people
far
should
as
be honest. That's another issue.
I will say this. Um, if 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 grown men and women choose to participate in a transactional agreement, for me, right?
Hmm.
I have no problem with that. Um, you know, now I will say that maybe they are being self-led
Hmm.
by the flesh,
Yeah.
because everybody has their own personal relationship with God. I don't know what could be going on in a particular person's life, but
Hmm.
I will just say that, if that's what adult men and women choose to do, be transactional, then that's their prerogative. For me, I wouldn't suggest that, um, as as a man or a woman. Um, but at the same time, hey, if y'all are good with it, then hey, that's what it is.
Mm, I just think it's unhealthy, and that may sound ideal for some on the surface, but that also speaks to why so many people are broken, yelling on the internet 24/7, why there's so much dysfunction. Because if people are, that's pretty much being led by lust to me,
I would agree.
and it eventually gets old. There's no long-term stability in transactional situations.
Yeah, and yeah, and it's just, I don't understand. That's basically what CGA is doing. Like, he's basically paying for these young women to so they can be around them, because they wouldn't be around them any other day, for any other reason. I mean, I'm sure he's a cool guy, but I mean, come on
My
now, like,
yeah,
So Zone, a majority of the chat is saying that he is bitter.
mhm. Well, that may be their perception.
Mhm.
I will say this. He is not the most likable person to watch. And you know, you have to be you have to be objective. You really do. I'm
Mhm.
not going to say that he's not bitter. I could see why people would say that he comes across as bitter, but again, I haven't watched a full show of his in like 2 years. I got what I needed from him, and then I moved on. Um, Not needed from him. I guess you could say I got the gist of his philosophy, and then I moved on because I didn't need him. I just happened to be on the internet in the pandemic like everybody else was. And, he just stumbled into my algorithm. But I got the gist of what he was saying, and then I just moved on. Um, because I'm just like the music that I listen to, I'm careful with the content that I listen to as well, So I was to each is their own. I feel like I understand him. I feel like he
Okay.
understands marketing. And I feel like he understands that if he puts that persona out there of, I hate women or I'm bitter, I feel like he understands that that's going to drive people into his channel, his product.
So you're
That
saying it's all for the sake of views.
I
So
from
none of
for
what
me,
he's
I
okay.
feel like it is for me. Again, I can't view it through everybody else's lenses, but for me, I think it is. I think it's all marketing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and there's another guy, Doctor BOA. I used to watch. I used to watch his videos too. He was so bitter, like about everything, and it's just that's all the red pill. Now I do agree with
Are
what
women that bad? I mean,
I do
wow.
agree with what dude's saying. Like, before you get married, you should definitely, accomplish some things and get your life right, and then if you want to do that, then do that. But I just don't agree with just sleeping around all the time. Like that's
Right.
like you said, like we was talking about earlier. You're gonna have all these different soul ties, and then you're just gonna feel empty afterwards. You know what I'm saying? And it's just a lot of these guys, they just see, they say one thing and they do the other. A lot of these guys are married on the low, but they be online acting like they be telling you, basically telling you, don't get married, have fun with the women, do your thing, but then they be married behind the closed doors, engaged.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
That's true.
it's
Derek
crazy.
Jackson.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like I could not stand that dude, but all the girls were sharing his videos all through 2016, 2017 and stuff. That was crazy. Like, it's crazy. Like, I recently went to his page, cause I was on Instagram and I seen like one of his videos on the Explore page or something, and I was just like, oh, I forgot about this dude. And I went to his page and he don't get any views anymore.
Mm.
He gets terrible views, where he used to get like, hundreds and thousands and sometimes millions of views. Now he barely cracking 2,000 views.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because people don't like the inauthentic stuff, man. And it's I mean, it's nothing wrong with marriage, but you just have to just find the right person. A lot of these guys, they married a woman for the wrong reasons. You know what I'm saying? They married her because they was lustful, or because we got kids, or because we got these many years. We've been dating these many years. We need to get married. See, them the guys, single guys need to stay away from. Talk to the guy that actually loves his wife, that's happily
Mm-hmm.
married, that's led by the Lord. You know what I'm saying? Talk to that guy. It's like all these guys be talking about, like, oh yeah, once you get married, this stops and she gains weight and blah 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 blah. It's like, quit making the things, making it feel like it's a horror story all the time, man. I'm not trying to hear all that all the time. I want to be around guys that say, yeah, I love my wife. I love coming home to my wife.
I mean,
Exactly.
and see,
We don't hear enough of that.
Yeah, we don't hear enough of that at all.
that's just common sense too. Like, like with the whole weight thing, right? Now, first of
Mhm.
all, we's in America. Weight is a problem for like with the foods we eat. It's a problem nationwide. I'll say that.
Mhm.
Um, but I will say this, right? If if a woman has given you the privilege of her bearing your baby to bring life into this world, and then you have something to say about her weight gain after that, after she's sacrificed her life to carry a
Exactly.
living being. And this is why I tell people, the relationship I have with my mother is it's off and on.
Hmm.
We're at a decent place right now. But one thing I always give her credit for was she brought me in here, and she didn't have to. Um, so you know, I just always thought that was goofy. Like women, like women again, especially when it comes to dealing
It
with
is
children.
goofy. Hmm.
Women are gonna gain weight. Men are gonna gain weight too. You know what
Thank
I'm saying?
you.
Like, but and that's primary, and that's even worse because we ain't the ones that have to carry a life force. But
Hmm.
um,
It seems like the men do more complaining. I think if the woman gains weight versus the man. I even noticed that with my parents, like my mom is really, she's blessed, when it comes to her physique. But if she gains, like if my dad notices like 7, 8 pounds, he'll be like, baby, you gained a little weight. Not in a bad way, but
yeah,
he's always been transparent about
and see,
um what caring about the way my mom looks, and she cares too. If she notices that she's gaining weight, she's going to deal with that thing right then and there.
yeah,
But dad, you have put on so much weight, and my mom does not complain.
and see, here's
Yeah,
the
I've
thing.
noticed that a lot
I,
too.
and see, I could respect that because you know, if we have to go through life together, then I want you to look as good as you can be for me forever. You see what I'm
Mhm.
saying? Like,
Hold on, 84 said I ignored his question.
yeah.
Where? Do y'all see a question from Intellectual Soapbox? Oh, he said, Mo, I got a question. Why do women get so upset even when you're joking? My question would be, is it really joking? Um, and then it could depend on where the woman is emotionally. I don't know. If
Yeah,
she's
I will
already in
agree.
a
Like,
sensitive space, a joke can sound like an attack. So it
my
just
thing is
depends
this,
on where
man.
where she is. And then sometimes there is a little bit of shade behind those jokes. What's the context of this? Like, has there been disrespectful moments in the past? Uh yeah, it just depends.
My thing is this, man. Like if you're so scared of a woman gaining weight and all this other stuff, then go date a woman that works out
Mm.
regularly.
Hey,
All
Prone,
right.
good to see you. So he said there's more pressure on the woman because y'all are supposed to stay nice for us. See the audacity. I mean, I agree. The
We're
woman should
supposed
get
to
that
stay nice
support,
for
but
each other.
the man too, Prime.
Nah, we supposed to stay nice for each other, man. See, it's be too many times I done see niggas built like
Poppy.
Biggie Smalls talking about they want a
Oh,
woman with an hourglass shape,
Oh.
and it's like, like how? That'd be crazy to me, dog. Like, and then I mean, Mo Love, you right. Like, I like men gain weight, and usually women don't really say much of anything. But Lord forbid if she does, and then it's just the end of the world. It's like, bro, you fat too. But the
That's too
way
funny.
you can over not deal with all that, is to get if you go if you know you about to, you know, if you know you want to be with this woman and all this other stuff, get a woman that works out regularly. Quit getting with these women that don't work out and don't take care of themselves, and then
Hmm.
expect them to turn around and take care of themselves after they had like 2, 3 kids. It's over, bruh. She just gonna be
Well,
fat forever. She ain't
hold on.
never gonna
Mama
get back to
said,
how she
but
used to look.
dad bods got rated the sexiest bodies for men. I
All
mean,
right,
yeah,
so I'm gonna be
women
honest. That
but that's
dad bod
because
don't
the
have a
stuff.
standard.
problem.
That's
That
because the standard of masculinity has dropped, though. The
Yeah,
standard of what a
exactly.
man is supposed to, it
See,
dropped.
see that dad bod
But I
stuff.
have a question. What does
See,
masculinity have to do with a dad bod?
because you're
A
not
lot.
really look Mo, look, check this out, man. See, when you let yourself go, that
Okay.
means that you don't really care about yourself, and you're not seen as masculine as a man that's chiseled up. You know what I'm
Facts.
saying?
There you go.
You're just
Like,
not like, I mean, it's just a fact. Like when you like, I've been on both sides of the coin. I've been fat and I've been in shape. People respected me more when I was in shape as opposed to when I was fat.
there you go.
It's like I didn't even exist when I was fat, but I
Oh
existed a lot when I
wow.
was in shape
We got
to
Tyler
everybody.
Perry. We got Tyler Perry versus Tyler Perry now with Medea. You know what I mean? And Tyler Perry himself, right? And then we have the men of yesteryear. Arnold Schwarzenegger, Sylvester
Yeah,
Stallone.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's definitely there. I remember a point in time where, and then look, 50 Cent, even when 50 Cent came out back in the day, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
With the In the Club video, I kid you not, it was so many dudes that was trying to personify that image, that was trying to look like 50 Cent, that was in the gym working out, trying to look like a 50 Cent.
And also too, like cartoons and stuff. You had like He-Man back then, and
Yes.
Goku from Dragon Ball Z.
Yes.
What else? Even Johnny Bravo.
Even when we used
Like,
to play sports, men don't really play basketball and football like that anymore.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, you're right. You know what I'm saying? Because and then that dad bod stuff, man. Like, see, women be lying. They be talking about, oh, I want a guy with it. Well, no, I take that back. I take that back. See, the women that want guys with a dad bod, the reason why they like the guys with the dad bod, because the guys with the dad bod usually don't have a whole lot of respect for themselves, and they don't have a lot of boundaries, and they know they can get away with a lot of stuff with a guy that's built like that. Now, a guy that's chiseled up, he disciplined. They know they ain't
Hold
gonna be able to
on.
get away with a lot of stuff with him. He cares about himself.
Okay, but I have seen some of the most physically fit men be the biggest babies, and
Well, that's the guys you met.
that's
What up?
no, it's not
Dang,
even
Mo.
people that I'm close to. I'm just saying how
Hey,
sometimes the physique does not speak to the masculinity of a person.
Well,
Not
yeah.
but it's more so. I'll give you a prime. Okay, let's flip it to the women's side, right? Now, it used to be a thing. When you had, a young Holly Berry, it used to be a thing for women to, I guess you could say, be on the thinner side, be in shape,
Mhm.
and all of that kind of stuff. But when that standard fell, what did we see? We started seeing, oh, don't body shame. You see what I'm saying? Like we started to see new terms enter the lexicon. So when we see a dad bod is, oh, that's the sexiest type of dad bod, you're seeing the standard of yesteryear fall.
Mhm.
And to each his own, hey, if you got a dad bod, hey, that's you. If you chiseled up, that's you. It is what it is. But what I'm saying is I remember
Hey,
growing up that it used to be a thing where you would want to be in shape, you would want to lift weights,
Yeah,
you would
that's
want to,
healthy.
okay.
try
Absolutely.
to look your best. And same for women, like you
Sorry.
would want to be in shape, try to look your best. Like, but now we just fallen as a standard as men and women, where it's like, we'll just go out looking like slobs and who cares?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
that's a
still got
problem.
gym though, but
Definitely I agree with that. And I'm all for healthy like taking care of yourself. I just don't want to tie masculinity into a person's physical appearance alone because again, you can be in shape and be all out of whack emotionally, mentally, psychologically. That's all I'm saying.
I
Yeah,
You
agree.
can.
that's
I was
true,
gonna
Mo.
say, Mo, for me though, right, I'm skinny, but I've got weight, but I don't want no six pack to be honest, because I can't be bothered to maintain it. But I still exercise and go to gym and look after myself. But I'm not having no six pack because I can't be bothered to maintain one. My brother got it naturally, literally.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I can rock with that. I don't have a six pack, but I don't have a dad bod either. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like,
Yeah,
Jazz,
so
but
Jazz said, seeing each other as an answered prayer goes deep, especially when you've lived through seasons of life and realize those types are rare in this world. That alone will keep you working on yourself. I
mhm.
agree. Yeah. Shout out to the dad bods. Shout out to
No, we not shouting that
Six
out. We not
Pack.
shouting that out.
Shout out to
Not sound out the dad bods.
Mo love the fit. She taking up for the dad bods, ain't she? That's what
I
she.
mean, I
That's
know
what she,
people get
Mo
older,
Love, you
and
kind
I
of capping a little
know
bit, Mo Love. Come on
I
now.
promise I'm not. People always think I am, but I'm not. I'm not. And
Okay.
then
I don't know.
I don't know, but I don't want someone in the mirror more than me. You don't have to have a six pack. You can still be in shape. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Dark
Wait,
Lake, did
wait,
you
can
want to
I?
add anything?
Hey,
Huh?
what's good, Mo? What's good, everybody? Mr. Best, how's everyone doing tonight?
Dark Lake.
what's
Good. How
going
are
on?
What's
you?
good?
What's
I'm
going on,
good.
Dark
I'm good.
Lake?
I'm good. I like always. I love your show, Mo. Thing is, I was kind of like contemplating whether I should hop on or not because there's something I wanted to address, but the vibes is nice here, and I didn't want to kill the vibes. So,
No, what did you want to address?
well, so it's everybody's opinions, but I kind of notice a particular narrative sometimes when it comes to men and the standards that men should have. um and I guess that's it's like a trigger for me, like sometimes when I hear conversations about that. So like
Mm-hmm.
for one thing, like one instance, like Zone, right? You were talking about, I think you made a statement where you said, well, if you have a kid with a woman, and she blesses you with that. And you're right, that is a blessing when a woman gives you the greatest honor of, having sex with you and having your kid, right? Um, and you got a problem with her weight after that. Like you kind of mentioned that like it was a problem that a man would have a problem with, a woman's weight after having a kid, right? And the thing is that I think that men should be understanding, like understand biology, right? A woman's biology, right? And understand that there will be changes in a woman, but at the same time zone, and correct me if you think that I'm kind of like stretching or if I'm wrong about this, but don't you think that one of the problems in like healthy dynamic relationships today is that men of the past didn't uphold standards for women? And so like, if you could answer that question, that'd be cool. But and just to kind of end it too, I just wanted to say that um, I think that in the same sense, right, Zone, if you inverse your example, if a woman has a baby, right, by a man, and he all of a sudden stopped working and stopped making the money he was, that would be a problem because that's a metric that the man has to live up to, right? So we have different metrics. Like, and when I say metrics, I mean like standards to match up to and live by. So in the same way that a man should always maintain finances after having a kid, then a woman should always maintain her physicality when having the kid because we're judged by different things in society. I'm going on a rant now, but yeah, hopefully if you can answer that, if you need me to reiterate, yeah, just let me know.
Hey, world class. After you speak, I would definitely like to chime in on that.
Oh, okay, cool.
So my thing is this. So my thing is, first of all, I do agree with you that I literally was just having this conversation with my girlfriend like probably 2 hours ago. One of the most difficult
Oh,
things for
okay.
men is going to be the financial piece. A man could be a great father. He could be a great man to his family, but people are going to pay attention to how a man's relationship is with his finances. And my personal opinion, that is a very difficult part of being a man in today's society. So I will agree that I do think women would look at a man differently is if he was doing well financially previously and he's doing uh after. Um so
Mhm.
make that money. Secondly, I will say this. I do think that the men of the past that there was more of a standard that men had objectively towards the way that women looked
Hey, construct.
and the things that they were required to do in the past. So I think that standard has dropped. That's just my personal opinion. Um, so and I do understand the biology. of how women change. I'm a father. So, I could definitely, I could definitely understand, the dynamic on both sides. I believe that women should look their best as long as they possibly can. And I think they should try as hard as they can to look the best that they can for as long as they can. I believe that men should try to get the bag as long as they can and to keep that standard. So that, I mean, I don't know if that answers your question or not, but that's where I'm at with it.
Oh no, it absolutely.
Can I
I'll let Mo go.
can I chime in?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
was.
I just want to say this. If for all the guys out there that's worried about that, just get with a woman that's already working out, so you won't have to worry about that, cause she gonna get back in shape. Trust me.
But
Okay,
that's the
I
point
would
though.
like
Like,
to.
oh, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, you said as a man is supposed to keep his finances in order and cover. So the woman should be held to the same standard as far as keeping her body intact after a baby. I don't believe that that is an equal comparison. And I say that because a man maintaining his finances and a woman recovering from childbirth are not the same category of responsibility. For example, finances, that's dealing with external performance, career, income decisions. When we're talking about childbirth, that's internal transformation. You have to take into consideration her hormones, her health status, all of those things. So saying if a man has to keep his money up, she should keep her body up. That sounds logical on the surface, but I believe it ignores the truth of a man not physically having to sacrifice his body to bring that child into the world. It's just not a good comparison, or am I missing it?
So no.
No,
So the thing
you're
is
not
that
missing.
you're not
Oh, good.
missing anything. You're not missing it, right? You're right that it's not an equal comparison, right? For it to be an equal comparison, just a comparison. Because the thing about it is, right? Like the obviously, the physicality of a human being, right? You can't compare that to what you do externally, like you said, Mo. However,
Mhm.
right, at the same time, even though it's not equally comparable, right, that is one of the aspects, one of the metrics that men have to pursue in order to be viable mates for long-term relationships. For the most part, there are exceptions, but for the most part, in general, that's a metric that men have to think about. That's why Zone was saying, I think men should try to get that bag as long as they can, because he knows that that's a main aspect of a man's viability in a relationship, or what women see as, oh, that's a good choice, that's a bad choice, da 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 da. Right, one of the elements. So what I'm
Mhm.
saying is that I don't want to make the comparison. I don't, because I understand that it's not equal, like you were saying. The reason why I made the comparison is because that narrative that I mentioned earlier, that I keep hearing, it seems like there's a narrative that's like, oh, well, men should stop wanting this. Well, hey, if you're really worried about her, losing her shape, then make sure you get someone that's always working out in the gym. She's a gym rat or something, because she gonna get back in shape, right? Or don't men shouldn't want this and men shouldn't want that, and da 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 da. But I mean, it's kind of like everything, every metric that the woman should uphold. There's nobody telling those women, or women in general, like, oh, you don't have to want someone who doesn't make a lot of money. Oh, that shouldn't be a metric that you want a man to live by. Like that's what I'm saying. So, like, the interior of what I'm saying, Mo, I think your point is obviously right, but I feel like I have to make that point because the opposite is happening for men, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
Mo, may I
I
say
don't think you
something?
understand I'll be real quick, 84. You can.
Okay.
I don't think you understand the pressure that women have to face behind their bodies, behind them staying in shape. That's a huge part of what women go through pertaining to dating today.
Yeah,
like
it's a possibility.
how's her body? And then when we talk about a man's finances, let's keep it real. Majority of men are not out here making major money. You get what I'm saying? The majority of men are not bringing in um they're not high income earners. So I think a lot of these talking points are social media based only.
It's a possibility that I don't understand that because I'm not a woman. I can imagine, but there's a possibility, right? I don't fully grasp the pressure that women undergo when it comes to their physicality, right? But the other point that I'm making, like the main point, is that I don't want to make the comparison because I know it's not an equal one, right? But if we're gonna talk about things, because I'm just going off of what I heard earlier, right, on the show. If we're gonna go off of things that men should, like metrics that men should stop having, because it's difficult for women, right? So stop trying to set the standard of having a woman always be in shape, especially after she has a kid, right? It's just an opinion that I'm hearing. It's fine. I'm okay with that opinion. But what I'm saying is that if society is gonna constantly have to hear these metrics that men should not hold women to, then we should also hear the inverse of that, the opposite of that too. Let's hear about some metrics that women shouldn't have men live up to. So that's why I brought up the comparison, because it's like you understand what I'm saying, Mo? Because it's always coming from one side for the most part.
I get it. World Class said, but aren't men giving their money and body where women are just giving their body? I mean, we give much more than that in relationships, but yeah. Shout out to Coffee and Construct. Oh,
But
84.
yeah.
I'm sorry. You wanted to say
No,
something.
I know you got a full house, most. I'm gonna keep it brief. So I don't know when our people never had to work, whether it was men or women. So I don't know where this new notion comes in of like men just went to work and women sat down, because ain't nobody was sitting down in my house when I was growing up. Everybody had to go out and get it. You know what I mean? Because we ain't have it like that. You know what I mean? Only the wealthy can be like, well, you can stay here, or my son doesn't have to work, or my daughter doesn't have to work, or our cousins don't have to work, whatever. Only the wealthy have those options. But people of color, we ain't never really had those options like that. Only a few of us did. You know what I'm saying? That's just throughout history. Like you could just study it, look at it, whatever you want to do. And plus, like they really wasn't hiring us like that back in the day anyway. You know what I mean? So let's just keep it 100. Secondly, I think a big thing in our community that we have to understand is that yes, we've seen our people work hard. We've seen our mothers work hard, dads work hard, or uncles, whoever, grandma, granddad, whatever. If you really, really, seen the experience. But I think on top of that, we also have to strive, especially for men as well, of taking care of our bodies. You know what I mean? I heard one brother say that, we should get the bag as long as we should, but here's the thing, your health is wealth. Your health impacts your ability to get the bag. It impacts your ability to do anything. So I think we
Yeah.
have to promote good, healthy living overall for people of color. We got to stop, because a lot of time I look online, I'm going through reels or I'm going through like shorts, and we are eating the most unhealthiest things. Everything is
Yeah.
fried. Everything got mac and cheese. Everything got cornbread and dressing, and it's just we eat the most unhealthiest things just as a people. You know what I mean? So we just got to get off of that. We got to get back on our health thing. Some of us really are on it, and that's good. But we got to just start promoting in our culture and within our race
I
healthy
agree.
living overall. And it's nothing wrong with us getting our finances together, whether you are a man or a woman. But in order to do that, we have to have an overall healthy way of living completely. And I land there.
Yeah, but Mr. Benz, mac and cheese is good for you though, man. Hey, let's not start
No,
that.
it's not.
Yeah, it
Okay.
is.
Wait, sorry, is it okay for
What?
me to speak though?
Hold on, Reyes,
Say,
because
hold
I
on,
do
mac
want
and
to
cheese is
give
good for you?
Coffee
No, I was
and
joking.
Okay.
Nah, he messing around.
yeah, but I agree with you 100%. 84. Hey, Coffee.
Hey, how y'all? What's going on?
Sophie
Good.
was good,
How are
man.
you?
Salute, Coffee.
Man, I feel like I am reunited with the whole black manosphere up here.
That is so funny.
Hey, but
Yeah.
you know what though? Y'all making some good points. I just think that everything has its perspective, you know, in their respective positions, you know, the wife, the husband, you know. Now, when I hear that the woman should get her body together no matter what, especially if the man is furnishing the money, that's the wildest thing ever. Because I
Wow.
know dude, you know, yeah. I
Mm-hmm.
know
I'm
dudes.
surprised that you think that, Coffee. My bad for interrupting.
No, I don't think that. Did you hear what I just said?
You said that you think so. You do think that it's a bit dramatic for the woman to be for that to be the comparison. Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
yeah.
Okay.
I think I think it's dramatic, you know, because for so long we have seen men in this space say to other men, "Hey, man, you're a leader, no matter what. You know, you just you just make the money, you know." And now they've really put this in these guys' head. If they eat 500 pounds behind an avatar, that they deserve a woman in a size 0 to 6 dress. It's just unrealistic.
Mm-hmm.
Unless he's going to be paying, he's going to become a paymaster, you know, and lead with his wallet, and that's what normally happens.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So what do you
No, I think
think?
that's
What are your
realistic. Oh,
okay?
sorry, Mo. Sorry.
No, I
Go
was
ahead.
gonna ask your response. What will be your response to what Coffee said?
Yeah, well, narratives. I think that you're right. Like honestly, you don't want to be a man who all he has to offer is money, right? I never agreed with that talking point when I heard it. You have to be a lot more. There has to be a lot more substance in you. That you should want a woman to see substance instead of just the dollar sign. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
But the idea is, I think that when you hear other men say, when they bring up ideas of transactional like behavior, right? Um,
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of like, for a lot of men, no matter what kind of man you are, that's the only scenario that's in front of you in society. And it's not every woman that's like that. I think it was a gentleman, I think it was D, who said there's some good women out here who's not trying to manipulate you, use you and stuff. He's 100% right about that. But the thing about it is, like, when you're a young man, especially when you're in your early 20s, man, it's like, you're seeing all these TikTok videos. You're seeing how women are moving in the streets. You know what I'm saying? It's not every woman, but the mass consensus of what it is that, if you don't already have like 9 other chicks that's interested in you and making it vocal that they're interested in you, you are not getting laid and you are not going to have a family. And you have to basically put on a front or actually have the bags coming in order to have a shot. Now, that's not true, but that is the story that's told to young men. So
To
it's
young
kind of
men, yeah,
like,
you're right.
yeah, 2 young men. So, and then when you kind of like juxtaposition that to black men, it's like on steroids, bro.
But let me ask you
So
something though, Dark. Let me
yeah,
ask you
go
one
ahead. Yeah,
question
go ahead.
before you go further. So at what age range are we talking about? Because you've been around like I've been around a while. Because I've been hearing the same stuff since 2015. Oh, she don't like a nerd. Oh, she don't like that, bro. Get with somebody that likes you. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And the problem is, we've talked about Cardi B. We've talked about, what's her name, Lizzo. We've talked about so many different women, Cheyenne Bryant. These are not your match.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, if you're a dude that's of class, anything, and my thing is just find your match. And what they're also finding out is that a woman is a woman. You can go across seas and find her. She do the same thing. I got a best friend who took his whole savings and went to Israel after talking to a woman online for almost a whole year, and went there. And soon as he gets there, she says, "Oh no, you're not my type."
Wow.
And
Oh,
shut the
dang.
door in his face, all the way from Reno,
Mm.
Nevada. You see what I'm saying? So it doesn't matter what a woman, because it could feel good online. It could feel good, over the phone. But when we see each other, that means a lot. I've met women that, on the phone, it felt good, pillow talking. And when we met up, she just wasn't what I thought she was. When you get that
like
thing that
personality wise, like
everything.
Yeah, I get it.
Well,
I'm easily turned off. Yeah.
Narrative. Everything you just said is facts, right? And I got kind of scared at first because when I was younger, I went to Israel, so I was like, "What the hell is he talking about?" It wasn't to meet a woman, but I mean, I went there for an archaeological dig, but I was like, "Oh shit!" But anyway, everything you said is facts. I'll just say this real quick. Go ahead.
Now I was gonna say, let's say this before she reads the super chat. Man, he went into a deep depression. And it took him, and then I just started saying, man, you could have found it right here. You're listening to these guys, and guess who he was listening to? Derek Jackson and a couple of the white manosphere and all them. And I'm like, and guess what? He found a wife within 2 years, and she was Asian, she was Filipino, but she was more on the black side of things. Yeah. And then he started to realize about culture and everything, because sometimes, man, it's not about, it's not, it has to be not on you, but within you. Being a man come natural for some of us. Women can't read our minds, and all that shy crap. We got to get out of that.
Well, here's the thing, right? You say you're older than me, right?
Say it again.
You're older than me, right?
I can't hear you. Say it again.
Oh, you're older than me, right?
I don't know how old you are.
Oh, okay. I'm 36. I just turned 36.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm older than you. Yes. Okay, I just don't look it sometimes.
Right.
So most of what you said is facts, man. But the reason why I asked your age, if you were older than me, is because one thing that older gentlemen, especially in the Black community, don't understand about the younger gentlemen is that one last comment you made, which is like, we got to get out of this being shy stuff. And you are absolutely 100% right about that, right? But, what guys are kind of dealing with today is when they get out of that shy stuff and they just act like a man. Oh, let me pull out my phone and show all of TikTok, that this guy is a creep when the guy is not being a creep, right? You feel me? So that's what kind of guys of this generation is kind of dealing with. So no, I'm not saying you're wrong about the not being shy stuff, right? Because that's not me, right?
Let's say this, though, I'm not too far I'm not too far ahead of you. Okay. You get what I'm saying? I just think that a man 25 through 36 should know. You know what I'm saying? I mean, me, 1983, still, I know better than that.
Right, right. But all I'm saying is that there's an advent of technology that's happening and a narrative that's making men not get out of the shy stuff. That's all I'm saying. And then to what you were saying
that's a them problem. That's a them problem.
Well, no. But okay, hold on, narratives. When you say that that's a them problem, I think that's 50% of it. The other 50% is what you were talking about earlier when you said, when you made the example of, these guys are complaining about, they don't like the nerd, right? Well, that's true. They don't like the nerd, right? And it's about the man becoming a man, right? That the women notice. However, right, it's not just a them thing. It's a culture thing and a society thing too. That's the 50% of it. Because if in society through mass media, especially in our culture, if degeneracy is something that is promoted in mass media, and the guy who is degenerate, or whatever term you want to give him, Pookie, Ray, whatever, right? If that's the guy who's promoted as the guy that women should be attracted to, for whatever reason, good or bad, right? Then the person who is not that, the man who is not that, who's still growing to be a man, it's not 100% on him that problem exists. And so that is the other side of it. That's the other side of it that I think that younger guys are having an issue with older men or just society in general being insensitive about. If that makes sense.
Can I say this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh wait, can I have a go after?
Hold on,
Oh, did he
Ren.
cut? Did
I
he
do wanna.
stop? Or something
Yeah.
happened to your mic? I think.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. Only thing I'm saying, bro, is that and it's not even a older or younger thing. And I think that even men from 25 to 30 should be worried about their age. That's a very feminine thing. Now, my thing is, at some point, you have to have some kind of male figure in your life to teach you some of these things. But for those who don't, I get it, but you have to learn. You have to
Wait. I'm
learn.
sorry.
You
What
ain't
did
gonna,
you say was feminine? What did you say was feminine? I'm sorry, I didn't
I
hear you.
say it's feminine worrying about your age or worrying about other men's age. That
No.
you see that a
I
whole
was
bunch.
using no.
No, I'm
Wait. I
not
have to
saying
stop you there.
you. I'm not saying you, but the thing is, too often this is what we hear all the time, that it comes from older men and that it also comes from, just society in general. I'm not here to
Wait a
talk.
minute, narratives. Hold on one sec. I'm so sorry, narratives. I gotta cut
Hey,
you off for a
Tab.
second. Hey, narratives, right? So it's not feminine, right, for me to give you a
I'm not saying
juxtaposition.
you. I'm not
Yeah,
saying you, brother.
I know,
You know I
but I
rock
did
with
bring up.
you. I've been
I
knowing you
know.
while I rock with you.
Oh yeah, I know that. I've been knowing you too. I know that. Like, I'm not referencing you. I mean, in general, right? So the thing about it is, the reason why I brought up age is because it's the common thing that I see older men, not old men, but just like older men, something that they don't understand about the younger generation of men. So when they hear them on shows talking, it sounds like a whole bunch of complaining, which it is complaining, right? But it's backed by some realistic things that these men are undergoing, that's real problems. And because like the generations were conditioned differently, right? Sometimes older men don't understand those new problems that young men are facing. That's why I brought up age. Not to disqualify you from the conversation or disqualify any older man from the conversation. Just that's why I was bringing that up.
Yeah, but
Hey,
this is
hey,
this, but
Bella. Good to see you. But okay, so I have a question. But didn't you tie it into? Well, wasn't you talking about society and what they accept? Did I miss
Well,
that part?
Well, yeah, because narratives basically, like I said, I think he's mostly right about what he's been saying tonight. I brought up society because he brought up a example of dudes complaining like, "Oh, well, they don't like the nerd. I'm the nerd. They don't like the nerd, right?" And men are complaining about it. They become bitter. I think that it was D talking about bitter men. He's right about that. There's a lot of bitter men online, right? But what I was telling narratives with that example, Mo, is that it's not 100% on the person that's an issue. That was my point, because it's that's 50% is the person and the ways that they can improve and change themselves and become the men they want to be. So narratives is completely right about that, but the other half of it is, I think, is not the fault of the person that person has that problem or complaint. I think it has to do with a lot of the propaganda and a lot of the promotion in society that uplifts
yeah,
a certain type of
Okay.
person over other type of people.
Right,
yeah,
and
dark.
I think that's where I'll be brief. I think that's when it becomes dangerous, when you allow propaganda and society standards to determine your worth. So I do see that's a personal issue, because
Right.
when you
Mm-hmm.
start building your identity on something that's unstable, you'll forever remain in that cycle, because society's standards, the likes, the dislikes change daily, yearly. So that's very dangerous. I think identity crisis would be the biggest issue. You have to become comfortable with who you are, whether the world accepts it or not. And that's hard. It takes work. You have to
Mm-hmm.
become okay with not being accepted by the majority. Because what
Yes.
does society push? Society pushes dysfunction, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I meant. Narratives. So that makes sense. Yeah.
Hey,
Oh no, brother.
Ed.
I've been got it. I've been got it. Trust me, I get it. But what I'm saying to you is that, and what you're saying, that's a fact, and you're not wrong. I'm not the guy that tells somebody, "Hey, man, you should just stop crying. You should just get over it." I just came up here maybe a week ago, and Mo had a really good topic, and it was very insensitive. Very sensitive. It's a very sensitive topic where men held things in until they were 40 to 50 years old about being, essayed,
Right.
and most people have said too to them, hey, just get over it. So I'm not that guy. But
Right.
what I'm saying to you is that at some point we got to move beyond what has been comfortable for us and move like a man, because the constantly using the same old talking points from 2018 apparently just didn't work in the black manosphere. It really didn't. Oh, she don't like me. Oh, okay. Now we broke off to SYSBM. We broke off into the passport bros. We broke off into MGTOW. Okay, none of it worked. So what can you do?
SYSBM?
Yeah.
Save yourself.
Save
Go
yourself,
ahead.
black man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I did want to thank you, Construct Icon, for the $1.99 super chat. It says, "One love to Mo love. Keep building, sister." Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Can I say something real quick? Because I might hit the sack soon, but I'm enjoying the conversation. I love the conversation. Y'all having a really good one. I want to share this with y'all real quick. Oh, by the way, Dark Lake, I haven't seen you since Fight Club days. Every time I see somebody that I haven't seen come out the woodworks, I gotta be like, "Yo, what's up? Good to see you here, bro."
So all of y'all know each other from Fight Club?
That's where I know Dark Lake from.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
Construct, I want to say that was literally like during COVID days. So the fact that you just remember me, I think it's cool that you remember me, man. I had to leave because
you
of.
Fatty used to go at it and Angry Man, and now everybody's like cool, and I love it. It's so
No,
dope.
everybody ain't cool, bro. It's lines has been
I'm
drawn.
not saying everybody's cool.
Everybody broke off. Everybody broke off.
Yeah. Well, hey, I appreciate you recognize me, man. Bless you, bro. Thank you.
No, I do it, and I know Mo Love and Bolo and Mo. I know, and I remember. It's so dope. I mean, the rest of y'all, peace. I want to say peace to the panel too, real quick. I don't know. I don't recognize the rest of y'all.
Salute, Construct. Salute.
I remember you, Construct. You just don't know who I am because I don't get on panels as much.
Who's this?
This is Coffee.
Narratives and dialogues. Thank you. I came up with something today, and maybe this is, nothing's new under the sun. But I said, wow, did I just say that? And I'm not bratting. I said something about the human condition, a weakness that we have, and it's our moods. Our moods. And I don't care who you are. You know what I'm saying? I don't care. Like, we're not everybody's emotional. Everybody has emotions. Everybody has all the things. But it's just, we do it different. But moods, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I feel like I got to turn on my phone because I sent you the super chat and then I have my phone. All right. I hear like a echo. Anyway, so I was saying like moods. I was talking to my peoples earlier and I was like, you know what? A concept that just like it struck me. I was like, how we feel, like our moods, like dictates how we act in life. It makes us do bad and good. It makes us not want to do something or make us want to do something. And I was like, it's almost like the weather. It's like that our moods are almost like the weather for the earth. Like that will dictate if it's going to snow today. You know what I'm saying? It's going to dictate if it's going to rain today. It's going to dictate if it's going to be cloudy today. It all depends on what your mood is. You could be happy today.
Hold on.
You could be sad today. You know what I'm saying? You could be angry today. And it's just, it's so interesting because it's so messed up though, because it's a weakness of a human being, but it also makes us who we are. And it is just a concept that I wouldn't have felt comfortable to put that down on any platform but this one. And I just wanted to get that out. And I hope that y'all understand where I was coming from.
I was kind of confused. I know you mentioned
Who's saying this?
me, Mo Love.
Oh, Mo. What's up, Mo?
Hey, what's up? You mentioned moods, and I don't know. I tried to follow,
I'm gonna give you. Okay, I'm gonna
but
give you.
thank you for sharing.
Can I give you a very specific understanding of what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not trying to be fresh. But if a man is not in the mood to make love, ain't no love gonna be made. Because if we ain't in the mood, ain't no erection gonna happen, right? I mean, there's other things you could do, but I'm just saying that's just one example. But it's like if you're in the mood, like you got to get up and mow the lawn. No pun intended, mow love. But if you you want to get up and mow the lawn, right? You're like, I don't feel like mowing the lawn today. Like, I don't know. It don't like with men. A lot of times, life doesn't care about your mood. You better go out there and mow that grass. You know what I'm saying?
True.
And so,
You're right about that.
You know, you got to go and do this thing. Even if I got to get up and go to this job today. I don't feel like dealing with silly Sally from the valley, you know. But you got to go in there and do it. And so, you know, when you know the difference when you have in a day where you're like, you want to conquer. You're like, yo, that's your mood. Your mood. You're like, it's mood swings. We be having mood swings, all of us. I don't care who you are. You be having mood swings, and you're like, today, I'm ready for it. You know what I'm saying? So then you conquer it, and you can build off of that. But when you're in a bad mood, and I've been doing a lot of soul searching. You know, somebody's dying or something's bad in their life. You're like, oh, I don't feel like handling this thing today. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel like hearing other people's problems because I got my own. You got to be in the mood. You got to be in the mindset. But it's mood. You can call it whatever you want, but there's a word called mood for a reason. And I think that sometimes the mood is our human weather channel. It's like,
Hold on.
like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Like,
oh, I think I know what you're saying. So your time mood to rain, like I'm sad if it's raining, or if it's sunny, if my internal weather channel is sunny, I'm happy. Is that what you're saying?
No. No.
No.
Well, he mentioned I was confused. He mentioned rain and sunshine, and
he
then
uses that as a metaphoric term.
It's metaphorical.
It's similar.
All metaphorical.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? A lot of things are.
Bella, don't laugh at me.
Even things that we believe in that is like beyond what the scope that we can understand is metaphorical. So why can't this be?
Hey, Trey.
Can I say something to brother there? And I understand exactly where he's coming from. Meaning, when life kick you in your ass, you just gotta be pushed out there. Do what you gotta do as a man.
Pretty much.
You know, there are not too many resources for men, depending on where you are geographically. Now, out here in California,
men, see, that's what I'm saying.
No, I get what you're saying. I know what you're saying, brother. I know what you're saying, but you did mention as a man what you have to do as a stand-up man. You don't feel like doing something. What if you're married? What if you have a major responsibility to take care of whatever that thing is? You know, you have to because you have lives depending on you. So I get that.
You got it. It's so like a kid that doesn't want to get up. He's like, I don't want to go to school today. It's like, get up. You got a test today. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You got to go to school today. You got to pass that test.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It don't matter. It's like we have to fight past these things. And
that's why we need that push when the boys are boys. You know what I'm saying? We need that. That's so important.
So he said women have to do the same.
Everybody, women, man, woman, and child, we all got to do it. We all need to do it because we were all children. Men and women were, before we were men and women, we were children. We went to school together, right? We had to all get up and go on a school bus. We didn't want to get up some days. It was cold outside. It's like, can I just sleep in? Nope. Get up.
Right.
And that's what I'm saying. You wasn't in the mood to do it. But you just got to. You got to supersede. Because I realized something, though. When you fight past it, you supersede that mood. You're like, I wasn't in the mood, but now I am in the mood. You know?
It's all done and out the way.
Yeah. Now you almost become, you're like, you know what? I was thinking like I couldn't do it, or I couldn't think I could do it, or I didn't feel like doing it. But now I'm like with it. Like I like it. You know what I'm saying?
But you know what though, brother? The thing is too, it's also your confidence level too. Everybody don't arrive at the same time.
There's a lot of
yeah. And even me, I know for a fact if I'm broke, when I leave my house, I'm gonna come back with whatever. I'm gonna come back with something.
Oh, you resourceful like me. You resourceful.
Yes. Yeah.
Salute to you, soldier. There's nothing better than being resourceful. I don't care how many degrees you have. I know people that don't have no degrees at all, but they got everything. And I'm like, what? You know? And they just, because you're just resourceful. You know?
Yeah, and that's cool.
Do I have that many commercials? I've seen a few people complain about how many ads come up. I don't have them like set as like a lot of commercials, but
no, they just need to pay for StreamYard. That's all they need to. I mean, pay for premium. That's all they need. If they want to watch the whole show.
This is an inside thing. I don't know what's StreamYard.
No, well, you on StreamYard now, but premium YouTube.
Yeah, you won't see any commercial, any ads.
Yeah, you won't see it.
Yeah,
but I'm cheap like
premium.
We know you do, Riaz, because you give us a lot of notifications.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Okay, whatever.
But I like that though. I'm not clowning you, Riaz. I like that. You keep us in the know. We glad that you rock with us.
My point is this though: if you can do that, sometimes it kind of can help you, because you'll be like, like like you're angry. It's thunder and lightning. You're like, it could be a whole thing. You're like, you know what, chill. You know what I'm saying? Like, why am I being so upset? Because, like, why? Like, these emotions, these moods, they're all tied together.
I know what I want to ask you, brother. And now I know what I want to ask you. Do you think that? Do you think? Let me just say this, Riaz, and then I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut up.
You got it.
Riaz say, okay. Hey, he's like, okay.
He-Man's trolling tonight.
Yeah, but listen, this is what I want to say. Do you think that because of the climate we're in now, most of the men are emotionally unintelligent, and it doesn't matter what age it is, because you got some people that learn at a very, very late age, or I wouldn't say a late age, but you know what I'm saying? Like they learn differently than others. Just put it that way.
I think everybody has their season. I think that like it all depends. Like some people learn early, some people learn later, and I think I think a lot of men, heterosexual, strong, intelligent men, I think they learn early, but they also learn late. It's like you got a second childhood thing. It's weird.
They
I
learn
don't
early, but they all okay.
Huh?
No, I was trying to make sense.
You like you know a lot in the beginning. You were, because you have to survive. Because a lot of things you have to think. We like if we want to think about like we're like animals, right? If you think about turtles, they like you have a the saltwater turtle, the one that lives in the ocean. Like they lay the eggs on the shore, and then they have to like crawl back into the beach. a lot of times, a lot of them don't make it there. And then the ones who make it there get eaten. Everything doesn't survive. Only the strong survive. So in order to be able to survive, a lot of times, if you weren't like somebody wasn't taking care of you and like protected you, you had to be able to survive. And if you're strong, you will survive. So you learn that part. But then I think as you get older, you start to the wisdom comes in. You're like, oh, this is what this is about. Like, because at the beginning, we don't know that. We just trying to survive. Like they say, I think they say survival mode, right? When you're in survival mode, it's hard to get all the little nuances, all the little lessons to everything. But as you like sit back and it happens again, repetition, and you're able to like overcome, you start to be like, oh, that's what it's all about. And and sometimes it clicks and sometimes it doesn't. It's different for everybody. I believe. I think it's different.
I'm sorry.
Who's laughing at me?
I'm not laughing at you. I'm looking at some of the comments, and I cannot help myself.
E-Man's in here still? Where he at? I know he coming at me.
Oh my gosh.
Is he?
No, it's
Try
just
not to
some of
be
these
looking at the chat
comments.
while I'm on these things.
They are
I've
funny.
only been on these things for like I'm on my second month of doing this ever. I have
put up the comment. I want to see it. What you laughing at?
No, I don't want it to be because I think it's the way World Class just says things. Like earlier, he said, "Coffee. Why would you say climate? We just got away from rain and snow." And
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, then he
World Class Great.
Who is Coffee? What is Coffee?
I'm Coffee, brother. My channel is Narratives and Dialogue.
Oh,
but I'm the infamous Coffee Nino.
Woo! Holla! I'm gonna find out.
You gotta subscribe.
Why don't you put that as your name instead of Narratives and Dialogues?
No, that's the channel, man. I don't need people putting Coffee Nino in their streams. I had a white woman stalking me. No, you good. No, you good.
Okay.
I had a white woman stalking me from 2018 all the way up to 2022. Just put my name in her stream. Oh yeah, she would do 9 hours about me.
The first time I heard of Pearly Things was when you described her, and it was so funny. You said you did a video or something.
Yeah, I did a documentary called shoot, I can't even remember it. It's been 3 years ago. How I finessed the Black Manosphere.
Wow.
The Pearly Things. Yeah. But I had to say her name a different way because I didn't want to get struck or be sued. So I put it like Barbie. I did everything like Barbie. Pearlie. And then Things as in THANGZ. Pearly Things.
Got it. You mentioned something a couple of weeks ago. You said you were going to do a stream on something. I got to go back and look at it, but I was like, that is a fire title. I just don't remember what it was.
Well, they're going to be surprised at the new stuff coming out.
When is it coming out?
I'm doing it probably Tuesday.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're going to love it.
I'm excited.
That's cool.
Young Riaz asked a long time ago. He's like, let me know when it's my turn to talk. So you got to get in where you fit in. Go ahead.
Okay. So basically, what I was gonna say though as well is, like what you put out is what you get back, and it's not just mental, emotional, it's a spiritual aspect too, though. So some people they complain about the results they get. They're putting their energy out into the atmosphere. They're putting it out there because they're thinking it and saying it, but then it's also subconsciously. They subconsciously thinking, and then it goes to their brain consciously, and then they start speaking it. So then once they say it, they actually attract it. So when they attract them things and the way they move and stuff is the real reason they get what they get. And then they complain why they getting what they're getting. So that's why for me personally, I'm trying to think positive in order to get positive.
Got it. That's a great mindset, Riaz. Hey,
Facts.
Sweatbread,
I
good
like
to see
I
you.
like that. I like that.
World Class said, Riaz, why you so fancy? Stan, I haven't been seeing you in months. How are you? Good to see you. Yes.
What are y'all on like West Coast?
No, I am Central Time.
I'm on
Who's on the
UK.
East Coast? Who's on the East
I
Coast?
am.
I'm on the
I'm on the
South,
West
but
Coast.
they say
It's 5
Texas is
o'clock,
not
right?
the South.
Oh no, it's 4:35.
It's 1:30 for me.
What? Who? Where?
It
You in
is
West Coast?
3:34 a.m. for me.
Oh my.
9:34. It's 9:34 in the UK.
Oh, you in a whole nother land.
Yeah.
You England.
Yeah, he
Okay.
is.
Wow. 9:30. It's 9:30 a.m. or a.m. right? No,
Yeah, it's AM.
p.m.
No, AM.
a.m. Oh yeah.
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 Okay. Oh
So
yeah.
basically, I'm 5 or 6 hours difference depending which state you're in.
I'm in New
So me and
York, so
Sweatbread are at the same time.
Yeah,
Okay.
so
Hey,
they are
Latonya,
5,
good
6
to see
hours.
you.
that's wild.
4:34 in Baltimore. Oh, it's later. Where I thought
What?
I had the
Baltimore,
latest time.
Maryland? Oh yeah, no,
Mm-hmm.
4:35. Yeah.
Me and
You-
Sweatbread at the same
That's
time.
the same. Yeah. Yep.
Good
That's
to see
crazy though.
you. We've had a very diverse panel tonight. Topics too.
Yo, more love.
Yeah,
Thank you for having me again.
of course.
And Kwame, narratives, and I'm gonna check you out.
Yeah.
His channel. He got a channel, right? He said he got a channel.
Mm-hmm. He
Yeah.
has so many subscribers.
But yeah, appreciate having y'all. Y'all got it. I'm gonna be out.
All right. Thank you so much for stopping by, Construct.
Anytime. Thank you.
World Class said we had a weather forecast.
Hey,
We
that's
did.
cool. Yeah, we did. I did something different today. Association. Think about it though. Just think about it.
Yes.
If it
Yeah,
helps,
Coffee is still up here. Stan.
Yeah, I'm still here. Who's asking
Oh,
questions?
that's
I don't
Stan.
know, right?
You see the comments?
No, what did he say? I can't see it.
He
I'm
said
on my
I
phone.
missed
I'm
his
driving.
live. Coffee was up here.
Yeah. I was. I've been on a few today. I'm just
Have you?
looking at what people talking about. Yeah, I went to Genesis today.
Oh, shout out to Genesis. What was her
Yeah.
topic?
Okay, sure. I remember Coffee. I was there with you. I just
Yeah,
got
he
there.
was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically,
What was
well,
her
by the
topic?
time my part there, you guys were about to leave. It's just that I was busy. I already made my own show, and then I was posting it, and I was doing my thing though. So I had to deal with that first, and then come over.
You had just woke up, Riaz, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Her
World Class
topic
said
was
Coffee was flexing on us.
why you say that?
No, World Class said that.
I said, well, why he say that?
Oh, he said that. Coffee said, if you don't have YouTube Premium, then F you or something like that.
Nah, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying usually
That's so funny.
that's what happens when
I don't have
you don't
premium
have
either.
premium. You can skip the ads. You can't really enjoy the show if you don't have premium.
Yeah, I might as well get premium again.
Oh, you giving them ads too and don't have premium?
Yes, I do. I miss
Okay.
premium.
Yeah, but when you
But
look
the
at it,
thing,
it's
but I have so many different things coming out of my account. Every day I look up something is coming out, and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot I have a subscription here.
yeah, and I be counseling too. I do
Mhm.
because it costs a lot to do film. It really
Yeah,
do.
I can imagine.
Mhm.
84 said,
Is
Riaz
Zone
keep
still up here?
dropping them UK gangster rap shorts. Yeah, he's here.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
here.
okay.
No, that is 284. I do that. Sometimes though when I do post UK rappers, though, some of them, yeah, they mostly do live that lifestyle, but some of them I posted the ones that don't do it too. So I do post variety. Different style, different genre, and you know, it's a variety.
Mm-hmm. Latanya says sometimes you have to be fancy. Yes. I'm tired of
Yeah,
saying
basically work as a basically I said to work as I'm like neurodivergent, fancy term for being autistic and stuff like that. So I say I'm
that's
autistic,
what
but I
World Class
say
was asking. It was like, what is that earlier?
no,
But now you explained it. I get it.
yeah.
More
So
love in her
basically
school teacher voice.
Really?
I say
Yeah,
that's why I
yeah.
say I'm neurodivergent.
You said neurodivergent?
Yeah,
Neurodivergent. Okay.
yeah,
It's something that deals with neurology and also
Mm-hmm.
how he processes things. You
Nerves.
know.
yeah,
Mhm.
that is correct.
Yes, I do, but I've unsubscribed to a lot of the memberships I had on YouTube. So yeah.
Well, I say this: people subscribe to memberships, but they gotta understand it's a psychology thing. What are you
Mm-hmm.
subscribing to if there's really no advantage to the membership?
That's why I have to do better on
You know
there
what I'm saying?
because
Just send a super chat, or a cash app,
yes.
that's it, And by the
Mm-hmm.
way, this is good entertainment, basically, because I'm up on these speaks. I think y'all need to start sending some cash apps. Not to me though, but
Yeah,
send it to Molo.
I would appreciate it. If you guys feel led, but yeah. Tonight was a good topic, and then we talked about several other things.
So
I
I
wasn't
can't
even
see
gonna
who's
go
up
live
here
at
right
first.
now. Who's all up on the
So
panel?
it's me, you, Zone, D, and Riaz.
Okay, yeah. D, we had some good conversations last week, and of course,
Yeah.
Zone and I, we know each other, so we talk.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Got it. Mm-hmm. Because you said it was like the Black Manosphere, what?
Uh,
Reunion?
yeah. I
Oh,
like when
okay.
Dark come up though, cause Dark be having
He
some really good points. He really do.
he does. He does.
He really do.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And of course Zone be having some really, really, really good points. I like
Mm-hmm.
Zone when it comes to politics.
I think I saw Zone one
Well, I
night
like
and
Zone period, but I like the stuff he talk about politics.
he
Yeah.
had
I
like
be,
300 or 400 people in his live one night.
I be trying,
Something
man.
about Trump. I said, "Oh yeah, if it's Trump, then it's
Yeah,
going
I,
down."
I figured, I figured, the mayonnaise people, they make a lot of money when they want to talk about, Diddy and Mayweather. I said, I might as well exploit the mayonnaise people. So let me talk about Trump. So
Mm-hmm.
Shoot,
that's
I
how I
made a
roll.
mistake talking about that.
Yep, that's gonna always be a
It brought
topic.
250,000, 252,000 views to one video. And question, I got so much email, it was ridiculous. But I said, who's better to tell your story than yourself? Because you do have
Yes.
clowns that would get up on the panel that's been following you for almost 5 years around trying to get you on the panel to say, oh, you went to a Diddy party. And I did.
Mm. People tell you that?
All the time. I get all
Oh
kinds of
wow. Mm-hmm. Did you?
oh yeah,
Oh,
tons.
okay.
But I ignore them though. And I block
Mm-hmm.
people from saying certain things in the chat.
Right, because the trolls do be out.
Oh, we so close to finding out who these people are behind these avatars. Just don't know. I'm telling
How?
you. Oh yeah.
Good night, world class. Thank you for tuning in. How would you
Yeah.
find out though?
Yo.
Trust me. I'm in San Francisco near Silicon Valley. There's a lot of specialists that are out here.
Mm-hmm.
YouTube is in San Francisco. Do you know that? Yes.
Okay. Good night, Nathaniel. Yeah, I remember. Well, I think the Anton Daniels thing is still an ongoing topic, but oh,
Yeah, it is. But the thing is,
I learned a
everybody
lot
covering
about
it.
him. I didn't even know until people started covering it over here.
Well, the thing is, when you have made a person like him your statue of God, and nobody calls out the degeneracy even on his behalf, that's a problem. And I do thank Freezy for even
Mm-hmm.
being the first to stand up and stand out against it and against some of what he called these black coons.
Yes.
He needed to.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to be funny. When I say tether, I don't mean that you are that I'm against you because you're in America and you're from a different country.
Right.
When you start to tethering and getting in on America's business and trolling, and especially people who have history in America, and you're not, we can't go to your country and do that. Why are you here doing that?
And I think that's where people mix it up. Like they think automatically if you're over here from another country, you're a tether. No, that's not
No, but
it.
what I'm
It's
saying,
people that
when you
try
start
to,
tethering,
yeah.
tethering is when you want to take the history of Black Americans and start to play with it, like just brush it over. Oh, this is just YouTube. You got to distinguish that all skin folks ain't kin folks. You really do, because they would get up and dismiss your experience.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a problem.
Right.
Yeah,
Stay out
I
of America
definitely
business before I call ICE.
agree.
Well, Andy, anything? Okay, I get you on that though, but that makes sense. Coffee, I was gonna tell you, right? Just like basically I do the same thing to, the people born in Pakistan. I tell them to stay out of my business though. You know why? Because look, some of them say some of them are bare hypocrites. You know why? Some of them say they're better, but then basically they go over to the UK and they say, I'm a sellout, but what is there for me to sell out to? And then they come over, they're the bigger sellouts, trust me. And
Well,
you know what
but
happens
are
after
you
selling out?
saying that
They cry.
people? Are you saying like who's in y'all's business? Are you saying that Americans are?
No, not Americans, Pakistanis, born Pakistanis. No, so
No,
basically,
love. He
no,
talking
no,
about the people. He talking about his own people because he moved. Because he was raised in the UK and he's Punjabi. No, Pakistan.
Mhm.
Which one? You Pakistan or Punjabi?
but they're basically both interlinked, but I'm like overall, it's more Pakistani.
Okay. And what they're doing is saying because he's there, he's become more UK mindset. The same thing with you being
Oh,
a person that moved from Africa to America, and you side more on the American side of freedom.
Yeah,
They would say, "Oh,
yeah,
you've
but
become too Americanized."
oh yeah, basically I am kind of Americanized to a certain degree, and also quite, some of what it is though. My harsh reality is both sides will never accept me as one of them. It's like a game of tug of war. In school, right? You had these two ropes, and both sides pull you. I'm being dragged in both directions like that, and then basically I create my own identity. And plus, though, any to my own people, though, the ones who born in Pakistan, yeah, yes, they're family, but at the same time, I'm not gonna let them treat me any kind of way. Because look, you're actually look. Can I feel empathy for them? Yes, but I will never relate to them, and they can't relate to me. But say, oh, because when we're there, we're standing together. Yeah, but you're over there and I'm over here. What can we relate to? And when some of them come over here who are hypocritical, saying they're better, they're gonna cry about how tough life is here. But they don't. But they themselves told me they're better. They don't know what life is really like over here. The
Yeah,
only
well,
my mom,
we have
my
the same thing.
mother, my
Let,
mother, my
let, let,
grandparents, my auntie, like few
okay.
relatives, those that moved here, though, they can
We.
they can easily they can relate. They're the bridging
well,
of
love you
both
bad.
sides, though. But the ones I'm talking about outside my family, the
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but
hypocritical
hear me
ones.
out, Riaz. Hear me out. Let me say this. We have the same thing going on with Africans that come here and benefit not just
Yeah.
African, but everybody. They benefit off of all of the benefits that America have to give. but they will say that black people here are lazy, and then you have those that that we call black coons that will side with them as well and make it no better and say that the people who are voting for a certain thing do not deserve something. You know what I'm saying? It could be anything, but guess what? The same people who are saying you don't deserve this, you don't deserve that, you would catch them in the rich folks section getting food stamps and welfare because they don't want to go downtown where the poor people are. They want to go in the pockets of the towns where they have to still have a county office, and you'll catch them. I filmed a few of them.
Okay, that makes sense.
Out.
I did want to say, I'll go finish. What were you saying, Coffee?
I filmed a few of them coming out. They were Asian, they were African, they were Sudanese.
Hold on.
One of the Punjabi men had a
Wait, but then Coffee, can I ask one question?
Hold on. One of the Punjabi men was in his. He tried to disguise it, but I saw it. I took a picture of it. He had an electronic monitoring system on his ankle. He had committed a crime over it.
Wow. So you're saying that you filmed outside of the welfare office?
I went undercover with a camera on me, and I went undercover to show the different statistics, like as in to show the difference from the black welfare officers and the white welfare officers, and everybody who equate as white. Everybody, who think on that level like that,
Okay.
Yeah, I do want to say thank you so much, Construct. He said positive energy activates constant elevation. Let me play my here we go.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Construct. I do appreciate you. Shout out to you. Thank you for supporting the show. Riaz, you got to be a little patient, okay?
Okay, sorry. I'll try.
Yeah.
All right, anyways, I was gonna tell Coffee, yeah, I kind of get you on what you were explaining now, and it makes sense though, and I agree with you. And also, you wanna know something interesting as well, though, Coffee. In the 50s, 60s, right, people like me, right, in the UK had to assimilate, but they had to pretend to be who they had to pretend to be something that they were not, while taking abuse as well, though. And basically getting beaten up in the process too, though. And they got called a particular word, and for that reason, and you know what it was, the Coffee, it was SBA.
Did they go to jail for it?
Well, some of them, no, I don't know about. I don't have to look further, research it, but they had to hide it. They had to hide themselves.
Give me that information so I can report on it.
Okay. Wait, actually, no. Wait, just type about, type in the 50s, 60s, what happened to British Pakistanis, and then you'll literally find a lot of history. And I'll tell you this, though, in a simple way, though, but you know who actually inspired them to fight for themselves? Malcolm X. Malcolm X came UK, right? They went, the people that they told Malcolm X, look, this is what we're going through. And then Malcolm X said, look, you have to fight for yourself. So they took his advice and they listened to him, and hence why, my own culture is, widely, people like me started being the real self in the 70s, though, and from there, that's just how it is, though. So basically, I was saying the whole point is the overall is I know who paved the way for me to be myself anyway, and some born Pakistanis don't understand that, when the immigrants. So when I say British born, Coffee, it means the ones born in the UK and the one to differentiate from the immigrant. Am I still an immigrant? Yes, but the difference is I'm born in the land. They're out. They were born out the land who moved to the land. You know what I mean? So
I get it.
basically,
I mean, why do you think my name is the way it is? My dad is black and Nigerian, and my mom is black and Dominican.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
okay.
yeah, I get it. See, it's a difference in between being an immigrant who's tailoring versus somebody who's an immigrant who came to do better in life, or who just here minding their own business and not going into government or any of that. Because I know I've been to several countries. You can't go to other countries and do what you do here in America. And
Mhm.
America
Exactly.
let these people come in and on their territory and do whatever they want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just like the UK too. No, for example, right, Kwafi, in Saudi, right? I lived in Saudi for 7 to 8 years, right? And basically, it was a residential visa. You cannot become a citizen because they don't give citizenships to a foreigner. There's two ways to be a Saudi citizen. You either marry a Saudi or you have to have a parent who's Saudi. So they give citizenships to their own, but they won't give citizenships to a foreigner. So when foreign people go there, they're residential visa.
Yeah, okay, I
So
get it. I get it.
So that's just how it is, though. So I feel you on what you're saying. So me and the rest like me though is like literally telling them, look, your family, but at the same time, these are the boundaries right here that is set. I'm setting boundaries against my own people that are born over there and here. It's not that I don't like them, and they say, oh, you're selling now. I'm not selling now. I'm just setting my boundaries though, cause they won't claim me for anything. But when they need something from me, then they say, oh, come over here and we'll claim you. I'm just like, what is it though? Am I in or am I not? So that's what the rest people like me have decided we'll create our own identities. And then literally, I had conversation with both my parents. My mom is born in Pakistan, but she actually understands what life is really like here because she married my dad, right? Who's the same like me. But since she lived in both countries. She understands both experiences, including raising me. So, you know, the, so in that kind of aspect, I had conversations with both of them, and basically they just told me, "Look, you're blended culture. You're best of both worlds. So, I
You know
got the
what, though, Riaz?
opportunity and culture."
Riaz, I want to give you some homework, and I think you should do this. I'm a
Okay,
grown ass man, but what I do is I resort back to my stories that taught me a lot of lessons when I grew up, and I still do. I'm a
okay,
storyteller, so I like of anything that's Dr. Seuss. Go look at
Mhm.
this cartoon on YouTube or buy the book. It's called The Sneetches. The Sennntches, The Sneetches,
oh,
and
okay.
it talks about how it talks about being accepted.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Okay. Wait, can you
check
type
it
that
I
in
out.
the
do
back
want to
chat,
read
please?
Latanya's comment. She said, I almost forgot, if nobody tells you today, I want you to know that I love you guys. Love you too, Latanya. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Sorry, I was gonna say to Coffee, thank you for telling me that. Can you put that in the back chat so I can screenshot that and then I'll have a look at it though, when we get off though.
Yeah, I will do that. And as a matter of fact, let me see if I can find it while we on live stream right now. Hold on.
Okay.
Cool. Irby says, speaking of British, I'm listening to Sade after your show, Mom. I love her. I love her music.
Okay. That's nice. Sorry. Sorry. So yeah.
What is what, Irby? Oh, I don't know. It sounded like a car sound.
No, sorry, I was coughing, sorry. I was
Oh
just
no,
like,
we were talking about something else.
okay. But yeah, that's just how it is though. So I was just explaining, and you mentioned identity crisis. That was something I suffered with my whole life though, Only, until last year and now. I know myself now. Because I literally, prayed to God and I asked God, who am I really? And then God just, said,
That's where you're gonna find your true identity.
yeah, I prayed to God and God told me to just study my history. So I studied my ancestry. Where did I come from? And I looked for it.
That's
So I'm the
that's a
type of stuff.
portion of it. That's one layer of it. But yeah, the true identity is who you are deep within, like Prime said, outside of race and culture.
Yeah, I agree with you, So that
He
was like
said,
a part.
your identity is more than your race and culture. It's also your accomplishments and goals. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Girl
So
of the
that's,
heart, Sade. Yeah.
I was
She's
gonna say, sorry. I was gonna say to Prime as well, what about your faith? Is your faith also your true identity too?
all of that. Because people in your own race, culture, family won't always accept you.
Yeah,
So
that makes sense.
identity is much more than that.
Yeah, that makes sense though, actually, I
Mm-hmm.
agree with you because that's what mom. I told my mom, dad, me and her talked about it, and then afterwards, though, it took me a while, and then I finally understood, what it was, though, and
Mm-hmm.
so yeah, so basically though now, I'm one of the, basically people like me, they suffer from post-colonial syndrome. So it's like a form of PTSD. So what it's like a form of PTSD. The symptoms is depression, anxiety, identity crisis, colorism, partition trauma, and internalized racism.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, it's like a form of PTSD and it skips few generations though, and some have it, some don't. I caught it though, basically, but I don't
Prime
have
said,
partition trauma because my family,
okay.
they don't. My family during the partition got to keep everything basically, so they never really, suffered through, the partition. And during the partition, when the borders thing, though, it was like a bloodbath to be honest, though, because the
So
borders
Prime
were not
said,
drawn properly.
Prime said people who have no accomplishments usually tend usually tend to lend to race and culture for identity, in my opinion.
Okay.
What was that last one again?
He said people who have no accomplishments usually tend to race and culture for identity.
That's my homie there, Prime. I get where he's coming from too, because
Hmm.
he probably has been through that. But you know how some people will uh, um, ostracize you for being different, as in your
Yeah.
mom may be black, your dad may be white, or your dad may be white, your mom may be black,
Hmm.
or they'll look at the person who's biracial as weak in the black community. And if it doesn't look
Exactly.
black, I get what he's saying about that. But then again, I don't think that's the overall thing about just race. I think everybody has some insecurities, whether you mix, whether
Yeah.
you a dark skinned person who thinks you're ugly, and
Mm.
this is what a lot of people try to equate to, darker skinned people being apes, and then they'll say things like,
Mhm.
uh, uh, "You're insecure," you know, and that's the first that's the Drake effect.
It is.
That kind of guy, them kind of guys, they go straight to the, oh, you're just insecure, bro. No, you're doing some effed up stuff. That's what
Mhm.
it is. But everybody do, at this point as men, especially men, we shouldn't have those issues. And I think we can get past that if women have gotten past that, because women are not, they don't do that anymore. They all, it's all kind of different women out here. They, even the
Mhm.
mannequins have all kind of shapes, in
Right.
Target. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying?
Mhm.
Yeah, that's true.
Hmm.
Yeah,
I
that makes sense though, Coffee. But the thing is well, the reason I also brought that up though, right? Like how some, with my own people, the ones born in the heritage, and some of them are hypocritical. The reason why I say some of them are hypocrites, right? They claim to be better, but some of them, right, have done nothing in their home and they want to throw that energy over to the Pakistanis born overseas and stuff because they themselves are deeply jealous though of her life. My life is, I'm not saying I'm better than nobody. I'm living a really good, stable life, and I'm blessed with it
I
too.
saw your house. Your house is nice. You got a
Thank
nice
you.
ass house.
Thank Thank you. I'm gonna say first all credit to God and then thank you to my father too, because my father had to work really hard though for years. When he was growing up, he didn't have as much. Like he was like middle class type thing. So he had stuff but he didn't have much though. Then by the time I was born, I got everything.
Let me ask Zone something. Zone, is it daylight where you are?
Oh nah, that's just a video.
I was about to say,
Yeah.
boy, you out here by me.
Oh, that's a video.
Yeah,
I gotta
Okay.
call you to find out how I need to learn how to do that. That's one thing I haven't mastered with this StreamYard yet.
yeah. While y'all, I've been playing around in OBS and messing with some different stuff and chopping up stuff while y'all was talking. So I'm just kind of experimenting stuff like that.
Oh, okay. That's cool. Yeah, I don't have the video part of it down, but I have the picture.
Yeah, it's in I'm in OBS right now. So what you're looking at is in OBS right now. So it's
Got
a
it.
virtual camera.
Mm-hmm. That's cool. I know a lot of people have that, and sometimes I think that that's them live.
Yeah, I saw people do that, and at first I thought it was kind of. I'm like, all right, you're doing too much. But then I started thinking about it, and I'm like, wait a minute, they might be on to something because when you're scrolling by, it looks like someone is speaking, and then when you go in the channel, then you realize, wait a minute, this is a video. It's been looping for like 20 minutes, but
Right.
but it's kind of smart though, like
Mm-hmm.
So I just been playing around with different stuff, just trying to be
I
creative.
noticed DJ Witch Doctors. His is like him sitting up there blinking his eyes. Like
Yeah,
he's really there just chilling. And I'm like, it took me forever to realize that's a video.
it's smart,
He's
man.
not
It's
sitting
smart.
up there live like on camera right now.
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
know. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, do you know how to use OBS or do you have
I
OBS?
do not. I
Yeah,
don't.
I would encourage it. Sorry, not to get off the subject, but I would encourage, like, if you're a content creator,
Mm-hmm.
I encourage everybody to learn how to use OBS. Number one, because it's free. Um,
Oh,
and then number two, like there's so much more that you can kind of do outside of StreamYard and Streamlabs and Restream.
mm-hmm.
So it's going to help you take your content game, your production game, or your art game, whatever you're into, um, with the content, and yeah,
Got
and
it.
you can multi-stream on different platforms, whether that's YouTube, Kick, Instagram. So for
Mm-hmm.
free, there's
That's
no monthly
cool.
charge or anything like that. You just have to learn how to use it. So
Mm-hmm.
That's impressive.
yeah.
Coffee.
Hey, I'm here. I'm listening.
Are you traveling?
Yeah, I am. I'm out hustling, baby.
Oh, okay. I know you got about 1,000
3 or 4
jobs.
jobs, 1,000. Yeah,
Got to
I'm
get that
hustling.
paper.
Got to. I
You
ain't never.
probably got
I'm never too high to go get some extra money.
I love that. When I hear people
Hmm.
talking, Coffee will say, "Well, I work for when I used to be a nurse, when I was in the military. I have my degree in this." I'm like, shout out to Coffee.
Oh, I ain't no medical person now. I don't do that. I ain't medical.
Oh, okay.
I just have a master's degree in criminology. That's it.
Got it.
That's it. And I have a second master's, MFA, Master's Fine Arts, Fashion Arts, Film and Videography.
Okay.
That's it. The other degrees, I guess they don't really matter
Mm-hmm.
because I ain't
When you
working in them.
tell somebody, I know the people that work in the upper parts of YouTube, I will report you. I said, oh my gosh, Coffee knows everybody.
Hey, they know me too. If I don't know them, they know me.
I'm sure, I'm sure
Right.
Crosby got a couple of businesses too, because he runs his own thing though as well. Not just, a lot of jobs. I'm sure you got your own thing set up too, right?
Yo, Mo, I want
I
to
think you
ask
might
you,
have missed it. Uh-huh.
not to get too personal, but did you say that you were married earlier in the stream or no?
I hate talking about that in this space, but
Okay, wait,
I was
well,
married.
my bad,
I'm
my
no
bad.
longer. No, you're okay. I'm no longer.
Okay.
But this space will shame the heck out of you. So
Oh
yeah.
man. I don't know, but see, I don't know why they would though. Like, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
you know, I would just say that I'll say this, right? If
Mm-hmm.
now obviously I don't know what happened. I don't know, but I would say this. If the results of a marriage ending is because of somebody cheating or stepping outside or whatever, I think whoever that was should be. I think it's healthy to shame them,
Mm-hmm.
you know. But yeah, I mean that's just my opinion because I feel like shame works a little bit. Like we got to bring back a little bit of shame, righteously though, not just
Mm-hmm.
oh, I'm ashamed you just because
Just
it's a
shaming people.
popular.
Good night, Irby. Yeah.
Peace
Thank
out,
you,
Irby.
Irby. Oh, I see Prom talking about Lecrae. Yeah.
Okay. That's nice though, Prime. So
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
yeah. So I
but
feel you. That's nice.
But yeah, I thank God I don't have any regrets. I don't believe that my relationship would be as sound as it is now. It was a stepping stone, and I allowed that to make me better and not bitter.
mhm.
So yeah,
Oh,
I'm
I
very
like that. More love, better, but not bitter. And that's if a
yeah.
woman can understand this, fellas. Do y'all hear that? Better, but not bitter. Not
Mm-hmm.
shutting you up. But at some point, we got to move beyond what has been comfortable for us with this trauma bond.
Yes.
Yeah,
You
Mm-hmm.
know, real talk. Every channel you go to, it's gender wars. Come over there to my channel
Everywhere.
doing that, we gonna block you.
Yeah, I still believe that there are decent men and women. I
I
do.
do
I
too.
don't want to
I
believe
do too.
that everyone is just toxic as heck and no one's intentional. Now, is there a lot of degeneracy out here? Absolutely, but I will never give up hope pertaining to love
Yeah.
and just
yeah.
people in general,
Oh, can I say this, Mo Love?
Mhm.
And it's no disrespect. And for all you hyenas out there, if you come over there with that crap, we gonna block you too. We're gonna block you. All you, I'm gonna tell you, it's four types. That's the problem: white supremacists, these hyenas, these black degenerates, and,
Mhm.
black degenerate males, and these gender war folks. Don't come onto my channel with that shit. Excuse me.
Right. I
You know
get
what's
it.
crazy? What's crazy is I was having one of the another content creator that I'm cool with. He had a live stream earlier, and what's crazy is see I've only been online since 2021,
Mhm.
and so the only reason that I even made it into a YouTube live space or live stream space or content creator space was because the pandemic basically forced us all to just get online. And
Yeah.
it's crazy because I was telling him that, I was like, I just thinking about it, I was like, I wouldn't even be talking to you if the pandemic never happened. Because prior to that, like I was kind of just really in real life, still doing my thing, really non-existent
Mhm.
online like that. And so, fast forward 2021, I get online and then I see the Kevin Samuels average at best clip that goes viral.
Mhm.
And then
I
literally
was
like
there
the
that day when
next
it happened.
day, man, the
Wow.
next day, all of these content creators, they start popping down my algorithm. And then I started listening to these conversations
Mm-hmm.
And so the funny thing about all of this is that in my real life, up until 2021, 90% of the things that has been said on these panels, these channels, I never really heard people just talk about it in real life.
Right.
So so I would say that there is some good information out there,
Mm-hmm.
but you know, the parallel between reality and virtual reality is, to me, is hilarious, man. Because it,
It
like
really is.
when you go in the real world and you start talking
Mhm.
about, they be looking at you like, bro, you're nuts. Like, what are you even talking about? What is a pill? Like, do you need help? Do you need to?
But you know what goes on? Let's say this. Let's say this real quick. Now,
Mhm.
a lot of these guys, they bring their own problems here, and whatever channel fits their problem, that's what they go to. And it's very right, very much their right. I get it.
Yeah.
But it becomes overbearing when you can't distinguish who is who. We know the
Yeah.
guys who these things genuinely happen to, where with the child support issues. But we got men complaining that don't even have children that complain about child support.
Right.
And then you got
Yeah.
the panda queens. They the problems too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and we know the ones that are real and the ones that are grifting. I'll be calling them out too.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I often wonder why some of the married men seem so miserable and they cling to like women are not blah blah blah.
Because it's a
Like,
grift, Mo, and I'm gonna tell you why
you're
about that. The reason
Mhm.
why it's a grift, because a lot of them, they know they can tell somebody that feels really bad right about now about themselves. Hey, brother, I'm on your side. You know what I'm saying? To get money, so they got to keep it up. And once they
Right.
keep it up, it's more of a man, this works, because we got some men on certain channels still in the black manosphere, 60 and 65 years old, going on down near 70, been married 40 years, telling these men that, you know, hey man, you know, but they won't tell you that they own daughters. They think their daughters are the ideal woman to marry, but they won't let the men that they talking to marry them. You see what I'm saying? So we have that dynamic going on, and they're often just saying anything. I'm like, look, man, you're an accountant. You've been married to your wife for about 30, 40 years. Can you tell us the success and the formula?
Yes.
They ain't gonna tell you that. They, you know, and even lead attorney. I like lead attorney. I got most of my subscribers from him. I got my I used to be on his panel, but hey, how you doing? Good, how are you? All right. Hold on a second, y'all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the lead attorney would say that he came into the space so that he helped men out about child support and different things and family law. But
Is that who
he
Bolo
jumped on.
talked to?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
Lead attorney is different from.
Okay.
You're talking about Dennis Sperling.
Okay.
And I
Got
think Dennis. Wait, let me ask Zone. Zone, do you think that Dennis has gotten better? I haven't had a problem with Dennis. I think after Kevin Samuels died, he changed up. He's my frat, so I don't.
it. Okay.
I ain't gonna say. I'm not gonna say that, you know, because he's my frat that, you know, I wasn't against some of the things he's doing, but I've seen him improve. But if even though he's a frat, I would just say, hey, you know, man, you know, that's out of order. You're giving guys the wrong information. You know. So
I would
what you
say
think
that he's
about?
improved. Yeah, I mean, based on the content that I've seen from him sporadically since Kevin passed away, you know, because he used to call himself what is it, the Blizzard? He used to call himself the Blizzard King or something like that. You know, basically where it was, he was just, you know, he gonna give whatever he thinks to you, no holds bars, right? But now I think that he has gotten a little bit better in the sense of, you know, he's a married man. You know, he really doesn't talk about relationships like that anymore. He actually has kind of switched over to the FBA type of talk.
That's what I wanted to know. If you got that too, I didn't want to, just say it right out. But
Yeah.
I guess some people have to change their show over according to a certain crowd. But I'm hoping that this is genuine, because at one point he was just claiming Latino this, Latino that, Latina, go to Venezuela, go to find your woman across
Oh yeah,
seas, don't
that's
miss American woman. But he changed up.
Yeah. Yeah. I would say, because I've even heard him say that, for his sons, because I tuned in the episode where he was talking to I really thought that was a good live stream. I wish I would have saved it, but he was just talking about how black men are messed up, black women are messed up, and all of this. He was actually saying that the gender war needs to stop. And he actually said, I'm ending it right here, right now. That's what I heard him say on that stream. And then he
I
went
wish I would have heard that.
Oh man, he was cooking that stream. And then I heard, he was talking about, black men and black women need to come together. He was like, even for my sons.
This is Dennis?
Huh?
This is the Dennis guy?
Dennis Sperling? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, that's why I said
was completely different.
This is why I said that he had changed. I think maybe him and Bolo probably had some blows here and there, probably even about religion and Bible, and he probably don't get into that. And what even me, you know how I am. I try not to make you wrong for how I see the world. If I'm not
But
harming
it wasn't
you.
even Bible. It was about him basically bashing men who, the part I heard, like, why would another man step in and take care of a woman for choosing poorly? And they kind of went back and forth on things like that, like about men being leaders in the community. And he was just saying how all he was worried about was him, pretty much, and his family. Why does he have to care about the community? And I remember Bolo giving him pushback on that. I don't even know if they even got into the Bible.
I've
Well,
heard
let's just say, no, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I've even heard him say, even for his sons, because he's talked about how he used to talk about, being a passport bro, basically like, hey, go here. But now he's even changed his stance. He said for his sons, if his sons choose to, I guess, find a woman that's outside of the country, he would prefer that they still be of a African black heritage, whether that's Latina or whatever. Like I even heard him say that, like, so he seems to have, flipped the switch.
Well, let me say this, and it's no secret. My ex-wife is Latina. Okay. I've been with Latinas. I've been with white women. Okay, y'all got it. Y'all hear it. So what?
Well, you on the West Coast. You got no choice. I'm just kidding.
Black women. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, what I want folks to understand is that your person is your person.
Right.
But as long as they understand you and they're not fetishizing you for what they've heard, because you do have groups of people that will join in, because people don't understand, because a person is having sex with you, it doesn't mean that they really like you. Yes.
Yes. You could be a fetish.
Yeah, I totally get you on that.
Hey, I got somebody here. She said energy matters.
Energy motherfucking matters. Like, you can tell.
Shout out to her.
It does. I agree.
Yeah. So it's not even for me about the color. I am out here. White people don't look at things the way people in the South think. Yes, we know it's been
people in the South. You think so?
No. Okay, my love, I'm sorry. I take that back, Texas. Right. I take that. Hey,
right.
I would have to agree with him, though. I would have to agree with Coffee, though, on that.
Yeah, because we don't get all off into that. You find so many people that's just into this race thing all the time. When I say race, we do have it here, but it's hidden in places tucked away where they try to get away from the population as possible, like the Proud Boys, all these people that are lone wolves, the Gulag, all them people that are super racist and MAGA, and just because you can still be a conservative and you don't and not be MAGA. Yes.
Like,
You know,
Wow,
literally.
that makes
but for
sense.
me, and as I've said plenty of times before, you know, Democrat or Republican doesn't work for me as a black man. I've had a
Hello.
great life, and I didn't have to depend on the government, which I should. I've done more things for people that government hasn't.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm
Okay.
Okay,
saying?
the government created Democrat versus Republican to distract us from the fact that it's the 1% versus the motherfucking 99%. Okay, real
Y'all agree?
I would agree with that.
I
Yes.
just don't get too caught
Yeah.
up in politics. I think they all lie. Once they get
Yeah,
in
they do.
office, they do what they
Yeah,
want, and the
yeah.
president is pretty much a puppet. They don't really make
Fake
the decision.
handshakes and fake smiles, and I
So,
don't really talk about
yeah.
my stance in politics because I'm not that
Mm-hmm.
guy. But I'm not a Democrat. You get what I'm saying? But at the same
Mm-hmm.
time, you don't have to be a Donald Trump or a MAGA, a Republican or a conservative to
Yeah.
be a non-Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes sense though, cause you're gonna say though, but in a way, yeah, I agree. It's like selection, not election. They're not elected; they're selected to be in that position too. And that's when you're saying that about. Yeah, I agree with you on the energy thing though as well. It's
Yeah,
mostly about
and
the
I
faith
also
and the
say vote.
energy part too when it comes to the pattern. I don't mind race there actually. And
But
I
listen,
told, wait, can I be real with
I
you
tell
before I
people,
let you speak?
Hold on, real quick. What were you saying?
I was just saying, and I also think that you should vote local because that determines
That's the
that
most
determines all.
important.
Yes, because the thing is, what what decisions are made in your town, in your county, is how you're going to live.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, if you haven't know the people outside of just the president because they can't do much. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They're not able to make your decisions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey,
Mm-hmm.
Randy, you woke back up. Yeah, I agree with that, Quappy.
I agree, though, Coffee. You know, basically, right, I told my mom this though as well, Coffee. Right? The only way I'm gonna stick on. I stand on everything I said. Like, look, this is what I want. But at the same time, look, Coffee. If I actually did end up right with the same race as me, the Coffee, she has to be born in the UK. It's a hypothetical. Right? If I ended with the person who's the same race as me, that's fine. But it has to be UK born. There's nothing wrong with the born Pakistani. It's just about. I told my mom, look, there's nothing wrong with Pakistani boy and Pakistan. It's just the only reason I might not consider that. It's not because she's from there. It's just it's cultural, man. It's a cultural experience reason, you know. She's born there, I'm born here, and you know, it's like an understanding thing, you know. I can teach her that understanding, but then she has to learn for herself too. And then also, you know, I wonder if she understands me, you know. No, but
Are you
I'm not
speaking of
saying
a love? Are you speaking of a love interest?
not just love interest. I'm talking about like culturally and like cult. No, I mean culture wise, like in general, basically love, basically like you know, like
But you're talking
understand.
about your person, your possible wife, right?
Yeah, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Don't
basically.
say basically all the time. We want to hear that
Sorry, that's a
you
filler
really.
word.
I know. I'm gonna help you with that. I just think
Mm-hmm.
you don't want anything to be basic in your life
Right.
Okay, so I
because
meant to.
you're settling. You're settling.
Okay, so I
Hmm.
meant to say yes. Yes, my future wife. And I don't mind if my future wife is the same race as me, but she has to be from the UK based on the reason I said culturally the coffees is that basically you don't give me and her, right? Are born in UK, but we have the same thing. Basically, no, I didn't mean to say basically. There is an understanding, you know, that me and that person has, because you know, me and that person were born in the same place, and you know, certain things though, you know, references and stuff though. That person understands. Not saying there's nothing wrong with a born Pakistani. She's fine though, but I just don't think she's the one for me, you know, like that. But I'm not opposed to it though. I'm just keeping it honest. I told my mom that, right? And after I told my mom that, she agreed with me. She understands why I just said that.
Yo, young Riaz cooking, man. Yo,
Yeah, I
yeah.
don't mind the race part though. because
Yeah.
as long as she's a good person, she has the faith and she has good vibes, good energy. She got everything. Of course, full package. There's no such thing as perfection. However, I expect what I expect, and I have to be what I have to expect.
Yeah, yo, well, first of all, when it comes to race, like nobody can help how they were born. You know what I mean? You look the way you look, you
Right.
sound the way you sound. My whole thing is this, man. Like, you know, you should never just choose who you're gonna be with based on, looks alone.
Right.
And I will say this, if just to hit on a couple things that Kwafi was talking about, like, I'm from South Carolina. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I spent the first half of my life. Well, actually, I guess you could say I'm from both coasts because I'm raised on the east and raised on the west and back and forth my whole life. But I will say that when it comes to the way that Southerners think, it definitely is a lot more racial. Like, because the South is a slower part of the country. It is a
But
region
we're
of the
not
country.
slow though. But I get what you're
Huh?
saying.
Yeah. Well,
We're
I
not
mean,
slow though, but that is the narrative that we're slow because we make
I
chocolate
want
or
to talk about that
cornbread
too.
or
We should have a
it's a
stream
a lot
about that.
of us are very intelligent,
it,
We should have a stream about that. And after you speak, Zone, I want to
yeah.
talk to you about that slow because I want to correct that a little bit, if you don't mind.
Yeah, and what I mean to say is less progressive. Like, the tradition, like, it's the North can do whatever it does, California and the West can do whatever it does, but the South is just like, well, we gonna take our sweet old time getting there. Like, you know what I mean? Like
and that's
that,
the narrative that's just not.
Like we're gonna take our sweet old time on getting a whole transit system so that the traffic won't be
Yet,
bad.
yet people love to move down here though.
they do because I mean, but and see, here's
Not
here's the thing.
bad
I'm
about
not.
it, but love
I,
to run down here though and crowd up the
see,
city.
I'm not even speaking. And I'm just saying this because every time I go home, like for instance, what my hometown, Greenville, South Carolina. Yes,
Mm-hmm.
we have an airport. We do have an airport, Greenville Spartanburg International Airport, but I still got to fly into Atlanta or Charlotte or Asheville. You see what
To
I'm
get to a
saying? Like,
main hub. Yeah.
exactly. You see what I'm saying? And so that's what I'm saying. Like, and then when you go west of the Mississippi, my point is that, me being a black man, there's less of me west of the Mississippi. So when Kwafi is saying that his girlfriends or his ex-wife is Latino, Caucasian, or whatever, chances are, if you're on the West Coast, that's probably going to be, your primary option because that's the
But
majority.
there are black women there too. But I hear y'all.
No. Well,
More
I'm
love, I'm
with the
gonna
black
get you.
I'm with the black woman. I'm with the black
Oh,
women.
shout out to you.
But what I'm saying is, for instance, I'm in Arizona now,
Mm-hmm.
so I'll tell you this: there's not black people here. There's black people in Phoenix,
Mm-hmm.
but the New Mexico, Arizona, the majority of California, Nevada, like it's not. There are black people, but it is far and few. You
But
know what I
let's
mean?
say
So,
this though, Zone. There are black people, but some of us are out of touch with each other because I have seen the self-hating black people that when you walk past them, I thank God for being able to have experienced the South and the North and
uh-huh.
other places, and you see them, hey, how you doing? They look at you like they seen a damn ghost. So
Who
it's more
did
like
that?
that's what they do. They like, hey, what you doing speaking to me? I'm the only nigger that's supposed to be here.
Not the
And they would
nigga.
do it in front of they would do that in front of their white friends.
And you know
And
what?
I'm
And I
like,
love the South. And I'm just say that. Like,
I'm
I'm a
from
Southern.
Dallas. Is that really country? I mean,
in small
Yes.
places like Reno, yeah,
it
you'll find that.
depends.
Yeah, it
I
I,
think
depends.
I
that
would say there's
coffee as
there's a
well,
difference
though.
between Southern and country. I think people get those two
Yeah.
intertwined. So
Mhm.
country is like, I don't even want to, is more like hillbilly-ish kind of like
Mhm.
Appalachia, you know, rural. You know what I mean?
Not
Like I'm
It's on your trip, boy.
Wait, I was gonna tell you. Wait, but can I tell you
Some
this though,
people
right?
say
When I
But
that
first
wait,
did
but, but, but,
10,
they'll
Riaz,
say
I have to
Texas.
say this.
Mhm.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mola.
No, I was gonna say some say that Texas isn't really the South, but shout out to them.
Texas
But
is. I would say Texas is southern. Texas is definitely
Mhm.
southern.
Texas is southern, but I think it's more. It looked like it's turned into Latin country, where like how LA is,
Uh-huh.
But let's just say this now: when we say country, as black men, a lot of us have had to escape the South because, for one, even with our education, not being locked up in prison, not
Mhm.
fitting the stereotypes, we've had to escape to save ourselves from that because you're often stereotyped.
Mhm.
You can come to a place like California, get off the plane and hit the ground running. See, when you got a lot of things that are and opportunities, you don't have time for crime. You don't have time for trouble.
Mhm.
You don't even have time to date problematic. You get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Yes.
So, and we got to get out of thinking that one way is the only way. Now, even I had to learn this, Mola, because even although I'm from San Francisco, I lived majority of my life in New York and in Atlanta. And by
Mhm.
being out there, I saw a lot of my friends that were getting locked up at 19 and getting 55 years in prison. I
Man.
saw dudes that were 15, 16, 17 got 4 or 5 kids. You see what
Mhm.
I'm saying? I didn't want to be that.
Right.
I saw what drinking and smoking and drugs would do. You can do that out here too, but I just think that I functioned better when I completely left.
Mhm.
I know what the life is in education. I know what the life is in the music business. I know what the life is in dating multiple different type of women. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So when I
Yeah.
listen to some of the guys here too as well, my mindset is like, wow, they went through that. I don't dismiss it, but I ain't never had them kind of problems. Not saying that it did not happen. So I shut up about my personal life. I don't talk about that a lot. I mean, Zone, I've talked to
Mhm.
Zone on the phone. He know what I'm talking about.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
So the thing is, I just think that because it's slow. Now, what I will correct is because when people hear the stigma of the South being slow, uh, but we can say the same thing about how we've let places like California play us as black people to say, oh, that the cost of living is high. The same
Mhm.
prices that you find in Atlanta and also in Texas, you will find here in California. Real talk.
Mhm.
okay, that makes sense.
Far as
It
rent,
is more expensive there
far as
though.
homes, but the
Mhm.
thing is, it's just that some people don't know what good living is, so they will go take whatever is given. And I'm talking about if I'm buying a new home, if I'm buying a home and it's gonna be $1 million, that damn thing better look like a mansion.
Yeah.
And I know how
Yes.
to still live that way being in California. Now, if you are in somewhere like Silicon Valley and some places in San Francisco, which they don't show you the broken down parts, the Tenderloin, they don't tell you about Hunters Point, they don't tell you about the projects. Only thing you
Mhm.
see is the beauty of California, in the Bay Area. LA is all messed up at times, but out here, this is like the land of milk and honey for some
Yeah.
of
True,
us.
true.
But they don't
Wait,
tell you how bad Oakland is.
that's
Mhm.
They had to
true
get the
though.
Right.
troops.
Wait, Coffee, I was gonna tell you though, bro. People think West London is rich and posh. It's not rich and posh anymore. It's pretty grimy now, bro. Literally, literally,
I've been
you wanna
there.
know
I've been
what?
there.
The UK declined so much, though, that basically West London's not rich or posh anymore. So they don't have that stereotype anymore. Some people, yeah, basically, there's areas in West London where it's like no-go zone areas, and basically there's like it's a rich town with, some people though they're not able to, they live in a poor area though. And I'm not saying that in a bad way, but also though, You're about to, used to tell me something when I said though, right? That in East
Oh, you
London,
said
right,
you
it's
needed to
known
tell
for
Rhea
quick.
something, right, Coffee?
Say it
You're
again.
telling. I said to Coffee, no one talks Cockney no more. That's 30 years ago.
No, I was saying because Coffee said you needed to say something to Riaz, I thought, before I mentioned mine.
Oh no, no. What I was saying to him was, yes, I know where he's coming from. See, but
Mm-hmm.
our poor may be a different poor. Like as in out here in San Francisco, what we would call the projects in Atlanta, like in Bankhead, where Ti is from, Boyne Homes, Etheridge Court, East Lake Meadows, Capitol Homes. These are the number one projects, really bad. Even like the ones that were like in New Orleans, those are projects. Out here, when I see people whine and cry about, oh, this is not, this is, those are the project. What? That's the project?
Mm-hmm.
You
Okay,
know what I'm saying, Tom?
Yep.
You know,
that's
same
one
thing with
perfect.
Vegas. You know, those apartments are nice compared to what we see, you know,
Uh-huh. Yeah.
in the
Yeah,
South, you know.
I was gonna tell you, Coffee. You know, apparently now Manchester is outperforming London. Though apparently, and it's cheaper to live in Manchester than it is in London. London's become so expensive, bro.
I
I've got
remember that when
family.
I come to record my jazz album.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
I love
that's what I have to
that.
tell you. I found out though, and the UK is becoming less London centric recently, though, bro. Because for years UK was like, they centered London so much that over time London started to get a lot of debt and everything like that, and further and further decline of the country, right? Basically, London's become more expensive to stay and stuff like that.
Oh
Wait, but
yeah,
I got
things are very
family.
expensive there. It's
Yeah,
double the price. Double the
yeah.
price.
Right. My family remains in London though. They're lucky to stay there though, My auntie's like in a different area and stuff like that. My cousin's like, in a different area and stuff like that. My grandparents are still there though too. So my dad's found a way to get them there. You know, basically my dad found a way to help support my grandparents rather in London though. So
You
yeah.
know what? You know what, Riz? My dream, even though I took up tailoring in school, how to make a suit, but to make a suit the London way, bespoke tailoring, all those kind of techniques, I would die to go to a school out there just for that. I'll be rich by now.
Oh, okay. That'd be a good idea, though. Actually, I hope that happens, though, for you. And I feel you. And some people, right? 'Cause when I first came back to the UK, when I returned, some people thought I was American because the way I was saying words and the way I pronounced things and everything, they thought I was American. But actually, the way it was, right? When I was younger, a long time ago, right? I had the accent for a little bit, but then I didn't have it as much, right? So I moved to Saudi for 7, 8 years. Everyone else spoke, they used the American way of speaking and the way they talked and everything. So I understood that. I picked up on that. And then when I came back, I relearned the UK accent and the way they talk and stuff. So where I'm from, though, the part of London where I'm from, they're known for fast talking. They're quick talking, though. Like literally, they were this
Oh,
fast.
okay. So that
No time.
explains why you talk fast. I get it.
Yeah, they're
Mm-hmm.
quick talking, though. Basically, that's where I'm from, though.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, because that's one is
Damn,
out
I
of
just ran
passion.
into a stop.
That,
Oh.
that's one is out of passion and stuff. One is out of passion, but two, that's just also the where I'm from, though. Actually. So I can slow it down too, though. Actually.
Yeah, when you're talking to Americans, just slow it down just a little, just a little. We're not being mean or anything.
Yeah.
Just
Slow
No,
it,
I
take
prefer
a
slow
you
it,
breather.
tell me.
slow it
Okay.
down for us. We need to
It's,
understand.
no, he's funny, but I be for real. No one in the UK talks like that anymore. That's 30
No,
years.
we get it. We're not trying to change you, Riaz. We just want to be able to get everything, take pauses in
I
between.
prefer you tell me though than rather though that I listen back though. I prefer you tell me. It's not you're not being mean. You're just telling me though. Look, you know, you don't mind speaking, but you want me to speak a bit slower so you can understand what I'm saying because I'm going too quick. So I understand what you're saying, and I prefer you being honest with me because everyone in my family is honest with me. Literally, both parents, though, siblings, everybody's honest with me. So when when you're honest with me, I actually know what to improve on. So I prefer you doing that.
And then just taking breaks too, like in between.
Okay. All right, stop for a minute. I feel you.
But you're doing good.
We got Prime up
Hey,
here.
Prime,
Is that
what's
Prime?
up? That's Prime.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I
No,
Yeah,
hear
we
you.
can hear
What's
you.
going on?
I'm on my Bluetooth safety glasses, so I'm just seeing how they work.
Okay. Texas is the South.
Is what?
The South.
The what? What? The
The
South?
South.
Southwest?
South.
West.
Oh my gosh, why do people
I mean,
okay?
if
Are
it's
you
on y'all state website that y'all are specifically the Southwest,
I
then
guess.
y'all are the Southwest.
Mm.
Well, you know, right there.
are you
Okay.
from Texas, Mo Love?
I'm from Texas.
Oh, okay. You from Texas? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
all right.
That's nice. But coffee, that's interesting between my mom and my dad. My dad born in London like me, but my mom was born and raised Pakistan. And then when she married my dad, right, she moved here. So I became third gen. So my dad's second gen. I'm the third gen basically. And if I had children, they're like fourth gen. And then after them, it's like fifth gen now, basically. So becoming more and more of the land slowly.
Mm.
That's what's up.
Yeah,
But
I'm
yeah,
I'm
North
second.
Carolina is barely like the South too, so I can't talk too much junk.
Yeah, I'm from the east,
Where are you
East London.
from, Prime?
I'm in North Carolina, so even though
Oh,
it's the South, considered like a part of the South, is it's the way the culture has been, like, because it was like the first southern state to like bring in all these universities and businesses and stuff like that. So it kind
mm.
of like industrialized faster. And,
He in the bank capital. I used to live there too. I graduated from college there.
yep,
Oh,
copy.
okay.
UNC Charlotte.
So I can't
Shout
talk
out
too
to
much.
Charlotte. Yeah, yeah. Well, let me see here. I'm second. I'm second gen from Trinidad and Tobago.
Oh, okay.
You're funny. Yeah, but I was gonna tell
But
you was that UK accent's like 30 years out of date. No one in the UK talks like that, bro. You know, basically in the UK, the accent over time though, like being mixed with Jamaican slang and stuff like that. So it's like a multicultural accent, so new accents taking place. It's like, sweet oriented accent though. So a lot of people, in my gen basically don't talk like that, you know? So
Yeah,
over time, it's multiculturalism now, actually. That's what I'm a product of.
yeah.
That's why
But
I'm
and
multi.
and just to clarify, you know what I'm saying? My mom. So my dad is that's the Trinidadian side. My mom is the FBA side. You know what I'm saying? For anybody that's gonna listen on the playback, we got a tether. No.
But you know what though, Zone, like I said earlier, tether doesn't mean that because you are from a different country, a different background. Tether
Yeah,
means that when you come here and you start to tether and invade and on America's business and politics,
yeah.
and
I
you're
I
not from
thought
here.
it yeah, I
But
thought
you
it
know, it gets thrown
and
around though.
they have like a I'm better than you complex towards the FBA.
So, hey, yo, you know what?
That's what
Some
I
of my
see
family.
these people talking about over
But they
here.
can't get there. They can't get there by themselves. You have to. It's the black coons that are the
The black
problem too.
people.
They the ones that help them get there because anything you say as a black American, uh, they will jump in for them and say, "Oh well, ain't no such thing as black. Black doesn't exist." Well, what the fuck is white? Excuse me, but what is white?
Yeah,
Okay,
What is
wait,
clear?
but you
wait,
know
what
what
about
though?
brown? Can I ask some question, Coffee? Do you think the term when people like me use the term brown, do you think the word if I came over there, I won't be called brown though, right? Why do I get called Middle Eastern though when I don't look Middle Eastern? I don't have no Middle Eastern ancestry or anything like that. I got Persian ancestry though, and Persia was originally in West Asia, so I have more of an Asian ancestry, but it's like in the south, from west to the south.
Yeah, you know what though? Some of my family, the ones that live on the island still, I you know what? I really didn't understand it growing up. I really didn't even understand what Trinidadian was until like later, like in my later years and all of that. But growing up, like back in the 90s and stuff, when they would come from the islands and visit us, a lot of them would say that they're not black, they're Trinidadian. You
Mm-hmm.
know,
Yeah, the
so
Dominican people would do the same thing, and they look just like us. You'll find Tongan, Samoan people out here, Hawaiian people who look on the black side. In their country, they will be black, but when they get here, oh, we're gonna separate ourselves from them niggas over there. We don't want.
yeah.
Ain't
Wait,
nowhere in the hell you're gonna tell me you ain't got no black in you, and you got a body like a black person,
Wait,
and
do
your
you
hair
want to know what I said as a kid, Coffee? I said I was British, not Pakistani. So basically, as a kid, I rejected my heritage. It's not that I did not like it, I was ashamed of it. It's just that basically it was hard to believe that I was that because I was exposed to that, growing up. So I was just exposed to my environment and I made myself believe that, And then when someone told me I was Pakistani, I was very offended all the time. It took me longer to accept that.
Yeah, it took me longer to accept the fact that I didn't like sandals and that I was forced to wear sandals because, you know,
Mm-hmm.
I
and
wear
then
slides.
I found out what Jordans were and I was like, man, get these sandals off my feet. Give me some Jordans, man.
Okay, wait, but can I be real though as well though, Crosby? I will trust FBA more than I'll trust my own people. And then some of my own people say, "Oh, you're selling now." That's not selling now. I'm just being real though. I know how my own people move. I'm a firm believer.
But that could
Same
be in
people who
any
look.
culture, race, any like you can't. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that may be true, but
Also, people
I
do
just
tend to
know
speak
how my
outside
own people move, and when I
Hey,
say
Theo,
I
good
trust
to see
FBA
you.
more, I stand on that 100%. You know, I stand on that, and I even say it to my own people's face. I literally tell them that straight to their face. Everything I say here is I say it straight to their face, though, and
So Tio said, if you were, what does it say? If you were offended, that means you were ashamed of being Pakistani. Pakistan.
wait, so that is kind of true, but it's not that I was ashamed of it. It was hard to make myself believe it, because I was a kid who was born in London, though. So I was just exposed to what I was exposed to. It's not that I didn't like it, you know. And then over time, though, basically, I told my dad what I was experiencing and what I was feeling, though, at 23. He said, look, the only Pakistani culture you have in your house, though, is basically the clothes, the food. Sometimes we'll basically speak the language, but that's the only Pakistani culture you're going to ever know. You're not going to really have that kind of upbringing. My upbringing is more of a blended, though. I'm more
So does
westernized.
that really affect people like that? I
It
mean,
does. It does actually. It's deep rooted trauma though for many like me growing up, because
mhm.
it's a deep, deep, deep rooted trauma. So basically, some people like me, well, it is though, right? Some don't accept it until they're older. Some don't address it. Some literally are in straight denial, and some are like me who are willing to break that. So there's different
But you know
outcomes
what though,
to it.
Riaz, we gonna get you out of worrying about what they think,
Yeah,
because
because
we
that's
don't
I
care.
know.
like the
Yeah, I
center.
agree.
And I don't want you to spend time like stressing and worrying about that.
What
Um,
people think of you or even me is none of your business.
I
mhm.
Trust
agree.
me,
That's
Sometimes I
why
because
don't
they
give
not
a
there
fuck
when
what
they
they
not there when
feel.
you pour your
rules
bowl of
and
Cheerios
accomplishments.
in your bowl in the morning. Are they there?
Exactly.
I don't, I
Ooh,
want to tell you
Cheerios
this
sound
though, class
good.
years as good as the truth is that sometimes I don't really care what they think. I literally say to
But
my
are you
family, look,
sure?
yeah,
And
I
it's
don't care
okay if
about
you're
white
not
people.
sure,
I
you
don't care
know?
about what white people think of me. I just do
You
whatever
shouldn't
I
care
want.
about
Well,
what
it's not even just
anybody.
white.
Yeah,
Anybody,
like
When they locked Tiger Woods up for that
anybody.
DUI, I said, "Yep, I'm black."
Yeah, wait, but I don't know. I feel you
Tiger
on what
Woods
you're
had to
saying,
learn the
but
hard way, man.
I'm
that
probably young.
comment, like, I don't care what white people think. Why would you single out white people?
Wait, because that is how it is, though. I don't know, just over time, though, I probably feel like, though. I understand what you mean, though. You're not wrong. It's just that I'm probably young, though, and the older I
Yeah,
get, I think I get you on what you mean.
yeah.
I'm,
So
Well,
Tio
let's just say
said,
this.
how
Oh, go ahead.
go
FBA is
ahead.
not in the UK, only in America. So how do you trust them more than your own people when you haven't been around them for a long period of
I
time?
have.
How?
But wait, basically, I grew up multicultural. So I lived in Saudi. So I've been around many people growing up. So I grew up around
We're saying
everybody.
foundational. He said, foundational Black Americans are not in the UK, only
Well,
in
but the
America.
thing is, Mo
Now,
Love, he
how do you
found people
trust
that
them?
really, he found people, more people out here to treat him better than, he identified better with us because we
But have
treat
you
him
been
better.
around them? Is what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying? Outside of the internet,
Yeah, outside. Okay, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Physically.
but
yeah. Have you physically been around,
I
not
have
just on
though.
the
It's a
internet?
long. Yeah, I have though. I've been around that. Yeah, I have though. So to answer the question, the answer is yes. I have been around them.
You've been
In
to
person.
America? Hey,
Yeah,
Bucket
I've been.
88.
Yeah, I went. Yes, I've been to America before 2016. Though when I went to Manhattan, and it was a good experience. And I've been around them though when I was outside and stuff like that, and it was a
And that's
good.
not to diss. That's not to diss our people, right? But we're saying, how do you trust us more than your own people if you've only been around us once? I
Because
guess
it's
been in America
yes,
once.
no, because you got that unique positive, you got that unique spirit though that I feel because it's a spiritual connection. I can feel it. I'm a
And he
spiritual
said
being
plenty of times
person.
that we treat him better. And,
Yeah,
and and
you
people will
do.
gravitate to what treat them better. Even the crybabies on YouTube is going to go over to chaotic
Hmm.
truth, because they've probably been bullied, or what I'm saying, and they'll take what's given, to where, even the white people over there, they'll treat them bad, and they'll still say, "Oh, that didn't hurt me. You can still call me the N-word."
Of course.
I think that's so dysfunctional.
Of
Yeah,
course,
very
and also
dysfunctional.
the coffee. The thing is, but the reason why I say that too, though, Brett, in a way, is look. It's not that I don't like my own people. I just know how my own people move, though. Literally, I just observe them and how they move. Some bump things. I know how they move, though. To be honest, though, and how they treat each other. I watch.
Yo, hey,
Um,
can you educate us
that's
on that?
why
Like,
I don't trust
how do they
them.
move?
Yeah. Hey, Prom. Did you want to say
They
something?
to
Did you want to
end
add?
myself.
I just want to know how do they move. Like, what? I want to hear him
Some born
describe.
Pakistanis, some
Right.
born Pakistanis would, how some born Pakistanis would do to their UK relatives. They basically constantly phoning up, asking for money type thing. It's like basically they're trying to extort them. Some born Pakistanis would do this extortion thing.
And the ones that
And
are
I would
there,
scam
this
them.
is what they do. The same stuff that they do there in UK, they do here. The Pakistanis, the Afghanis, the Punjabi, all them, they use these people as slaves to come here and work in their liquor stores and different
Hmm.
things, and their hotels for free or a little of change. And when they do it to them, they do it to say, okay, well, if you don't, the first thing they don't like, they're gonna say, I'm gonna send you back. African people do the same thing to their people here. So they are a group of jealous people, are jealous of each other, but it's quiet, it's low key. Same thing with black
So
people.
it's more with
Everybody
a
has,
with
yeah,
them. Okay, but okay, is there a comparison that we have with us doing that?
yes,
Is that what you was about to get
yes.
to? Okay.
Yeah, but they won't say it loud. See, we broadcast ours too much. See, and a lot of things you won't ever hear a person like Riaz speaking out. But I think it's because he's come around people who are outspoken now. It gave him the courage to speak out and say things.
Yeah,
Hmm.
that's a generation thing too, Coffee. My generation, or recently, Brisbane Pakistanis in my generation, no, are becoming more and more and more vocal about their own. This is like things they don't agree with, or this is like the problems and issues that they have. So, my generation is more and more and more outspoken than my dad's one. My dad's
I
one
guess
was out.
my only not even argument, but my question would be, have you been around FBIs enough to make a sound decision? I
Yes.
guess.
Yes.
And Mo Love, let me say one other thing too. I want everybody to know that we're not up here just saying that we just because we believe in our people that we're here to uh take on the degeneracy and give them a pass. Because trust me,
Mm-hmm.
what I tell you, Mo Love, 2-3 months ago, what I said, now I understand what they mean by black fatigue, but hearing it from your own is what you need to hear it from, but not in a way as to where it's so malicious to give a pass to racist white folks to come in and damn near say, let's line them all up.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm black
Mm-hmm.
fatigue myself because there's certain places that I won't go to in Oakland because it doesn't make any sense that people who are doing the right thing, who own homes in Oakland that are black people, you got
Yes.
degenerates that are going there and blocking off their streets and robbing Uber Eats, Lyft drivers, and the Amazon man, the UPS man, and the mailman. That's
Right.
that's those black people, and they are staying loyal there, saying, "Oh, they're just talking bad about Oakland." No, we're not. We need we
Mm-hmm.
need Donald Trump to come in and send the troops to get those degenerates out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
They
You got a
got
point.
lookout boys like in certain places in the Bay,
Class.
Oakland. They got you can't even go in certain barber shops
Mm-hmm.
without you. Okay, there's places in Oakland where you could by the time you sit down in the chair, the barber ain't even cut his clippers on. You literally got 4 or 5 homies in there. Say, cuz, like, where you from? Like, they
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
like, yo, you can't. And check this out too, because you can't. This is just some game for anybody to go for the East Coast or West Coast. I done been out there mad times, but don't wear no baseball caps out there. You
Really?
Because the baseball caps. See, you can wear a black Raiders cap. You can wear a L.A. Lakers hat. Because all of the baseball,
Any
uh,
California hat you can wear.
yeah, all of the baseball symbols are like low key gang symbols and territory signals.
Mm.
So you gotta like you gotta. It's nice, but certain parts are nice, but you really got to know the culture. You really got to know the area. Like
That makes
basically, if
sense.
you don't know anybody in that area, if you don't got no business in that area, I would not I wouldn't recommend it. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Wow.
Whatever you do, don't go anywhere because it's low costing and you decide you're going to come out here to visit the California, the Bay Area, San Francisco, or Oakland. Because if you come here and you say, well, here's an Airbnb for cheap, you get that Airbnb, you may be somewhere in East Oakland, and East Oakland is rough. That's war zone. I'll be
Mm.
talking about that because
Hold
that's where
on, the Olympics are they in Cali?
it's going to be in LA. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, I get you on that too, though. Basically, on what I was saying, though, too, though. But that's just how I feel too. And also, though, Coffee, I was gonna tell you, you know how basically some bump percentage, you know how they'll treat people like me over there. Some of them, well, yeah, well, some is cool. I know the ones I be around is cool, but also that the same fact, I also have to know some of them aren't cool though, and some of them, like basically, if I were to buy something, right, they know that the person is in the UK, they loaded, right, bro? Basically, so they're gonna like overcharge them because like they got that
Yeah,
that
I
money.
know. I know they do that. They do the same thing to other people that come here to this country. Like you got Africans here that have big stores and they're charged the what you can get over in Africa over there for maybe a penny, they're gonna charge another African a whole lot of money. Same thing with black people, and one of the biggest industries here and black women have poured into it is the hair industry, $1 billion
Mhm.
industry. And the Asian people got that on lock. But when the black women decide that they're gonna go and buy whatever it is they're buying from another black person, they try to support. they would jack the price up like super duper high, and they don't even have it in stock anymore.
Okay, that
Exactly.
makes sense though, but yeah, I feel you. And it's not that some born science thing I'm hating. It's not about hating. I'm just keeping it real though, you know. And also some of them are cool. I look, my family I'm cool with, right? And the people around them I'm cool with. I don't generalize. It's not to generalize though. I'm just speaking truthfully though, that look, this is how, you know, the ones born in the UK like me, how we feel about them, how they feel about me, you know. Like some of them know. That's why I say coffee. And I told you some of them are hypocritical. They are hypocritical, you know, because I know hypocrisy is a human trait, and I get that. But some of them will take that hypocritical trait to another level because they say they're better, but then at the same time they display jealousy. And when they come over to the UK, look, when I tell them what life is really like here, some of them be like, "We don't believe you, and you're saying this and that, right?" And when they come here and when they actually realize how life is really tough here, then they will cry to me and say, "Why didn't you tell me?" I'm just like, "I told you, but you will never listen." So I'm just like, "Okay, best of luck. Do it by yourself since you want to act so tough around me."
But you know what though, Riaz? The thing is, what we can't be too is gatekeepers. Like, say for instance, if you hold the key to the city, let us know. But at the
Mhm.
same time, they may say, people have told me too. I have family members that told me, and I'm from San Francisco. They said, "Oh, don't come out here with that high class shit, you know, to
Mhm.
California. You know, to out here, you know, we don't play that out here, and you're not gonna be able to make it out here." Because they thought that I would come here and start depending on them, and I didn't. When I first moved back out here in 2013, I hit the ground running. Well,
Mhm.
not 2013, 2000. Yeah, I came to visit in 2011 and stayed. I hit the ground running, and you know, and family members are the ones that would do it to your own people. So the
Mhm.
thing is, I'm like, I don't see nothing so fantastic. You know, I come from a 9 bedroom home. I come from
Mhm.
nice things. So you're saying you're the gatekeeper to California? You have the key to the city? I don't see that. You know, and I
Mm.
came out here and superseded them that's been here for many years, haven't had to ask them for anything. But to have my driver's license come to their house when I first got here, because most jobs, they want you to have a address out here for them, for you to do a job. And this was, but way before COVID and everything, because you know, most places didn't, they weren't remote, not
Mhm.
like that, you know. So, but when I got here, uh, it bothered them that I didn't need anything from them, you know. But but
Yeah.
but but they weren't going to help me out anyway if I asked. You know, they damn
Mhm.
near want to open up their door for you. But when they come to the South, and this is where people play on the South and say that the South is slow. Even my family has said that, because they
Like
can come there and take,
like Zone did.
Yeah,
they can
that
come
makes
here and
sense.
take,
That makes sense
they
though, Coffee. I'm
they
not
can,
going to
but
gate.
hold
I
on,
mean,
Riaz, hold on,
there's
hold
a
on,
truth to
hold
it,
on.
but it isn't,
No,
you
no,
know.
but the thing is, they would come to the South
Mhm.
and think that family members in the South, they would play on y'all intelligence and say, uh, you're supposed to be hospitable to us. They
Mhm.
come there, they wearing your damn robe, your house shoes, they putting their feet on the coffee table. Where's my grits, my bacon? You know, because this is what they think about,
Mhm.
you know, hey cousin, you know, that type shit.
Right.
Excuse me. They,
Mhm.
and they would play on you like that. But when you come to the city, like San Francisco or New York, they damn
Mhm.
near want to open up the door for you. And that's just it.
Right.
You can get a beer and some drugs before you can get food from family.
Mm.
And that's sad too, man. That's
Yeah,
sad
It
because
Yeah,
is.
be-
it's sad
they don't know
because
how to be family.
because growing up, right? So at my grandfather's 100th birthday in 2024, um
That's a
wh-
blessing.
yeah, man. Yeah.
Mhm.
One of the testimonies and the stories was when they first moved from Trinidad to Brooklyn, when and then the rest of the family started to migrate from Trinidad to Florida, from Trinidad to Brooklyn. My grandparents' house was the first stop.
Mm-hmm.
It was that was okay, you're gonna get settled in, you're gonna learn the land, you're gonna learn the economy, you're gonna find some hustle, you're gonna save up some money, and and then you're gonna branch out, but you could always come back to my grandma and my grandfather's house. And it's so crazy how we just, and then even just growing up, like I remember we would go to different family members' houses in Florida and Georgia and Maryland and
Mm-hmm.
and Oakland and Arizona, and all of these, everybody had houses and everybody was so welcoming. And it's just so crazy now how we have got to the point overall that it's like that type of bond is gone. Cause I remember like family used to be excited when we would come visit them and stay with them and all of that kind of stuff. So it's just, like for me, if anybody wants to, if any of my family was like, yo, Zone, yo, I want to come out there with Phoenix with you. And, can I kick it with you? And, I would
Mm-hmm.
be more than happy to be like, listen, you could chill here with me as long as you want. We're gonna figure this out. We're gonna get you. So it's just crazy how like that the sense of hospitality just in general is like
Yes.
non-existent, man. And it's sad, man. It's sad. And I just want to clarify this, man. When I was saying that the South is slow, man, I ain't talking about like mentally. I'm just talking about like progressively. Like
Okay, I got you.
I could still go back to my room in my grandparents' house and lay there and it's just quiet and time is just moving slow. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
I want it to move slow for me right now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I get
You're
it.
in the
I do
country.
want to say thank you to Bucket 88 for the $20 super chat. It says appreciate the message, my love. Thank you so much for supporting the show.
That's what's up, keep it up. I thank God from above that you show more love, that you show more love. Cash flowing, spirit going, the support, keep it going.
Thank you so much. And I get what you were saying, Zone, but let's not pretend people don't think that also that mentally we're
oh
slow.
yeah. I mean, I know. That's thanks to Forrest Gump.
So
Everybody think that we
slower.
Forrest Gump, you know what I mean, down
Yeah.
south, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But
You know what
yeah.
though? When people used to come from up north, from New York, our family members, they would
Mm-hmm.
come from New York to come down to Atlanta and would say, they smack their teeth and do all kind of stuff and be like, I want to go back to New York. Go back. Nobody
Bye.
asked you to come here. Yeah.
Mhm.
I
That's a
mean,
whole thing.
slums, all that. And
I know.
I mean, you, and then they come right back and be on some, they'll be like on some, like, go back to New York and I can't wait to get back down south, to my big house, And I'm like, make up your mind, man. It's not about Atlanta or any other southern state being slow. It's just that you can't do the degenerate things that you do in New York that you do in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Like when
Right.
my cousins came down to the south and they were visiting, my mom told them, hey, we don't let, kids get into grown folks' business. We don't do that down here.
Mhm.
And they quickly called their parents and said, I'm ready to come back home. So growing up, we
Mhm.
had to go through that too. And I've had a cousin, when we came to visit in New York, she would look at us and say, what the F are you looking at me for? Yeah. And we would sit there and we was waiting on breakfast and she gave us sour milk
Oh
to go in
no,
our pots.
really?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Purposely. She was
Okay.
like
Did
12
you
and we were about 7 or 8. You people are strange. What the
cute.
F are you looking at me for?
Sour milk?
Yeah, and I tell her that today. Guess what? That's my best cousin. And I tell her that to this
Oh
day. She just, I'm
wow.
so sorry. I'm sorry. But
But
she
why
did
did
that to
she
me and my
do it
sister.
though?
Okay. Wait, can I
Just
tell you this?
mean they didn't
That
like
is
people
so
from the South.
And
Wow.
wow.
shout out to the
Wow.
Bronx. The first chick that ever tried to put a baby on me was from the Bronx. Shout out to the Bronx.
Oh wow.
Okay.
And the
Wait, but
crazy part
coffee, I
is,
was gonna
I
tell
went to
you.
school in the Bronx at Taft, William Taft Elementary,
Okay.
well, middle school.
That's interesting. Wait, but coffee, I was gonna tell you, bro, that basically, right? I feel more home when I go back to London than I'm in the current area I stay. It's not that I'm not grateful for the area I stay. I'm grateful for it, and I'm cool. I feel cool here though, but same time, I'm more home in London because that's where I was born, and I want to go back there. So probably when I'm done with the thing I'm doing now, right? Hopefully, though, right? Or in say like 5 year time or something like that, right? I go back to London though, and I move back there because that's just what my aim is though. And then basically, and I told that to my uncle. He says, "Why would you want to go back to London though?" I'm just saying it's just because I want to go back there because there's more opportunity in London than there is here. You know. And
Where
also,
are
as
you
I'm gonna
now, Riaz?
I'm in the southeast of the UK, so it's like countryside, small town
Manchester.
type. Not Manchester. I won't say the actual area
Okay,
where
that's
it is.
fine. That's fine.
I can't. I won't say the actual
We're not
area,
gonna
but
come get you, Riaz.
no, it's not you, coffee. But I was talking about in general. You know what people's like online, though, bro. I'm talking about in general, though, not here. But I'm
You're
talking
talking
about.
about Simon Hector.
Simon.
No, man.
Oh my God.
I'm
I'm
not.
just teasing. I'm just teasing.
No, I know he's teasing.
I
No, but basically, though,
Mm.
I'm basically in the southeast of UK. It's not countries that small town thing. So where all the nice homes are, though we're mostly white, but of course there's other people, but it's majority white.
Did you want
So
to? Were
basically,
you trying to say something, Prime?
I'm I'm
Oh no,
always gonna stand
I
out
want to
here.
catch up with Prime. I need to know what he
Okay.
nah,
what's been up with Prime.
Zone had mentioned something, yo. I'm trying to figure out how he almost get caught up with a baby. How she put a baby on
Good
him?
question.
Oh, because a chick moved from the Bronx to South Carolina, and we was messing around, and long story short, she ended up having a baby, and this was around the time that I graduated high school, and I was already gonna move to Arizona, she already knew, and so the baby was born. So the baby was born like a few months into me being in Phoenix, and she sent me pictures and everything, and I'm like, damn, this baby looked just like me. Like I was like, yo, but so one of my homies was like, son, he was like, I don't think that's your child. I don't think that's your kid, man. He was, I was like, what make you say that? He was like, well, how y'all was all lovey dovey, and now she trying to rush to put you on child support.
Oh
And
wow.
Right.
like, cause if you she was selling the story real nice. But anyway, so I flew back home a few months later to see the baby, and to catch up and everything. And I ended up like swabbing the baby
Right.
Oh
and
Okay.
yeah,
swabbing
you're trying to
myself,
be smart.
and
Yeah.
did the DNA test, and it came back negative. So after that, it was a
How
wrap.
did
But
you feel about that? Were you happy? Were you disappointed?
well, so first of all, I was definitely young and naive. I'm gonna tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
I was definitely P whip. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She was a few years older than me. You know what I mean? And she was putting it
Oh
on a
shit.
player. You know what I'm saying? Uh,
Yo.
but in the South though, I'm gonna just keep it real. In the South, uh, we be ready to be parents young.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like that. So
Yeah.
I was ready to be a dad
Because
because
usually
So
you
dumb.
can get you a house and everything out of high school as long as you got a good, get a good job. That's how it used to be, at least.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And then, you know what I mean? I was ready to be a dad. And then once everything just kind of settled down and I just started thinking and growing up a little bit, I'm like, man, I'm so glad. I was like, yo, I was calling her every name in the book, man. Like I was like, so I was happy at first. Because I thought the baby was mine. But then, when I found out it wasn't, like it took time for it to sink in, and I was just like, yeah. Yeah, so it was a big learning lesson for
That's how
me.
I felt
So,
too. But I had to ask because the same, I mean, not the exact same situation happened, but something
Mm-hmm.
similar. You know, this chick from New York, from the Bronx, only she was fresh out of prison.
oh my god.
And I had the
She,
same thing
she
to
was
happen to.
she was fresh out of
Wow.
prison. I'm fresh out the military. You know what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
we met on the
Those
train, shit
yeah,
like that. You know, that P whip that was there because that was an 8 hour session I had, and yeah, it was nice. Puerto Rican girls be nice. So, but yeah, she tried to get she wanted to go get the ultrasound, and I didn't know at the time. You know, you don't get no ultrasound in 2 weeks. 'Cause that's how long we knew each other.
2 weeks.
Yeah.
Wow, Prime.
damn. Guinness Book of World
Oh,
Records.
But
oh,
things happen like that, though. I
2 weeks.
mean,
Yep.
it
Yep.
happens.
At least 6.
Yeah, those Bronx chicks are rough, man. Like they have this weird thing. I was trying to explain it to my lady, but I couldn't really explain it to her that well. But they just have this weird thing where it's like they so rough and mean, and it just turns you on in a way that's like
Yeah, when you're young,
out of this world. Like it's just
Are they all that way?
nah, not
yeah,
all of them, but they
not
all got like
all of
a hint of it.
Not all of them, but New York
There's
women are
levels to that
aggressive.
shit.
They could you could look at them in the morning
The
in the
men
line at
too.
the grocery store, and they would say stuff like, "The F you looking at me for?
It was so crazy.
You want to see me outside? A woman."
Yeah, they don't even realize it. The men and the women, like they're
But
naturally
I
like
was gonna tell
aggressive.
you, right? You
You
know
know?
what the joke is, though, right?
Size of
There's this
population.
joke, right? One guy in TikTok, you know what he did, though, right? The joke was, though, in South London, right? Sometimes some areas in South London, though, are like no-go zone areas, and them guys, though, right? Like, they got this very angry, personality, because, life is tough for them, though, and they basically be like, step outside, though, basically, because they're like really angry.
Oh wow,
Things
they told
about
you that, Riaz?
They never told me that, but I've actually seen there's this video and stuff like this. This guy posted though, right? And I've seen these are the different types of jokes though, right? And the different accents in the UK and stuff, and how some South London guys though how they behave and stuff.
Also, South
I never,
London is like tough.
yeah, basically, no, South London's like a no-go zone area. Like basically, guys down there, they're more they're like wild card
Is that where you
personalities.
are now,
No,
Riz?
I'm like southeast though. Southeast, more
Oh,
like
okay.
southeast is more like countryside. I'm in the country,
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
so
What I wanted
basically,
to say
where the
something
life.
about the baby situation, fellas.
What's up? What's up, man?
I don't know.
uh,
I never
I
sleep.
I've been in a
I've never
situation.
actually been to South London. I heard about the stories, but I've never set foot
Hold
there.
on.
Right.
Okay.
I've been in similar situation like that outside of what we all have talked about. You know what we talked about, Prime. Zone. You
I'll
know
be
what
right back.
I've expressed to you about my personal life.
Mhm.
Now, the other situation that y'all don't know about is that I had come home from college. Now, mind you, me and my ex-wife were going through problems and issues and stuff. And a chick I kind of hooked up with a little bit in Charlotte, she wrote a letter to because I was a dude that was always on the go anyway. You couldn't catch up with me, you know. She wrote a letter to my mom and said I had 3 daughters. Man, a man 21 years old with 3 daughters. Come on. I
Thanks.
met her when I was right about 19 or something like that.
They
And
got
man, it just scared the hell out of me. And I think Angie just wanted to pin, some babies on somebody.
on somebody because she don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And that was an issue, man, and my mom's like, they look jet. No, they don't. My sister, those my nieces. No, they not. And I did exactly what you did. I went and got a swab test. They weren't mine.
Crazy, man.
You see what I'm saying?
Man, I just thank God because I had three baby scares in my life, man, and I'm like
Don't date women
when
from the
the hell I'm
Bronx
gonna
or
learn,
Charlotte.
man? When I'm gonna learn my lesson, man?
Don't date women from the Bronx or Charlotte, man.
But you know
Yeah,
what
man.
though? Like you said, you was ready at that time, Zone. I
Uh-huh.
don't know what that would have felt like as a very, very young man, in that situation, but I damn near got it. But I had to, that was crazy. Yeah, it was real. Three daughters. And,
Man.
and it seemed like that's all I make is girls.
Yeah.
The Lord
Come
is
on,
trying
man.
the most high is trying to tell you something, Kwafi.
Hey, no babies. Still no babies. Not right
Man.
now. I probably could now, but I just, man, I'm used to just moving the way I move now. So you know,
Yeah.
I, it,
Go ahead and
Listen,
drop one in the bucket right quick, Coffee. Go ahead, man.
Mm-hmm.
Just
you
go
know
for
what?
it. Just
This
go
is
for
what
it.
I do. I like going to be able to eat and dine at free will and be
You can
selfish.
still do that. You can still do that. Just make sure,
Uh,
they taking care of. You
oh, they're gonna be taken care of.
know what I'm saying? You can still do that.
Definitely.
I do.
I know you
yeah,
do, but I've been married and all that too. But if I decide to go back and do the marriage thing, I want it to be right.
Yeah,
Okay.
And
okay.
so far, the kind of women that attract to me are very young women. I'm talking like 19, 20, 21 through 25. Nobody past that age. Isn't that something?
Wow.
Really?
That,
Yeah.
that's interesting.
Hey,
you want a
Grown
sugar
looking
daddy.
women think I'm a damn kid.
They, they want a sugar daddy. That's what they want.
well, I
No, they don't
mean,
want no sugar
that
daddy
ain't
out of
a,
me.
that
They be
that ain't
wanting to
a
buy me shit. They be wanting to buy me stuff.
facts. Go ahead and get your
I ain't no
25-year-old.
I'm
Go ahead and get
look,
your go ahead and get
I
your
ain't nobody
25.
daddy, but I'm daddy as you know what. I'm daddy as F. Mm-mm.
Yeah, man.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Good.
having children is definitely is definitely a duty that you know is not for everybody. You know what I'm
Mm-mm.
saying?
And
Like
then those daddy and daughter talks, man. I know you get them zone.
oh
Mm,
man,
okay.
like it's you. I don't know. There's not like the best playbook for parenting is your parents, like how you were raised and everything like that. Like it's crazy that we even talk. I was just telling my girlfriend before, like literally right before this live stream, we was talking about some things between the relationship with me and my father and stuff like that. And sometimes you have like polar opposites. You have a lot of parents that weren't there, single parent or something like that. And then you have the situation like mine where you you were spoiled, the Disney World, the Disneyland, Universal Studios, Xboxes, PlayStations, Nintendos, traveling the country, traveling outside the country.
And that
Like,
was me.
That
yeah,
was me too.
and see, and then here's the thing: you can give your child all of that and still neglect your child, not build the
Mhm.
bond because you're thinking that all of these things you're doing for your child is your child should be
Taking
grateful,
care of
but
them. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, but you're
Wow.
not really you're not really finding out what's going on in your child's head. Like you don't even know what's going on in your child's life because you just keep giving them PlayStations and Xboxes.
Yeah, but with my side
Or
of the
even just
relationship
being
with my
present and
dad,
giving them a
though,
tablet and not setting them down and reading books and doing. See, I think I'd be a very
no,
strict father. I would show you the old ancient way, but I would also show you what's up to date now. Because I understand what's up to date now. You get what I'm saying? I wouldn't stricken childhood from today of how a child is today away, but I would want them to be able to go out there with tools in the world to where, like, if I had a son, he needs to know certain things as a man. He need to know how to work on certain things. Build shelves, do some woodwork, believe it or not, I can build shit. Excuse me, but I can really build stuff. I'm really good at it. I want him to be able to be self-sufficient. I have a homeboy that's 30 years old that don't know how to cook. I caught him frying an egg in a boiler in a pan, and instead of and he burnt it up. And he said, "Man, you want something? I made some Japanese." I said, "Really?"
Yo,
that kind of thing.
That is insane. Frying the egg in a boiler is crazy work, man.
Yes, a big old pot, and I think he was high, because he had smoke. So it's like, I'm like, dude, I said, man, you can't do that, and he did it at my house. I said, and I actually took him to Macy's and I showed him, I said, do you see how much these pots cost? I said, I'm a real cook, bro. I said, don't use that, and I never seen nobody that burned hot dogs up, eggs, toast, anything. Yeah, he need a woman. He need to learn how to cook himself.
Okay, wait, Coffee, you know what my dad does though? My dad won't. I'm not allowed to touch the stove unsupervised just yet. I have to show my dad though that I could do that. I have to learn how to cook a little bit more. I know how to make pasta and stuff. That's more simple one though. But I
In
can't.
the
I'm
microwave?
not allowed to use the stove unsupervised because my dad's afraid I might burn the house though.
Yeah, please don't.
I told my girlfriend.
I use an air fryer. I got an air fryer in my house though. So like, say there's no food, so I've either eat food that is already pre-cooked or anyways though from the night before, or I just warm it up, in the microwave, or I just use an air fryer. I use the air fryer though. And it's pretty good though actually.
Be careful with the air fryer too.
But
My dad
eventually,
trusts.
like,
I'm trusted with that.
It's good to start, kind of experimenting with those things, even if they stand over you at first, just so you'll start to get used to it.
I agree.
Or just Uber Eats like all of your generation.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but
Hey,
can
listen.
I be real with you, though, Coffee? I'm different from my
I will
generation, though.
when I don't have my boys.
I'm just teasing with you. I'm teasing with you.
I know.
Don't do that. That's what my friend do. He's 30 years old, and he does that.
Okay.
And he's okay with having a woman that don't know how to cook too. I said, y'all both messed up.
I don't use Uber Eats like that.
It is so weird having to cook now. Oh my God.
Nah, outside food is a luxury.
Wait a minute. Wait, hold up. What you mean it's so weird having to cook now? I thought somebody was cooking for you.
Yeah, not no more. Shoot, I done got my own spot.
Whoa. Oh yeah, you talked to me about it. Don't tell your business here. I got it. I get it. Yeah, I forgot.
Oh man, I don't care. She just came up yesterday, brought the kids up to the pool. You know what I'm saying?
Are y'all better?
I mean, yeah, but we're not really trying to get back together right now.
Okay.
And you know what, Prime, sometimes it's like that when you have a new baby, and sometimes she take more to the baby than you.
Yeah, it could be that. It could be that.
Yeah. A new mother don't want you to even touch at times.
This is what was needed. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Ever since that happened, like just everything in my life just started like just hitting me. You know what I'm saying? Things I gotta take care of, things I gotta do this, gotta do that. So it's been a good season,
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I told my girlfriend, I'm like, yo, most of our would-be dads are gamers. They don't want to they don't want to have kids because if you know what I noticed from a lot of men that I hear online, and this is no disrespect to anybody, like Kwafi is a busy man. He's different. But the opposite of that, when you hear dudes that don't have children and they get on these panels and stuff like that, they don't have children, but they're gamers. So they a lot of their time, is non-productive time, and that just shows, back to when it.
And I'm talking about men in their 50s doing that. In their 50s.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like from 20s to 50s, absolutely. And it's
Hey, no gamer
Okay.
slander, all right? No
no.
gamer.
I'm
Okay.
not dissing the gamers. I'm just saying like that's a thing that I noticed from a lot of these dudes that don't have children that get on these panels and they'd be like, man, I'm playing the game. Like and what I'm like, damn, like am I
They
because
are
I'm not
serious.
really a gamer. I'm not a gamer like that. Like you know what I'm saying? Like I'm gonna have some more children soon, hopefully.
Okay.
Yeah,
Like
they definitely spend over 8 hours
Okay.
a day on it.
Wait, but I feel you know. I'll be for real, I am a gamer. Basically, I got it from my dad. My dad was a gamer growing up, though, so basically, I got it from him. So my house is electronic, to be honest, though. It's been that way, though,
Well,
actually.
I wasn't allowed to do any of that because of my father being in the military.
Oh,
I was in Boy Scout. I had to
What you
learn how to
mean?
work with my hands first.
You know
You know, I
what
had
would
to work.
irritate me when I was growing up? We had Nintendo. We used to love Super Mario 3, and back then you couldn't pause the game or any of that. We would
We
be
had to leave
so
it
far
on.
along. If we had if we didn't wash the dishes or something, my mom would come in there and just turn the game off. We had 3 or 4
Ooh.
oh man, you lose your
Oh,
place. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
3 or 4 hours
you
on
ain't
Super
ever had it
Mario
happen to me.
Getting to a
on
Yeah.
certain level, and then she
yeah,
unplugged it.
Okay.
You'd
I
be
feel
like,
oh
man,
that.
my
you
God,
know how many times I done died on this level and I finally got to this level? Like, the
right.
hell?
Okay.
She did not care. Yeah, that's so
Okay.
frustrating.
Now, I feel you know.
Yeah.
But
Wait,
I
so
do appreciate older games now.
me,
Me
me
Because I'm
too.
gonna
too.
tell y'all,
I do
the
too.
very
I got
first PS PlayStation, I
Mhm.
had that, but I didn't care anything about it as I grew older because I wanted stuff like music stuff, like beat
Oh
machines, drum
yeah.
machines, and keyboards, stuff like
Mhm.
that,
That's what my
and
dad got
Macs.
You
for
notice
me.
what you just did, Quaffy?
Doors.
We don't even say PlayStation anymore. You had to struggle to say PlayStation. We say PS5 and PS
Yeah.
now. We don't even say
Well, when
Right.
I
PlayStation.
I just said PlayStation because that's where it stopped for me. PS1.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Mhm.
But then I predate back from that to the Segas,
I
the
used to love
Atari, all
Sega.
that. Because
Mhm.
my oldest brother and all them, I was around them doing that.
Yeah, I
I got
love
a
You know,
Sega background too.
mm-hmm.
yeah,
Okay. Yeah. Coffee. You know, I do. I collect PS2 and PS3 games as well. Of course, I got the new Xbox now, but then I also got PS5 as well, though. But I do collect old games as well. Growing up, of course, I had a 360, but I didn't get to play the PS2 where a long time ago. Because by the time I started getting older, PS2 was out, PS3 came in, and
I
I didn't
remember the
touch the PS3
PS3.
going.
You know what? I'm upset that those games didn't like gain any value. Like if you held on to
you
them,
don't
but
think
those
they
two,
didn't gain any value to retro games?
nah, not really. They didn't. Only like certain ones. Only
Why?
like
Because right
specific.
now, because everything has went totally digital.
Mhm.
Probably.
I mean,
But
super
still, like
digital.
even as like an antique though, like
What's the best
the
old school
records.
game to y'all?
Probably Zelda for me.
Sega.
Sega. Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean, like what particular game though?
Let's say
Oh, you mean
Zelda.
Man,
like
I have a few. I have a
Zelda. I
few.
think Zelda's the most.
Um,
Sonic?
yeah,
Oh, I love
Sonic.
Sonic.
Sonic is number one
Yeah.
for me.
Me
Mortal
too.
Kombat.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Mortal
Uh,
Kombat's a
Mhm.
good one.
Street
uh,
Fighter.
Centipede,
Street Fighter.
Street. I don't know if y'all know
Frogger,
this. Streets of
Cubert.
Rage. Streets of
Okay.
Rage on Sega.
Street
I don't
Fighter
know
is
if y'all
cool.
know that.
I know
Yeah,
that.
Streets of Rage. Yeah.
Oh man, classic.
Rambo. Was that on Sega?
Which one?
Rambo.
Yeah, I
Rambo.
think they had one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, y'all don't
Vector.
remember Primal
Vector Man.
Rage?
Wait, I
Vector
couldn't
Man.
ask.
I
Oh
don't.
man.
Sorry,
Y'all don't
I'll ask
remember
this
that
question
game?
no more. What's your favorite Street Fighter character? My favorite Street Fighter character is Bison. I like Bison though. Yes, Bison is a villain, but he's one of the
I
best
like
Street
Chun
Fighter
Li.
villains.
I don't
Chun
like
Li.
Bison outfit. I think Bison outfit ugly.
Yeah, but
Bison.
no,
I
but his
think
story needs
Coffee
Hey,
to come down.
Coffee need to make Bison a
So
better
please
speaker.
be that beats all the dudes up.
hey, let me ask y'all something though. What do y'all think about these old ass men like Coach Greg Adams and all them sitting there with all these superhero figures and they back and they ain't got nothing. They ain't talking about none of that. No kind of Comic Con, none of that. And they complain about women.
Who is
That's it.
that?
CGA, who we was talking about earlier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know him.
Okay, wait, but Coffee, you
But
know,
I
I
did
also collect
before
old
you.
figures too.
I did want to say thank you, Construct. He said, "Wait, I just listened to your music and saw you. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support."
That's what's up. Keep it up. I thank God from above that you show more love. That you show more love. Cash flowing, spirit going, the support. Keep it going.
Man,
Thank
you gonna
you.
make
I
me hit a few notes.
appreciate it. You can sing.
Hold on,
Oh,
this.
baby, I
Oh
Oh,
love
God. Oh
Popeyes.
no, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay, bro. Mo, hold on, hold on. Is that you
What's
singing?
that zone?
oh no, that's not me singing, but I did write.
So I thought so, right?
Yeah,
You
wait, but
doing
I'm
yourself
trying
a
to
huge
say,
disservice, Mo. Come on now.
I know. So this is what I was saying. I sing, but when it comes to making it sound professional, like the mixing and mastering piece of it, and I'm
Uh
trying to do all this stuff at home.
huh. Uh
So
huh.
I just write my intro song. I wrote that. I wrote the Cash App song, but singing it and blending the music because I play keys too. Once I blend the keyboard with my voice, it just doesn't sound professional. So
So why don't you just get somebody to do it then?
yeah, that's true.
You know what, Mo? When I come to Texas,
It'll
we
take nothing
definitely
but a
gonna have
tip.
to do a collab.
That
And
would
I'm
be
talking
great.
about in the music studio with you playing that piano.
Okay. That sounds like a plan. But I hate that too. Like I get so frustrated. I remember back in the day
Hmm.
how I would do a verse and then I would have to do the chorus and I would have to sing soprano, alto, tenor, second verse. Then the chorus again, soprano, alto, tenor, stack all those things, then the bridge, then the ending, and they can just click a button and make a song in 3 minutes. Not
You
have me
know,
Yeah,
telling,
are
and
you
you
then
talking
I
know,
about
do
the
use AI,
AI
right?
stuff?
Because some of the songs be fire, and I use AI
yeah.
too. I'm just saying for the
Ain't
people
nothing
who
wrong with AI, but it has to be done
really
right.
gifted.
Like I was telling Izzy the other day, I was saying
Mm-hmm.
every everybody um is doing AI, and you can tell the AI songs according
Yeah.
that they're using the same programs because
Yeah,
they got the
there's
same
only
old
really
whine.
one good
They got the
one.
same old whine and the same old
The
twist and
voice.
turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, when it comes to the runs in the music, and I'm like, that's just too much
Hmm.
going on right there. You know, when can
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
hear somebody? Just give me the music. I'll sing it
Yo,
And
myself.
I've
so
heard of like,
that's why I'm kind of like working with DJ Witch Doctor, right? Well, we
mhm.
planning on it because I'm already getting prepared for when this AI shit get old. So
Yeah.
it's when
I
it
think
gets to
I'm
where it
you
gonna
gets
should
so
do
at
not
that
that.
be
point,
so.
Prime, I
original
think you
What
should be
voices.
working with yourself.
I'll
I'm a
s-
Oh
call
yeah,
you.
of course I
Mhm.
am.
I'll say this. I'll
No,
say
I
this
don't do
though.
music though. He's my like my main producer.
I'll say this
Mm.
though for the AI stuff. I will say this: if you're an artist, musician, vocalist, whatever, keep never lose that talent. Still
Mhm.
use your voice. Still record your vocals. Still listen to your stuff in the car. And I say that because live performances are never going to go anywhere.
Ever.
Mhm.
Two, Congress just passed some legislation like within the past 30 days basically saying that everybody creating these AI songs, their AI is not going to be able to be copywritten. So Congress is already in the midst of banning a whole lot of AI vocal and this, that, and the third because a lot of these corporations are using that to basically, just collect
Gimmicking.
these
Yeah.
major paydays. So, AI is cool for right now, like, you know what I mean? But I can't say that I'm mad at them because a lot of this AI stuff, it has no soul, has no
I
feeling.
know it's just frustrating. Like when I first heard AI, I was so frustrated. But
Yeah.
now it's
Hey,
like, okay, I get it, but there's still certain things that AI will never be able to do.
And
to
you
do,
should be
yeah. Let me
doing
tell you
it
this.
anyway.
AI.
So when you got a
Let me say
problem,
this
just
though.
throw money at it. All right. When
Let
you
me
got
say
a
this.
problem,
AI.
just throw money
Let
at
me,
it.
no, not
Get that
really.
shit
Right.
done. You
Just put
know,
it
she
this
need to
way.
get this shit done.
AI. Let me just say this. AI is okay if it's done right.
That's true.
And I do AI too, but I also
Mhm.
like to let other people do work for me as well. But when they don't do it like I want it done, I have to go in and make things look as real as possible because I don't want it to ever hear people saying, damn, it looks fake. So everything I do, I try to make look as real as possible, all the way down to film. Now AI is messing up when done wrong. It's messing up the industry when done wrong when it comes to
Yeah.
making film, uh, because some things don't make sense. You have to look right at them and be like, okay, well, why did a snake just come out of her hair when it was supposed to be? What I'm saying? Stuff like that. you know, you know, or
Yeah.
why did she have 6 fingers? And you have to go back and perfect all that. Now,
Yes,
even
you
with the music, when you hear them, when you say, you wouldn't believe when I did an AI song how many foreign accents that I have when these people say my name in the song. I had to do the song 12 times over.
Oh yeah, when you do a particular name, they say it wrong.
Yeah,
And I,
Koofy,
I think
Koofy.
that's the part that
yeah.
I'm
Kufi or
frustrated
coffee,
with. Yeah,
qualfie. Like what?
the music portion of AI is the part that frustrates me.
True.
Yeah.
That's why I choose not to. I don't use AI like that.
And
I don't use.
everybody, hold on, Riaz, I'm sorry. And keep in mind, I use it. My intro song is through AI. Shout out to AI. But I'm like, people really be out here thinking like, oh, I did this, I created this.
You know
But
you
And they be
did.
it's
dan-
really
they be
no,
dancing to it too,
really,
like it's the bomb.
yeah, you cannot
I'm like,
play. I
nah,
don't shame anybody, but I play keyboard for real. I sing for real.
Yes.
Me too. I play keyboard for real. I play
It's
trumpet,
like
trombone,
all
saxophone.
you did was press buttons.
And see, that's why Congress is taking steps to, put that legislation, because you're not, Zone will get in the
Write all my
studio,
music.
what I
Yeah.
mean, and whip that shit up from, excuse my language, whip that up from, from scratch. These are melodies that's in your head when you go to sleep and you wake up and you have to sing it in your phone because you don't want to forget it. Like, so, I know a lot of people are mad at that. Like, but I think overall it this legislation needs to happen for the same reason that it
Yes.
happened with the movie industry. Because remember, like a couple years ago, they went on strike because these studios wanted to start using AI for these actors' voices and stuff like that. And so a lot of these
Mhm.
actors went on strike and was like,
But some of
I'm
them do have to step it up though, because if you get stuck in a character as an actor, people gonna know you by that. Just like Pam from Martin,
Mhm.
she can't get away from being that angry black woman.
Damn.
You know,
Oh yeah, that's true.
she can't.
Wait, what
Danny
about?
Glover has never been able to really make it past the color purple because he was so messed up on that film.
Mhm.
And it made me not like him. He acted so good.
Oh.
Danny Glover,
Oh,
he
Danny
played in
Glover.
the color
Yeah, he
purple.
played
Yeah,
that part. Mhm.
yeah. And our mothers and aunties and everybody turn us against that man.
Over a movie.
Okay.
you know,
Now I
you
think.
know, you know, a movie's messed up when that happens in real life.
Right.
Yeah,
It's
my
just like
mama, them
Wait,
like,
I was
I
gonna
can't
say
stand
classic.
him, old dog.
You know what
Wait,
movie had
classic.
me
I was
sad in
gonna
real
say though.
life
What
when I was
about?
like,
You're
I
not
think
in
I was
town. What about Ghost
hold
though?
on,
You
Riz.
know?
What a movie that really hurt me in real life was Set It Off. After I
yeah.
was so young when I watched that movie, do not laugh at me. I couldn't
Okay, I'm
figure
sorry.
out. I
I'm
couldn't
gonna be
figure out,
honest,
like,
man. We
because
laugh.
my aunt watched it, and I was like, we had watched some movie, and her and her best friend came out of the movie, and my aunt was just broken hearted crying. I was like, why is my aunt crying? We watched it the next week. I was so sad for like at least a week because of the way
You
Queen
know,
Latifah died.
Eve's by You was the one that got me a little bit because of the voodoo lady and
Oh
how
yeah.
that woman every time she married a man, he died. It pissed me
Mhm.
off.
Right. And she was just creepy. She was weird.
Yeah. And then the part where Megan Good was acting, brushing her hair for her daddy and all. It was weird.
It was a
And
very weird,
it was very weird.
yeah, it was a lot of witchery going on there.
Yeah. Yeah,
What
witchery.
was
Yeah.
that movie? Diary of a Mad Black Woman, where the husband was mean and the chick left him in the bathtub and everybody thought he was gonna.
Electrocuted him. Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
my
like
gosh.
it's so crazy how like there's movies like that where it's like when you see them in real life, you see that character.
Yeah.
You know, what I mean? Just like in Why Did I Get Married, and the dude was mean to his wife or whatever. Like,
Yeah, and Terrence did all that stuff. When you think about him, you think about him being that for real in real life, even on Empire.
it's
So he
sad,
played them
man.
kind of parts really good. Yeah.
Okay,
Neil
Yeah.
Long is the only one that's played some
Classy.
sweet stuff. Neil
Wait.
Long and Gabrielle, but a lot of people don't like Gabrielle because the Manosphere don't like Gabrielle Young.
Well,
That's
she's
number one.
really like very rude in real life. I will say that.
Oh wow, wow, okay.
Very
Wow.
rude.
Wait, Classy. I was
Well,
gonna say, what about
Tina
Empower
from
and
Mary
like
Mary
those?
is real mean in real life.
Is
I almost
she?
cursed her
But
ass out.
I
Yeah, I
can see that
almost cursed her
though. I can see that.
Yeah.
Cussing gospel singing out.
Yeah, in the church. I try to put
But
the
Tina
best.
looked like after she get through singing It's the God in Me, she looked like she'll go cuss somebody out too as soon as she put the microphone down.
You know that. Let me tell you something. Church is a grift. Not saying
Exactly.
I don't want to put the bad mouth on everybody because I'm not
No, I
that.
get it.
But people like her, Erica's totally different from her. And I'm glad
Completely different. They
that she broke away. She was a jealous. Tina's a jealous spirit.
Tina is the
Even though she can, Tina can do all that screaming, and then had the nerve to judge Leandria Johnson. Leandra sings circles around you. Get out of here.
She cannot touch Leandria.
No.
But I've heard a lot of people say that Tina was very mean,
rude. Yeah,
jealous.
she was mean to me.
Erica is completely different from her.
Erica's totally different. Erica just smiled, but Tina, she gonna tell me, we are foxes and you're a rabbit, and you can sing, but clearly we smell R&B all over you, and for that reason, you're out of here.
Not you out of here.
Yeah.
Wow, Classy. I was gonna say, and I was gonna
Probably,
say,
I didn't say that, but I guess I had a look on my face that could have strangled me.
Sorry.
Well, Kirk Franklin told me I could. He said he think I could get through. I sat there all day long. But Kurt was cool though.
Yeah,
Kurt was real cool.
Nice. I met him like 2 years ago.
But he was doing all that clowning and all. I ain't like all that clowning.
He's shorter than me, or we the same height.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's very little. I'm 5'2", and we were right there together. So
5'2".
He may be 5'3".
Lord,
Franklin is really short. And at the concert, like he was like, I want somebody to sing. If you sing and if you do good, I'm gonna give $20,000 on the spot, and you're gonna have a chance to perform on some type of awards. And my mama just kept pointing back there. I was like, ma'am, no. When I heard some of those people, and it has nothing to do with lack of confidence, it's about being real with yourself. Ma'am, I ain't got all these runs like these folks. Let him go. Let him go over there to the best singer. So
when I look at your picture, like I don't, and granted you can't tell by a picture, but for some reason, my love, like I felt like I thought you was tall. Like I don't know why
Hey, really?
your picture just gives me a tall essence. I don't know why. Like, I don't know.
No, I am 5'2".
Lordy, Lordy, Lordy.
I'm short.
It's all right though. You're
Okay.
a woman. Women can be, women can be short. It's all
Is
right.
Wait,
that
you know
but
how
isn't
to?
that considered like average height? 5'2"?
No, no,
5'2"?
no.
I thought no.
No.
Okay, wait, Ma,
Sorry.
I'm gonna tell you. Know how tall my mom is. I asked my mom how tall she is. My mom is actually 5'3" though. Actually, my born Pakistani mother is 5'3". So basically, I'm 5'7", and my father is 6'1" though. Basically, he's like 6 feet tall though. So basically, though, the ones over here, the UK born ones like me, were more taller than the actual ones born over there though. Because it's the genetics and the stuff that I eat and stuff like that. So basically, my mom got tall people in her family. That's why we're pretty tall though. Actually.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm
Liberated
more
said,
taller than her.
my non-singing tail would have been up there trying to sing my heart out and hope for the best.
I'd give it a go,
Request
but
said, I met Kirk Franklin in my city. He rolled up on me asking me where was the closest sub shop, which I was literally on my way to on Sunday. No less. Oh, okay, cool.
okay.
So World Class said women are 5'1" through 5'3" on average. That's what I thought.
For real? Oh, my bad. Shit.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
I thought the
I
average
try to be like 5'5" or something, 5'4".
yeah,
Okay.
like 5'4", 5. That's what but I mean,
Man, let
hey,
me look it up myself.
Wait, if I said if I was 5'9", would you believe me? Or you say nah, I'm only 5'7"? Because I put the average for me is 5'7" or 5'9".
I mean, they both
We
short.
always gonna put some extra,
Who
some extra.
said that? Who said they both short?
You know what though? We all as
Nah, I
men
ain't sure. I'm pretty
we
sure
do
though.
we do
Okay.
The
put
average,
on.
the average height is 5'3".
Wait a minute. Wait,
Yeah.
hold on. Riaz, how tall are you?
5'7".
Oh, okay.
I'm like I'll give you coffee. The estimated though, I think for me is either 5'7" or 5'9".
Oh, okay. Well, I'm
What's
five.
yours?
I ain't gonna tell you.
How tall are
Okay,
you?
my
I'm
father.
like 6'1", depending on the shoes I put on.
Okay,
Oh,
Man, see
okay,
y'all high value men because y'all tall.
okay.
nah,
his
I got a
size
6'1"
does
father.
I'm
not
on the
reflect
shorter
his
side.
height. I'm
I'm
sorry.
What you
5'11".
say? What you say? What you say?
Nah,
You know what,
nah,
Zone? I thought you were around about
it
6'3", boy.
depends on the shoes. It depends on the shoes, dog. You gotta, you know what I'm
It depends
saying?
on the shoes.
You know,
Okay,
yeah, bro. Claim it 6 foot, my nigga. You claim that shit.
Okay, I
I
claim
told
6 foot.
Prime you need to go on and be the next what's that boy name who became that model when he saw that mugshot?
Oh,
Um,
what's his name? Meeks, Jeremy Meeks.
Yeah, Jeremy Meeks. Yeah.
Yeah,
oh,
I heard he's still doing pretty good, man. That's what's up.
Yeah, he is. But the thing is, the good thing about this man is he's a real man. He wasn't the guy that some of these guys that you try to pick out to be in a
mhm,
show to model, and they get straight in there to tell you how much abs they got and how good they look, how light their skin is, just very vain.
mhm.
And I'm like, dude, we ain't looking at you for that. If you're gonna walk in a show, we're not looking at all that. We looking at you as a clear canvas and your height. I don't give
So
a damn about you. I
what
don't give a
happened
damn
to the
about you being
guy?
pretty. Huh? What you say?
Right. What happened to the guy that did that song? I'm a classic man. Was he like a one-hit wonder?
Jandina?
Did
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean
Yeah.
he had one other song, but I don't think it really went anywhere.
Yeah, but
Mm,
he I thought him and what's her name? Janelle Monáe was trying to link.
really?
Yeah, at one point.
Oh, okay.
I miss
Mm.
the old Janelle Monáe, not the topless Black Beach Janelle Monáe.
That's the only
Wait a
one
minute.
I know right
She
now, honest.
do you think she's a feminist?
Oh
Yes,
yes.
yes.
Well, I
Her
found
and
out
what's
that
her
she's
name?
an AKA and she's very smart. And they picked
Mm.
her to to be in that movie Hidden Figures, because the women that who they were playing were AKAs as well. And that's one thing about HBCU and fraternities and sororities. If you're gonna play somebody that is a AKA or a alpha, you have to be in the organization.
Okay, I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
yeah. You can't even be a Delta playing an AKA. Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah, yeah. School days back then, you could do that, but they even try to boycott that and Spike
And
Lee.
then,
But that's a classic of all time, so we can't be boycotting that.
and I thought that people, as far as AKAs, deltas, all those things, didn't they set it up to where people were able to buy their way in?
No,
Like some people didn't
you,
even go to school, and then they were just sworn in or whatever.
no, don't. Whatever you do, don't say that, because it's a few
Well, I
AKAs.
saw it. I mean, I saw it a few times.
Oh, you saw it in real life?
Hmm.
Oh, okay. Well,
I mean, just via video, of course.
yeah, but
I've
don't
seen it
say that,
here.
because
Oh, okay.
I don't want the AKA women to come and attack me, and because I'm not gonna let them do that. But I know that
Not
they
the
will.
AKA's attack, really.
Yeah, they will,
Mhm.
just for you saying that. But
Well,
Like
Riaz,
a
what you talking
beehive.
for? You know about this?
it's okay. I mean, I'll
No,
just
no,
the
no.
truth is the truth.
But it's all good though. I will say this. Um, I haven't heard that,
Hmm.
but I have heard that if your mother or your father, somebody was D9, an alpha, an AKA, more than likely that you would be. But sometimes
Okay.
it don't always happen. The child may turn out she want to be a Delta. He want to
Hmm.
be a Q. You know, if they're into Greek life, and Greek life is not just about the letters; it's about community
Was
service.
they
Yeah.
worshiping
And
their gods, right? Yeah.
said again,
What
what you
did you
say,
say,
Brian?
Brian?
Huh? I
Say
said they
it.
worshiping Greek gods, man.
Hmm.
Oh,
That's what that
Brian, don't say
is.
that. Don't say that.
They
Don't say
worshiping
that.
Greek gods, so
So.
I'm gonna let you
that's
have.
what it
I'm gonna let you
is.
have. I'm gonna let you have your opinion on that. But I just know it's a few people in this sector that are AKAs, and
Why we
you
ain't
know
make an African fraternity or something? Why it had to be a Greek fraternity? You know what I'm saying?
I-
Hmm.
we'll
Or
talk
or,
about that.
or Nigeria. My bad. Let's be Nigerian fraternity or something, because most of us come from Nigeria.
I'm quite sure they do have other uh, groups, that are, but the D9 is something totally different. Totally different.
I'm
Yeah.
laughing at world class comments.
Okay.
What did he say?
Read it.
What did he say?
Read it, Prime.
Prime is AKA the beige baron.
Mm.
Okay. Wait, I was gonna say the right coffee. Sometimes though, I call myself the Prince of Persia because one, I look like the original Prince of Persia, and two, I got ancestry, so I can say I'm the Prince of Persia.
Okay,
Okay.
okay, I get it. Okay,
That's different. Okay.
type
Yeah,
S. I ain't gonna say it on. Hold up now.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, my
Because
DNA tell me some stuff
basically my
too, but
history, right? So basically, my ancestors came from Persia. That's why. So,
yeah.
basically, Kati, the tribe I belong to, right? They claim that they descend from this, they descend from the Canaan dynasty and stuff like that, bro. So basically, you know, they call themselves the Kianis, though. So the Kianis like an independent warrior tribe, though, basically, and they fought against the Syrians, though, and the strong independent warriors. They still remain today and everything like that, and they fought against the Brits as well. So that's where I came from. So I went from warrior to farmer to scholar because in my family, you got scholars and farmers basically. But my mom's family's farmers, though, so they own their own land and they own their own farm for like generations.
Okay, so Liberated said if you're in a fraternity or sorority and you paid your way in and didn't go through the process, they call them paper, meaning they don't respect you because you didn't really earn the letters like most. Mm-hmm.
He talking about that's grad when you pledge grad or
Mm-hmm.
you become a honorary, like Obama's
Oh,
honorary.
that's okay, yeah.
But Michelle is an actual AKA. You know,
Got
she
it.
pledged to school. So
So
Michelle,
basically,
I really hate that Kamala is an AKA, but she is.
Mm-hmm.
so
Yeah,
basically, it's like Chris Brown banging blood. You know what I mean? He kind of honorary. He ain't really went through.
yeah, that's right, honorary. Probably because
Mm-hmm.
he's donated money to their cause or whatever. You know, money wins out every time. But I have not heard people buying their way in, but I have heard people being honorary. And if they buying their way in, there must be an inside job. And I'm hoping that
Well,
nobody's
the
doing that
people
because
that I know, yeah, they're
that's against the
millionaires.
Panhellenic Council. That's against
I
the
don't know if
Panhellenic Council.
it has something to do with the income too, because these people are millionaires in Dallas. And I from what I saw, it looked like she bought her way in. I don't know, but you could be right. That's not even
Okay. Wait, you know coffee,
something
right?
that
You know
they
they
actually
not
allow with you know, world class said, well, if they earn the letters through orgies and humiliation rituals, then I'm gonna respect the papers more.
I ain't gonna say nothing about that. Come on,
Mm-hmm.
world class. You're an educated black man. Come on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Don't listen to any of these things that people say
Mm-hmm.
because you have a lot of people that will say certain things. And I was really upset with a couple of alphas that were on Fight Club and when they let Aaron O do what he did, which
What
I
did
will
he
be addressing.
do?
I will be addressing him because I still have the very last Fight Club episode where he was up there attacking the alphas, specifically the alphas. Now, not nobody else but us.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Is he in a fraternity? Aaron O?
He let Anton Daniels put a damn battery in his back to do the stream. But when I confronted him about it, he oh man, I don't know about this. I said, but you started some shit though.
Hmm.
Are you upset about the fact that have you may not have been chosen? I mean, what is the problem?
Mm-hmm.
You know,
So
and
is Aaron O
he
an
was just up there
Antonite?
talking shit. Yes, he is. Yes, he's an Antonite.
Is that I have a
Yeah.
question? I'm sorry. Is that something that was made up recently, or was that a name that was given back then when people were really in tune with him?
I don't know who gave the name because they got a problem with that right now. People are arguing right now about who gave the person who started the name Antonite. So I don't know who really did it, but I heard Freeze say it.
That name is hilarious, yo. Like,
That is so okay. You said you heard Freezy say it first. Oh my
Yeah,
gosh,
there's
that's
Antonites and bad chasers.
yeah,
Yeah,
somebody said the Antonettes, like, you know what I mean? Like the
that is
Antonettes and
so
the
funny.
Antonites.
I think I heard bag chasers. Yeah, I heard bag chasers a while ago. Yeah, but
Yeah,
Antonites is funny to
that
me.
that is hilarious because it does low key kind of sound biblical, like you know what I'm saying,
Yeah,
like
it
something that
sounds
would
like
be.
a real legit
Don't
group.
tell me I'm about to start talking about Anton too. Yeah.
that's funny. So
No,
well,
basically,
I'm
like when I
whapping and
hear
tapping
too
on his
much
head on that
about.
subject. It's very, very
okay.
well. I mean, it's gonna be really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is, I don't know, that is just hilarious, man.
Mm-hmm.
And
And
tonight, man, Lord have mercy, man. I just,
I was
man,
so
I just, you know, I'm just it just baffles me how, that, people are just, how they just idolize like certain content creators. Like they're just, the, just the omnipotent power, like, you know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like
Zone,
somebody,
let me tell you, I'm working
yeah.
on another topic called "These Are the Statues of Gods They Have Made."
These are what?
The
Hmm.
statues of gods they have made, and they're all going to be posted on the thumbnail.
These are the statues of God. I didn't hear it. Your connection was going in and out.
These are the statues of gods they have made.
That's a good title.
It's
How
one
many
dude.
are gonna be
I'm
up there?
sorry. Go ahead, Mola. Sorry.
No, I was gonna say how many people are gonna be up there on the
It's a
thumbnail.
lot of them. It's a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, they think that they above reproach or to be approached. And it's few females too. You can't say nothing to them. You know what I'm saying? You say something to them, you know. And I'm just telling you,
Everybody go against you. Yeah, there are some
I don't care.
space where
I'm built for them to go against me. Let me tell you, I had to get Crimson and Cure straightened out in the chat one day.
Who?
I can't remember what chat it was because I know she
You had to get who?
Crimson and Cure.
I don't know who that is.
Kendra D. She wears the hijab. She wears the Muslim attire, and a lot of men like her, but I used to like her until
Do I know her?
said that you probably seen her, but she's what you call a pick me, but I call her a panda queen.
Oh my
Uh-oh.
gosh.
She the female version of Brownsville.
You got
Oh,
Yeah.
no, Coffee, you can't do that because you will name names and then I'll be in something.
Okay, I won't. But anyway, Brownsville. Look, me and Sharon and Brownsville, and we all right now. There was some things that we went through, but it's not. I mean, I'm okay because I do go to Sharon channel
Because
just
I've
to.
heard them say some things that I agree with actually,
Yeah, I mean, just say this. I'm cordial, like cool. I'll go and support, like as in the conversation, but I'm okay with content creators, but I don't deal with chat people that much unless they're my own or that I'm cool with in other people's chats that I go to. But mainly, like I said, content creators, whether we disagree or not, it's a business for us. And if you're creative, if you're really a content creator, I rock with you, even if we don't agree. That's the way I look at it. But if you become just totally disrespectful and you're doing things like putting people's names in streams and just doing some unnecessary stuff, I can't rock with that. And even some of the that I'm cool with, they know I don't rock with them like that. I mean, even Prime them and Zone them know I don't rock like I don't do that. They don't do that.
AKA that stream you dropped on Halloween. That anybody that
wait, what you say?
that Halloween stream was on another level.
He gonna have me on somebody's thumbnail. And
I just got tired, man. I just got tired of the thing of putting me in the box with everybody else. You can't make me wrong for how you see the world. I may not be a person that's just extremely religious, so don't come to me telling me, what your God has said. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand.
I respect it, but I don't need you to be telling me things like,
it's not worth the argument. Yeah,
it's not.
Because people are going to believe what they want,
Yeah, and the thing is, if we believe in the same God, why are we so divided? You get one church get mad at one, and then they go open up another damn church,
because
and then go against you.
Religion based, and it don't have anything to do with really being connected to Christ.
Yeah,
a lot of this is religion and titles, so it's important to be able to discern the difference. But I agree, it's a lot of division because people's hearts are not anchored in the Lord. It's more so anchored in just titles, religion, you know.
Yeah, I another thing too, like, when it comes to content creators beefing and talking about one another, um, since I've been monetized
Stop it.
since November,
Mm-hmm.
I think that a lot of content creators don't pay attention to their analytics. And I told
Right.
people before
Mm-hmm.
that YouTube, we think that YouTube is all fun and games because we can, hit the live and go live. But I tell people, YouTube is a corporate. This is we're having fun, we're chilling, we're on the stream. We're at work right now. When you
Mm-hmm.
when you hit live, you're starting your shift. And these,
Mm.
when you get a strike or you get a warning on your channel, that's HR. That's YouTube
It
HR.
is. It really is.
And
I don't think
so,
I have any strike, thankfully.
You know
yeah,
what? I'm glad, Zone. I'm glad you're saying what you're saying, because too often, even when a brother like yourself or me say, hey, I'm not on here for this. This is just YouTube type shit. Excuse me, Mo.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
send you some money because I've been cursing like crazy.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I
Cash
am. I really am. I'll
if
bless
you
you. I'm
listen.
gonna send you something. Yeah, cash out. Yeah. But the thing is, we we cool with these people, but they will tell you this is how I run mine. This is how I do. That's fine. Okay, you
Mhm.
do yours that way, but when I start to do mine, I don't need you to come tell me what I should and should not
Oh
do.
my gosh. Me and Bolo talk about that all the time. Yes.
You know, so that's an issue. And
Hmm.
the crazy part, they'll do things on other people's panels that they don't want you to do on their own.
Yeah.
right.
So we have that, and the brothers that you claim that you have been cool, you've gotten cool with, y'all don't need to do no punk BS by putting each other names and streams when you got each other phone numbers. See,
Right.
because it do nothing but feed the trolls when you tell them stuff that's not true.
That's very true. World
Not
class
only
You
said,
know
that,
what I'm
"Why
saying?
you been driving for 2 hours?" Laugh out loud. Longer than
Who
two
said that?
hours. World
Who
class.
said that? Oh, okay, yeah.
not only that, like what I noticed is like, when the whole Corey Holcomb Anton Daniels situation happened,
Mm-hmm.
um, what I noticed is I went to check my, what you call, like, the RPM, and
Yeah.
that's what YouTube will pay you per 1,000 views. And I noticed that it was
Mhm.
less than $5. It was less than anything I would talk about with Corey Holcomb. It was
Mhm.
less than $5. But when I was talking about Don Lemon catching the lawsuit,
Mhm.
for the protests in Minnesota, and I was talking about the Jeffrey E guy, um,
Mhm.
YouTube was like, we'll pay you $100, like, we'll pay you. So a lot of these content creators, they don't take the time to look, to really say, yo, let me start talking about some other stuff
Hold
too.
on. But how do you
Or do
like?
their research.
Where do you get that information? Like, okay, if you talk about this, we'll pay you this much.
You got to go into, you know about your YouTube studio, right?
Mhm.
You have to go into, you can, I guess, click any previous live stream,
Mhm.
and then if you click the revenue section, that's where you're going to find,
Trending
your earning,
topics.
exactly,
Got
your earning
it.
potential for
Okay.
that. And just look for the three letters RPM,
Mhm.
and that's what YouTube will pay you per 1,000 views per that time. It changes with every topic. um so if it's anything that's like trending or political, it's probably going to be on the higher side. But
Mhm.
if you're talking about something, that I guess that's not trending, it's going to be on the lower side, um
Got it.
as far as the dollar amount. So that's one thing that I try to tell these content creators, but a lot of them don't want to listen. Like, they just want to keep up the nonsense. I'm like, oh, I'm trying to help you get paid a little bit of
Mhm.
money. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to help you, you know,
Right.
but yeah, you can't tell some of these people nothing. So
Mhm.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, a lot of these Liberated said, well, a lot of these content creators need to be fired because they are adding no value, playing into the dysfunction. I'm about to go leave a Yelp Google review on the poor job performance of this establishment. Yes, I agree. I could not agree more.
Yeah. I mean, YouTube, if you do it the right way, like it's a gold mine. Like my channel isn't really centered too much on the cash apps and super chats, although I do like those too. But
Mm-hmm.
you know, most of the content creators that I study, they're not live streamers. They do their
They
uploads,
do
they get their
videos.
views, you
Yeah.
know, and then they make their money and they just keep it moving. So
I thought about that today. Like, do I want to start doing videos? I know it'll probably take a minute for um I guess people to become acquainted with that.
yeah.
I don't know. I could see it
No,
being
I think videos are
successful.
No, guess
better.
what, Bolo? Though when you're
Videos are
working
better
with,
because
when you
they're
do
faster.
collabs. Oh, my bad. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't know what you think, Quafi. Do you think videos might? Don't you think videos might build the platforms faster than live
Yeah, it
shows?
does. I started. Well, people know me from, of course, the Black Manosphere. You know, I have been
Mm-hmm.
trying to get out of the algorithm, and also people know me from the Asian hate
Mm-hmm.
documentary I done. That's how I became pretty big, and from Lead Attorney. So yes, I think that when you are a creative, you don't all the time just go live. You go live
Mm-hmm.
every once in a while. If you know people that are very popular, they they don't go live. You just know them because they funny. Like Corey Holcomb,
Mm-hmm.
people we can say we won't, but he ain't got to do number one stream a week. You get what I'm saying? Him,
It was so
a
crazy.
couple of other
You know
just
who I
funny black
like?
people.
What's his name? Lucas, Jonah Lucas, or whatever his
I
name
could
Amazing
is.
have
Lucas.
been
Oh,
like,
the
Amazing
amazing
Lucas.
loop.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I
He
know
has
that.
great videos,
Yeah, I
but then
remember
he
him.
also like going live and he pull
Mm-hmm.
numbers online
But
too. So
he changed up though, because he used to be the worst. He reminded you of a Sneeko and a
man,
Fresh and Fit, but he changed it up. He changed it
Mm-hmm.
up. He was an anti-black dude, but he jumped on that train and he switched it up just like Dennis Sperling. They got off the manosphere because Amazing Lucas used to get into an argument all the time with Fantastic back in the day. They were back to back with videos against each other. So him and Alba and Preach, all them boys, they was just all the time just arguing,
Mm-hmm.
and but when they all blew up, I think it kind of stopped. So you have to change up from that beef and that putting each other names in streams and all that, because
Mm-hmm.
even this Tweety Bird head ass dude, Clue, he did one on me. Yeah,
God.
Tweety Bird, Elmer Fudd, I thought, booty cat ass nigga. Sit up there and did a stream on me and thought it was gonna get somewhere, and it didn't go nowhere. Didn't go nowhere.
yeah, bro,
I
my
ain't gonna lie. I
messages.
had somebody do a stream on me and Bolo a few months ago. I'm pretty sure a few people out there
No,
aware.
I don't know who did it. Who did that?
I ain't seen
Tell me about
Anyway,
it on Instagram.
that
Polo.
one got
Don't tell me.
that one got a couple of thousands of views. Shout out to everybody that was in there that pretend like they rock with us over here. That's cool.
Yeah.
Um, what else? I had somebody else do a stream on me and my sister and put us in the title, but that may have gotten like 30 views.
Yeah,
So
but this idiot here, he didn't get no more than maybe 40 views. And he tried to jump on everything. I guess he called himself trying to get at me because I did a video on pearly things.
okay.
You know, and
Mhm.
that's his milk of magnesia. So
what is amazing to me, okay, is how people are all grown folk.
yeah,
How they
Um,
what?
are old grown folks in drama. It's like virtual high school.
Oh
And
yeah.
I'm like, really? Are y'all serious? There's
Well,
nothing
people,
to
people,
talk about?
let me tell you, people go after me because they want me to do a whole damn movie about them. I'm not gonna do that. You ain't getting off on what I do, my talent. But I
See
will
and see
turn you into a character. I will. I
World
will turn
class,
you into
I'll
a
have to
character.
tell you.
and
Yeah.
see. Here's the thing. See, YouTube again. You know about YouTube being like an employer, being a business. See, if we pay attention to Corey Holcomb and an Anton, this is my theory. Before that whole debacle, Corey was getting about 10 to 15,000 live viewers in his weekly show.
Mm-hmm.
Prior now, I don't watch any of Anton's content, but
Mm-hmm.
I've heard that prior to that, he was getting in his evening shows, he was getting about 2 to 3 thousand in his
Thousand.
evening
Yeah,
shows.
yeah.
Corey now is ever since that whole debacle happened is only getting about 5 to 7 thousand people in his live streams watching
Now?
live
Oh,
right now.
when they were
Yes,
fighting though, Zone, but when they were fighting, Corey had up to about 27,000 in the chat.
yes,
But,
yes,
but yeah, during
and
that time, so people want to crash out, and what people don't understand that's only just temporary. You got to
yeah,
once you get that, you got to keep it up.
yeah, and then Anton, his numbers dropped to about 1K to 1.5 for his evening show. So my assessment is that I believe that I don't know if it's the AI or the people watching these streams, but I
Mm-hmm.
believe that anytime there's a clash between two content creators, which technically are two co-workers,
Mm.
I think YouTube does something to try to like they put some type of restrictions on your account. It's just like if you was at your regular workplace, two coworkers get into a fight or a disagreement. Now you got to be pulled in HR. Now you're on a written warning, and
Mm-hmm.
now you might not be able to get a raise. Do you see what I'm saying? Like I feel like anytime what I notice is anytime there's a beef between two content creators, which is two coworkers, right? There's content creators that I have different opinions I disagree with. But I try to be careful because now that I look at it the way I look at it, I'm like, well, regardless whether I like them or not, we're coworkers on the same
Yeah, and
platform.
just don't
That's
get
how
them. Don't give them your opinion.
yeah,
Keep it
because
to
that's how
yourself.
YouTube.
World class said, my love, I have had about 35 dislikes done on me. Probably
And he
more.
right. He's right. He's right. But see,
Wow.
but the thing is though, world class know how to rumble with the best stuff. He built for that. I mean, I'm built for it too, but I don't want to use
Mm-hmm.
my talent for that. And
It's
world class
exhausting.
is very talented, very, very talented.
Mm-hmm.
And I just
I
think that
know
brothers
me.
like us,
Hello.
If I do one video, like if I respond, then it'll be a back and forth for a long period. Like once I give in to that, I'm going to continue to feel like I have to defend myself. So I'd rather just not give it life, you
you know
know.
what I like about you, Mo? You don't let other women punk you out. I like that
Don't. I
about you.
think
And
they
you don't,
assume that because I'm, pretty monotone. But
yeah.
once I know somebody is trying me, I will correct them.
And they quick to say a man like myself just hate women that I'm abusive. They've said that plenty of times.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not. I'm just not. I'm not. If I'm not disrespectful to you, I'm sure not damn gonna let you disrespect me because I'm gonna
Right.
make you wish you hadn't never done it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I was also gonna say coffee just because, in general, just because I'm nice, I'm not to play with neither. I can actually literally, there's moments though, when I've literally snapped though, literally, I snap,
I
but I'm
remember
nice
you
when I say
cussing at
everything.
somebody on Freezy show last year.
Oh,
I know
yeah, actually.
Wait
Yeah.
a minute, Riaz was arguing with
He
somebody.
told somebody they was getting on his D nerves
Yeah,
and
he was.
to
He
shut their
was.
ass up. He was
He
tired of that
literally,
person.
I, of course, yeah. Yeah, literally, he was getting on my nerves though. And trust me,
I think
I'm
liberated
nice
was the
with it, but I'm just like,
way.
man, seriously.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you this, Riaz, you do get on panels where you don't understand that it's a viper pit. Viper
Yeah,
pit. I
that is true.
appreciate you being strong, but
Mm-hmm.
some of these people you don't need to be on their panels because
You
they are
don't.
not going to they're not
They
going
will
to
not
respect
protect
you the
you.
way people who do understand you respect you. They there for a laugh, and it's not right.
Exactly.
They should not be laughing at you or your condition. You
Mm-hmm.
get what I'm saying?
I
They gonna
get you
frame
on
it
what
like
you're saying. That makes sense, though, and I agree with you. So yeah, I sometimes try not to, go over, the parents you told me about. I try not to, all the time. I try like to limit that, and I
Some
just go to
channels,
where I'm respected the
yeah,
most. So
stay in the
where I'm
chat.
treated better, though, to be honest. I'm trying to work on that, I'm
now.
still a work in progress, though, and
Like
I get you on what you're
let
saying,
me
though,
tell you, like people like Mo Love. We know what Mo Love look like. We've seen her
Yeah,
sing. We've seen her
Mhm.
live.
yeah.
The people that have never show their face is trolling behind these avatars. Don't be on the panel with them.
That's amazing how the people who troll the most never hit a panel, never show their face, nothing, but they talk the most trash in the chat. You
Mm-hmm.
notice
Indeed.
that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but I was gonna say
And the
though
thing
one
is,
thing
big
as
mouth,
well. Can you also, Coffee? I was gonna
as
ask you, at least you can respect the fact that I don't run. No, I get you on what you're saying, and I agree with you, and I get you on that. I agree. But I was just gonna ask you, at least you respect the fact that I don't run because I'm not gonna run.
It's not
I
yeah,
bet.
about running, it's about wisdom. Like
Okay.
you can walk into just a fire that you don't even have to be burned by. You
you
get
can
what
be
I'm
on a
saying?
panel
You
just like
can
Yeah.
you
mm-hmm.
can be on a panel just like a lot of these guys had gotten on a panel who are on the FBI's most wanted list.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? For well, not most wanted, but on the warning list for the
Mm-hmm.
Black Manosphere. Being in the
Oh,
wrong place at the wrong time
okay.
to be. And the problem is with that is that you know it, content creators should never make their panels too accessible or make themselves too accessible to people who they don't really know who just feel like they need to get up and give you
Mhm.
a piece of their mind. That's a problem.
Okay. I understand.
Yeah. So
Mhm.
what jot down all the channels that you've been to and just take a good look at them and see if they really align with who you are.
Right.
I ain't telling you where to go or what to do, but just be careful with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I would even take it a step further. Like if you find a channel that you like listening to, and even if it's a panel show type of channel, I would say watch that content for about 30 days. Watch the content, watch the panels, watch the chat for about 30 days. And if it's not really aggressive and it's not really a bunch of trolling and inappropriate behavior, that might be a good place. But if there's, people cursing each other out in the chat, name
All
calling,
day,
talking
all
about your
night.
parents, things like that, then
Just
I
done.
would probably stay away from that, because at some point in time, they're probably going to try to make you attack you or something like that. But so
Mhm.
but I would tell anyone that, like, if you find a channel that you really like, give it 2 weeks, 30 days, and then say hey in the chat or jump on a panel. But yeah, you really got to be careful, because it really there are a lot of weirdos, and just
Yeah.
even the crazy thing. So I would just say this too. As content creators, we're able to come up with these screen names to, try to protect our identities and stuff like that. I've worked for the federal government before.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, I really have to be careful, just in case I want to go back and work for them. But
Indeed.
understand that there are content creators that have certain convictions on their criminal record that
Mm-hmm.
you wouldn't even, you just have to be careful, because you really don't know who's who.
You don't.
And I would, and I'm gonna take it one more step further. it's okay to be exclusive, to just limit yourself to just certain places. Like, you don't have to be friends with everybody. You don't have to support everybody.
Yeah,
It's
or
if
be
you only,
noticed or speak to everybody to just for them to notice you.
yeah,
Because they really don't want to speak. They really don't want to talk. Just be there. Hey, how you doing? You know, to the actual host, and let it be. Now, people rock with you, they rock with you. But for the ones that don't, you know, just if you notice that they don't respond back when you speak to them, because I've looked at some things you typed in the chat too, Riaz, and I'm like, these people don't really care about this man.
So
You
you
know,
just have to use wisdom, and then some of these panels are just full of just dysfunction and adult children. So I would just advise, don't go there. You know, like Coffee stated, some people's intentions are to you know, just poke fun. But you know, we on my channel, you're good.
Yeah,
I
I
just
totally
because
get
some
you.
environments, I'm like, it's just too draining. Like, is this what we're doing every night? No, I'm good.
man.
what
Okay.
I've had to learn too is that people that I'm uh cool with, I want them to understand I'm cool with you and I really rock with you, but never get too
Yeah.
high above yourself to the point where uh you feeling me as a man with 81K should be, you know, just giving you money because you fired up a live stream.
Yeah.
No, and that's another problem.
And you
You know
can't
what I'm saying? And
expect people
if you
to
don't give
like,
them no money, they're gonna tell you, "Hey, but I saw you giving Mo Love $20 on her channel." You see that? Mo
yeah.
Love probably had something really interesting to talk about that day. I support according to that. And if you let people up on the panel that is a problem, I'm not going to support you because you
I'm the same
let
way.
them come and derail the topic.
And then you can't even see who the real issue is. I don't have time for that. And I also believe that you can't make anybody support you. Nobody owes anybody
But
anything,
you
you
have to
know.
look at yourself and see if you're worth that, deserving of that. And that's the problem with a lot of us, because there's been some things I know I didn't hit. I hit it because I'm like, okay, this was a bad idea, Kwame. You know,
Yeah.
yeah, you know, and we have to be able to take those L's, that some things are just not going to be. And every day, just because you fire up, you know, and you know, put on your gear, your gimmick, or whatever, you know, and this is not intended just for, you know, no shots at nobody, but this is
Yeah,
what we think.
that's
We got
true.
people that think that. You got people that don't want to speak to you. You should be happy if somebody is giving you views in your chat. If you be a little nicer, they maybe even support. I've had niggas to stop speaking to me because they figured that I'm made of money, and I won't give them none.
Man,
So they took the wrench. I'm not like, I don't care about no wrench. Anybody that's a content creator, real content creator, if you come to my channel, I'm gonna give you a wrench so that people who don't like you will not be timing you out. But then again, I only want content creators and true moderators to have wrenches on my channel, not just random folks.
Okay,
I get
that
it.
makes
That's it.
sense though too. Wait, you know,
And
actually, Coffee, you got
I
a point. Maybe I should actually ghost watch first and see how it starts in the beginning. And if it goes
yes.
that way, then maybe I shouldn't type though. You got a point, or join the panel type thing, you know? Because I get
right.
you on. I like to support, but maybe you have a point. I might have to take what you said into consideration and
And
see how
sometimes
it's me.
you may get a maniac too, so you got to be careful. If you type in
Yes.
somebody's chat, they will stalk you. You know, I mean, to the point of no return. You get what I'm saying? They may not like anything you said. I mean, I've stated some things about tethering, and or if somebody is upset with somebody else that I was on the panel with, they'll start with me because they didn't have the guts to go after the person. You know, they thinking, you know, okay, well, he's a nice guy. No, bro, I'm not nice. I'm nice. I'm the ruthless nice guy.
Yeah, and you know what has
Mhm.
been refreshing for me? I don't care what the status has been on YouTube. When I tell you the unsubscribe has been my best friend over the last 3 weeks, I don't care who you are. That has been so beneficial for me. Unsubscribe. Simple. You know,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just hit the
when people
if
get weird, I'm good. Blessings to you.
yeah. Sometimes it takes a lot for me to unsubscribe from someone's channel. So, but if somebody does get on my annoy me enough, I just hit the notification thing. Like I'll just, you know what I
I
mean?
don't even
I'll be
want to see them when I click on YouTube though. I don't even want to feel tempted to click on and see what they're talking about. So I have to unsubscribe.
and
Does that
then
make
when
I'm
it
so good right now. I cleaned my algorithm completely out of YouTube trash TV.
yes, I'm like, this
hey,
is
it be like that. And then when it comes to the donations and stuff like that, right? Like for me personally, I'll say this. God bless the viewers that, be super chatting 100, 500, all of that. Like
yes.
the content creators that get that, like I'm so happy for y'all. But for me personally, as a contributor to some of these channels, I got a limit. My limit is $20 a week, $100 a month. Because what
Mhm.
people don't realize, and they're not going to say this, but YouTube is an expense as well. Like when you talk about
It
the
is
memberships, the super chats,
real world today.
whatever type
Mhm.
of things YouTube creates for you to monetize a channel and all of that. So for me, I be selective, and I be wanting to contribute to more and more channels, but I'm like, yo, if
Mhm.
if I do, the end of the month get here, I'm like, yo, I spent $1,000 this month on YouTube. So
Yeah,
I'm very you know what I mean, cognizant of you know what I mean, donating and contributing, and
gotta
and like you
be.
said, a lot of these content creators, they ain't really worth, you know what I mean,
They
contributing
not.
to.
I'm like,
And
you
you know
know
what,
how much
Zone?
money to donate
You
to
know what I
them?
found out?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what I found out? When I
What
look
was that?
back at the money that I've spent throughout the years to some of these folks, man, when I look back at them now, I'm like, dude, you ain't even worth it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about 50, 100, 200, 300. I mean,
Mhm.
and we have done that because we want to, really help people out, but
Right.
just because and they get used to that. And it shows you that
Mhm.
they're ungrateful of what you've done in the past. So they get mad and and don't speak to you when you go in the chats. You know,
You see?
because
That's
you're no
true.
longer yeah, you're no longer supporting or giving money.
Mhm.
Money don't grow on trees, and just because you pop a stream, it don't mean that. No, I need to see what you can do. Is
Mhm.
it worth it? What information you given? And
And
and if you don't, and if you're making some good points in the chat, they'll spam their channel in the chat so that they can't see your comment. See, I
Oh
know the
wow.
little
yeah,
tricks that they do.
Mhm.
Girl stuff.
something else I noticed too, right? That kind of, I mean, it's people's money, so they can spend it how they please.
Mhm.
So for me, I really enjoy when I can contributing to the smaller channels, the channels that
Mhm.
have 10 people in the chat, 20 people, 50, 100 people, the smaller channels. I was watching the Shannon Sharp, the Nightcap show, because I that's one of my favorite lives that I like to watch from time to time.
Mhm.
And I saw a viewer who contributes regularly on some other channels that we be on. They sent in, um, I think they sent in like $300 or something like that to Shannon Sharp, and I'm like,
Oh, okay.
wow, like, but then I noticed, I'm like, for the smaller channels that could could really use that or whatever,
They don't. Yeah.
and I'm like, Shannon
And good
Sharp.
channels. And good channels.
Yeah, I'm
Right.
like,
He
Shannon
already
Sharp
great.
he already got his, and I'm not saying they shouldn't contribute to that.
Yeah.
If that's what you want to
Right.
contribute to, then do it. But I'm like, yo, like Shannon's, maybe take that 300 and like spread that out between a few channels. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how I look at, just spending. That's what I would do. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? But I can't expect other people to do what I would do.
Mhm.
Only thing I don't mess with is if you turn around and try to act like you all that. Like Mr. 2K Daniels. 2K Daniels, he's a problem.
Yeah.
I don't know who done blew his head up because he done been on the panel with all these folks, and I'm like, bro, you ain't it.
That name
Who
is
done
hilarious.
lied to you? You
I
doing all
don't
the
know
shit.
what you're
You doing all the
talking
shock jock stuff. You doing all the
Mhm.
shock jock stuff that we done seen people do in 2018. It's done. It's cooked. Try
Mhm.
something. Try again. Try again.
Yeah.
What I will say about that particular creator in general, I will say this, and this is going to sound kind of weird, but I like his charisma. I think he has great charisma, but I think it's just misguided.
I don't like him because he's too emotionally unintelligent. He's a crybaby. Be a man. Stand up and talk. Stand in it. Pause. But stand up. You know what I'm saying? All that whining and then you praising another man because he's popular. You must be out of your mind, boy.
Yeah, that's what they call it. That's a little bit too tip touchy.
Yeah. Too tip touchy. The tip
Yeah,
shouldn't
I
even be
don't like
touching.
that.
The
You got to
tip
be
should not even be
original.
touching.
Like be
Yeah.
original. Like
And he okay with people calling him
Original is key. Yeah.
So he okay with people calling him 2K Daniels or Anton Daniels Jr. And I'm like, really? That man ain't been in the military. You've been in the military, bro. Come on. You know?
Yeah.
Are they like best friends? Is that his co-host?
No. Anton gonna throw that boy away like he threw the rest of them away. And look at Slimmy up there looking all stupid. Me and him done got into no crazy challenge before too. He looked at me on the screen and said, I know what you do, man. You make all these stories up and you turn people into characters. I said, you want to try one?
Gosh.
He said, I know. I said, you don't know me. He said, I know exactly who you are. I said, okay. I don't mess with folks. If you mess with me, it really takes me because I'm gonna bring the receipts. You mess with, I'm gonna bring the receipts.
Right.
Trust me. I'm one of the kings of receipts that we're talking about on YouTube.
Yeah.
One of the things. Oh my bad. One of the things that I can't for the life of me understand is I know that some of these larger YouTube content creators, they have certain business models, but I don't understand why you would be like, yo, I need to work with this person to put me on when you can literally YouTube is one of the easiest things you could do to put yourself on, where you could literally just create you a
$1,000. They're giving them $1,000, to work with them.
and that's nothing. I mean, it's like you can make that on your own channel. Like you can make way more than that if you just apply yourself.
But
like
I'm talking people who are zone, people who are not even a good 5,000 subscribers. They got these people fooled.
Yeah.
And I'm like, come on, bro. But what kills me is that, and I know that everybody busy and everybody ain't gonna be able to work. But what kills me is that if I came to you and I handpicked you for a topic, that means I really mess with you. You know what I'm saying? You can be on a 12 to 13 hours live stream, but you couldn't even send me a 3-minute clip. That's crazy. That's wild. People don't like to read. And that's what it is. And I get it. My damn emails be long as hell. Because I don't want anyone to miss.
I know with me, like when it comes to Instagram, those notifications, I have to do better about.
Mo, you good.
Reading those
Look,
things.
let me tell you something.
I really do have to do better.
You did fantastic. They will see what we put together. It's beautiful.
I'll tell you this too. There was one, and I'm so glad there was. So I had this idea probably like last year that what I wanted to do is I wanted to travel the country and interview certain content creators. Like a Freezy or
Mhm.
JD 1975 or Izzy or whoever. Like that was going to be one of my things to try to build my channel or whatever. And there was one
Mhm.
particular content creator that I wanted to interview who's in North Carolina that I used to watch quite frequently. And I'll give you the name, the happy man, but with the other word. Um, and I'm so glad that never happened because they say you never you shouldn't meet people that you not idolize, but you got to be careful like who you really attach your name to.
You do.
Like you just I'll just say that I'm so glad that didn't happen because like you know you're putting in the work and then for somebody to try to ish on you. I don't know the sub counts and all of this. It just goes to
Take you
people's
right
heads.
down like Anton Daniels had a bag chaser that believed in him and he turned right back around and shit it on him. Excuse me, but he did.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
That's so unfortunate.
The dude. Are you talking about the dude that created the hat?
Yeah, and he wanted my thing is you can get lost in somebody else's dreams. I understand
Oh.
mimicking somebody and thinking that that's the way, but people I'm gonna tell everybody out there, it's gonna take more than a microphone and some purple lights in your background. And you talking a
Mhm.
whole bunch of crap and screaming loud and putting clips, it's gonna take more than that. Do something we ain't seen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. It is
Now, a
just
woman,
yeah.
let me just
Go
say,
ahead.
a
My bad.
woman, she may be able to get off on that grip a little bit longer than we can, by just being on the piano looking pretty and not saying nothing. You see that. You
Mhm.
see that all the time, but even that's getting tired.
Showing
You
that
know,
cleavage.
What,
yeah,
where
that's getting tired.
women sit on panels and they just watch?
Yeah, just look like they be on the not what is it, code 9 room 9
I
or
don't
whatever
know what
shit.
it is.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Just sitting there looking all miserable and not saying nothing.
Miss,
It's all
oh yeah.
complex.
Mm-hmm. My
They
question
daddy is on
is,
the panel, so they be
if the
quiet.
women, you said the women just sit on the panel looking pretty, what would be the point of going on those shows camming up, knowing that it's pretty much a debate, if you don't really have anything to add to the topic?
I don't know, but you see it a lot, and it's getting played out. Everybody's sitting there looking stupid at each other. Even
Or is
some
it
men.
just for the views? Like, are they saying, okay, this woman is a decent looking woman, let me just have her up here for
Yeah, but they also tell her probably in the show in the syllabus, you're not to say anything. And
oh,
then
okay.
you also got a lot of bobblehead dudes up there too, looking stupid at
Mhm.
each other, bobbling their head, looking crazy.
Just up there.
I mean,
Yeah.
just stupid. I mean,
Like,
it's
ooh,
it's
she
time out
got
for that.
that cleavage out tonight.
Desperate. Mhm. Yeah.
Oh
Then
YouTube
man.
when
can
then
be a
when you
very
find one
strange
woman that
place.
fits, and look, when you find out one woman she found out she's not the only one. Now she all of a sudden found the Lord and she's quitting the show.
Oh wow. Who was
Yeah,
that? Oh
she
no, don't
she
say
was on there.
nothing.
I don't know her name, but she. This is what I tell a lot of men on these panels. Women, grown women are not children.
Right.
They're
I
not
agree.
children. So everything that you do is going to turn around and reflect back on you, because she's going to say, "Oh, he was abusive to me," and now you got the whole sisterhood after you because you stepped
Mhm.
out.
Mm, what do you mean? But what if that's true though?
No, my thing is how somebody's going to be abusive to you, and the man is married, and you know he's married. How?
Right.
It was your choice. You had the knowledge to know what you was doing. You have proven that
Well,
it's your own fault.
that's true. But I still don't think that justifies abuse. tripping.
Say it again. Oh,
I don't think that should justify abuse.
it should not justify abusing anyone. I don't believe in abuse at all.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care who it is. But at the same time, why go to places you know that are known to fail you and cause you problems and beg you more pain?
Mm-hmm.
Why? You know what I'm saying? All for clout. All for clout.
Yeah. It just baffles me how, YouTube is such I don't know, a place where you could pretend like, it just baffles me
You
how
can be
click,
whoever you want to be.
how cliquish it is, how
Mhm.
silly it is, like beefs. Like I've even been in a couple situations that I'm even embarrassed to say that I partook in early on, but
Mhm.
that was just
Were they
me.
debates on? Were they debates? What, like on what, like on Fight Club or something?
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
I wish it was just debating. It was
It got bad.
some stuff that transferred over to real life. So,
And
but
the thing is, that's
but
why you
that's
can't tell your real life.
yeah. I mean, well, I'll say this: it's when two or three people have a disagreement, and the next thing you know, you have crews involved in things,
Oh,
and
nah.
that's when it really, because now it's like you might be putting a stop to something, but the people in your crew is like, nah, f that. We gonna ride, or we gonna do what we got to do for you anyway. You see what I'm saying? So, it just to me is that's all elementary, ridiculous, and to me, it's like if you're not using this platform to make content to make money the legit right way, you know what I mean? Like you're wasting your time for me, like to me.
Mhm.
Like if you're just I get that some of it is entertainment if it's done the right way. Like if a content creator is like
Yes.
really good with roasting. Like if you can roast, if you can make it funny without trying to
Dox
uh
somebody.
exactly. Like
Overdo it.
that's to me, that's when it's like entertaining. But when it goes
Yeah.
beyond the screen and I've even heard a content creator will say, let me give you the right definition of doxing. And this is not doxing if it's not something that was previously said on a YouTube stream and you're running to an outside source and you're
Mhm.
bringing it to YouTube, in my opinion, that's doxing because we never
Yeah.
asked for that.
Yeah, they went to look, dig deep for it. I
Yeah.
think that's pretty weird.
Right. That's true.
And it's just that's just basic common sense. Like people are just, they I don't know. Maybe
But I'm gonna
I
tell
am
you,
getting old. Maybe
but
I'm getting
it
old, man.
starts though. But you know what, bro? It starts with this just YouTube type MFs.
Exactly.
You get what I'm saying? And they don't take they platform serious, and we are mixing ourselves up as content creators with these people who just have accounts.
Mhm.
And when your
Right.
channel get taken down and you get taken off of YouTube yourself, even just as a watcher, that's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's
Yeah.
pretty
Yeah.
awful.
So how many
You know,
subscribers do you have, Coffee?
I think right now I'm at 81, 258.
81,000.
258, and I've just at 80,000, and it's because people
Okay.
watch.
Mm-hmm.
Just people watch it, and then on top of that, because I'm also on other people's panels as well. I'm not just somebody that just upload videos. I can contribute to
Right.
the conversation, and
Mhm.
wherever I go, people will come,
Mm-hmm.
And plus I try to work with other content creators who I think have a voice. If they really want to grow, I don't mind, helping them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I just think that, you know, people just don't really see the YouTube for the opportunity that it, like, people don't realize too that YouTube is the easiest work from home job that you could possibly
Oh
have.
my gosh. When I see my little extra checks, I'll be like, okay, shout out to YouTube.
Yeah. And you know, I think to myself sometimes, because here's the funny thing is, you know, I'm just busy like in real life with work, and my daughter's about to
Mm-hmm.
graduate high school, and I got a lot of stuff
My
going on
son
right
is
now.
about to. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's funny because in my head, I go
I
live every day. Like in my head, but
mm-hmm.
when I can't go live on YouTube, I'll be like, damn. But people don't realize, like, yo, if you can get upload what 2 or 3 videos a day, you know, and not even get 10,000 views, get 2,000, just get 2,000 views on
Mm-hmm.
those uploads, and you know, you do that consistent for a month. That's a pretty and I say 2,000 because YouTube takes 30 to 40%. So you
Yeah.
gonna need that extra
I think it's
thousand to try to make up.
43%.
Yeah. So yeah, people, that's where I'm at with it. I'm trying to get myself to a point eventually where, you know, I could do couple uploads a day, live stream in the evening, you know, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or something like that. And
Mm-hmm.
you know, so you know, it's that's what I'm trying to do, man. You know what I'm saying? Because this is the
Yeah.
closest thing that we got right now outside of like real estate and investing, where you could just really get some true residual income
Mm-hmm.
without having to go in a corporate work building.
Oh my gosh. I don't miss that at all.
Me
I
neither.
enjoy working from home so much because outside of streaming, I do work from home in my real life job. So I'm very grateful because I know gas prices are going up. Then I remember just the fighting against traffic day to
Yes.
day. Like that stuff is draining.
Yes, it is, man. Like, so yeah. So I would encourage people to do that, man. Like I tell people, listen, man, do something that's easy, something that you could do for a long time that can make you some money, and that's
Mhm.
YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
it's
I agree.
yeah, my
Coffee,
bad.
are you still driving?
Yeah, I'm still here and I'm listening to y'all. Everything's on is saying it's true. People don't
Mhm.
understand the advantages. They probably don't even know how to read the stuff in the damn back at you. You know what I'm saying? So maybe
Mhm.
you just don't know. That's why you just can't associate yourself with people who don't really want to go nowhere, man. That's just it.
Yeah, and I stumbled on
Small
that
talk.
by accident. Like I was just randomly clicking through stuff, and I'm like, wait a minute, you gonna pay me $100 if you know if I do this on, you know, depending on what the topic is. And then I'm looking at the Corey Holcomb stuff I did, and it's like we'll pay you $2 for 1,000 views, and I'm like, I'm not talking about Corey Holcomb anymore.
$2.
But they also put you in a different. They also put you in a different algorithm if you continue. Um, say for instance, the situation with Freezy and Anton. I'm glad
Hmm.
that Freezy was able to speak out and speak up. Because somebody
Mhm.
needed to. A lot of these guys were afraid to, and I'm like, who the hell is Anton? Anton ain't nobody.
Everybody,
Why are you so afraid to speak up?
yeah.
And that's what I like about him, that he stood
Mhm.
up against that. But see, when I put out my commentary on Anton Daniels, it'll be something totally different. It's going to be
Yeah.
unpopular. It's just no, I'm not an answer tonight. No,
You
no,
said you're not an Antonite. Your signal is messing up a little.
no, I'm not an answer tonight. No, but
Okay.
I will say this: uh, everybody has a right to live how they want. Nobody want approval,
Mhm.
you know. But this one here is just caught up with him, and it's not just about him. We need answers from the two ladies too, and we're going
That
to
Mhm.
use
I
this
would
as an educational moment.
Mhm.
I will just say that whole, with the Daniels guy, I will just say this, man. It is just, it's weird. It's crazy to be like how you could just say one thing and then just blatantly do something else. Like like I don't know. Like I don't understand how people, and I get it what Jay Prince was saying on Freezy's stream the other day. Like I do understand what Jay Prince was saying. He's saying that this is a
Yes.
reality show and Anton is just putting on for entertainment. And when Jay Prince was saying that, and I'm like, Jay Prince, I know you get a lot of flack for a lot of things you say, but you sounding like you on to something. You know what I'm saying? So I couldn't play that game, man, because I I could never have my children stumble onto my content and be like, "Yo, Dad, like, why? That's not true." Because
People don't understand that Anton is calculated. That man is looking for Zeus, Netflix, any of them to look. I'm doing that too, but I'm doing it a different way.
Right.
I do many documentaries. I do filming. I go out and get you the content. But it ain't no foolishness.
Right.
But the thing is, I've been around for a minute, and I see how people big up the Netflix thing about the manosphere. I've been saying that. I've been doing that.
Yeah.
But the ones that claim that they for me, they never said, "Oh, Quack is a videographer. He's a filmmaker." They even bigging up, and I like House of Hypocrites, but they bigging up him. Oh, he has the best documentary ever. It's a lot of that going on, but it's out of jealousy. They would never mention me even on their channels because of the subscriber count. I go hang out at small channels because they're more down to earth for me.
That's sad.
So yeah. A lot of them won't collab because they think, oh shit, I ain't about to do that for that man.
Yeah.
He need to pay me. He need to give me okay, but you only got 200 subscribers, bro. I'm trying to help you. So people can, just by me put my name on it, people gonna know who you are and they're gonna come to you. And I'm coming to you because I think you got something good. And once I find out that they think the way they think, I'm like, whoa, I really got the wrong person. So did I handpick the wrong person?
Right.
So that means that just because somebody call your name and be in a chat or be cool with you, or you've heard them speak here and there, you need to thoroughly study them, go to their channels. And that's what happened to me round one when I tried to collab with other people.
Yeah.
So ain't no more free
nothing. Yeah, this was a great stream. I cannot believe I stayed live this long, but it was so good.
I can't even believe I stayed on a stream this long. Like, I haven't done this in like 4 years. Shoot.
I haven't streamed this long in a good, well, I'm acting like it's been, since December. So it's been about 4 months. Hey, SD, good to see you.
Well, look, y'all, I really enjoyed myself as of always. Zone, you peeps, and I really, really, really enjoyed you, Mo Love.
Thank you. I enjoyed you too. I enjoyed y'all. It was a really good stream.
Yeah.
I would say go back and watch the replay, but I know once streams are about, once they hit the 3-4 hour mark, people not watching.
I don't care nothing about that. I'll go watch it as long as it's not 12 hours of BS.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna end it, you guys. If you did not catch the title, the topic, please go back and watch the replay. Please.
Wendy's went back to the kitchen to give out payments.
Shout out to Wendy's. But if you guys have not listened to the stream, please feel free to go back. There were so many laughs. So many. I'm sleepy, y'all. But please go back and watch. I will be live again Wednesday night, 9:30 p.m. Central. So yeah, shout out to everybody. yeah, y'all have a very blessed day and stay encouraged. Remember to not be, I can't even think. Good. Everybody have a good day. We'll be back.
Peace,
Wednesday.
peace, peace.
All right.